What is that moon, and is it the one draining my mana? It's known as the blood moon, and yes, it is responsible for draining your mana, the spirit replied. Atticus's brows furrowed. Is that the only thing it drains? Yes. The longer you stay under its rays, the more mana it drains, the spirit confirmed. Is there a way to stop it from draining my mana? The spirit shook his head. As long as its rays touch you, you'll be affected. Atticus frowned. He was in a forest filled with towering trees, offering ample cover from its rays. Yet, he knew it couldn't be that simple. I can't just stay in one place, he thought, sighing. Wasting no more time, his expression firmed, his eyes sharpening as he gazed into the depths of the forest. His legs tensed. The ground cracked beneath him as Atticus shot forward with intense speed. His legs moved rapidly and silently, traversing the forest as though it were his domain. Despite his speed, his senses were on high alert. His eyes darted around, scanning for movement, while his other senses extended, feeling for anything unusual. However, the forest remained eerily quiet. There are no beasts, Atticus wondered. His gaze flickered as he noticed he was approaching a space devoid of trees. His speed increased, and within seconds, he burst out of the foliage, coming to an abrupt stop. His sharp, calm eyes scanned his surroundings. The ground is different. He was still standing on the soft soil of the forest, but in front of him, stretching farther than his eyes could see, was a pure white, smooth surface. Not suspicious at all, Atticus muttered under his breath. The stark contrast between the dark brown soil of the forest and the pristine white ground was glaring. Even the most naive individual would sense something was off. Atticus took a cautious step forward, tapping the white ground lightly with his foot before pulling it back quickly. The motion was almost comical, like testing the temperature of a pool. It's hard, Atticus noted. The ground was exactly as it appeared, unnaturally smooth and rigid. He could tell there was something special about it. But its hardness wasn't his main concern. Tell me about the ground I just touched, Atticus asked. The spirit no longer bothered marveling at Atticus's ingenuity and answered quickly. This is a healing platform. No matter the damage inflicted on it, it will heal itself and return to its original state instantly. Are there currently any living things inside it? The spirit paused, sensing that Atticus wasn't asking about beasts but about the platform itself. A small chuckle escaped his lips. Yes, there are. How many species live inside it? 1. Will the ground itself pose any danger to me? The spirit shook his head. How do I survive while crossing the platform? The spirit let out a faint exhale, impressed by the barrage of questions. You walk, run, or fly very cautiously, however you please. Atticus's gaze narrowed. How long is the platform? More than 1,000 kilometers, the spirit replied. Shit, I can't fly over it. Then, Atticus thought, his expression darkening. With the moon siphoning his mana, Atticus couldn't use the swirling mana to fly over such a long distance. He would be out of mana long before he reached the end. Is this platform where the second challenge will take place? He asked sharply. Yes, the spirit confirmed, sounding somewhat resigned. At this point, the spirit was mentally exhausted. This challenge was designed to be filled with surprises, but Atticus's sharp instincts and relentless questioning were dismantling every twist before it could fully manifest. Was it even a challenge anymore? Atticus turned his focus back to the platform and stepped onto it. Nothing. He noted the lack of response before continuing forward. The spirit's words echoed in his mind. Cautiously. And right now, Atticus was beyond cautious. His senses were fully extended, most of his attention centered on the hard, barren platform beneath him. It was obvious that whatever threat awaited would rise from the ground. His steps were light, calculated. Each touch of his foot against the unnaturally smooth surface sent subtle vibrations through his body as he searched for any hint of danger. Time stretched on. An hour passed. Then another. The silence was oppressive, almost maddening. Atticus frowned. Still nothing. He had covered a significant distance, yet no threats had emerged. Just as he considered formulating a question for the spirit, it happened. A faint shift beneath his foot. No vibration, just the smallest displacement of the ground. It was barely noticeable, insignificant to most. But to Atticus, it was everything. In a split second, his instincts flared. He darted to the side, mana surging through his legs to propel him away. Crack. The ground where his foot had been erupted violently. A creature shot up, a sleek, black beast as dark as the abyss. Its worm-like body was firm, and its head was a ring of jagged, razor-sharp teeth, a predator designed to pierce, tear, and kill. Atticus caught only a fleeting glimpse before the creature vanished, diving back into the ground. There was no time to process. The instant his foot touched down in his new position, the earth beneath him shifted again. Another warning. Another movement. He leapt again, just as two more creatures burst through the platform, their snapping jaws closing on empty air. Atticus landed and the pattern repeated. The ground shifted. His mana churned, surging through his legs. He darted left, then right, then forward. Each movement was faster than the last, his speed leaving faint afterimages as the relentless creatures struck. They're tracking me, he realized, his gaze narrowing. Every time his foot touched the ground, the beasts homed in on him, their strikes targeting where he had been moments earlier. More emerged. Sleek black forms tore through the air, their movements impossibly fast. 3, 4, 5 of them. They struck in a flurry, giving him no time to rest. Atticus became a blur of motion. His mana surged faster, fueling each leap, each twist, each dodge. His heightened senses tracked every subtle shift beneath the surface. One mistake and I'm done. Between movements, his piercing gaze turned to his spirit. Is this the second challenge? Yes. This is the second challenge, the spirit confirmed. Atticus' gaze turned cold. Tell me everything about these beasts. Atticus exhaled sharply. His mind worked rapidly, strategizing even as he avoided another snapping jaw. So, this is what the katana has in store for me now. Yes. This is the second challenge. Atticus's gaze narrowed. He wasn't surprised, he had already suspected that the next trial would be the second challenge. His question had only been for confirmation. And as soon as he received it, his actions were immediate. His mind spun with speed, his lips parting as he bombarded the spirit with a rapid series of pointed questions. Tell me everything about these beasts. They're called abyssal worms. They typically live underground in healing grounds like this. They hunt by tracking the life signatures of their prey, then tearing them apart. The information hit Atticus like a hammer, his mind processing every word with lightning speed. What are their weaknesses? How do I kill them? There are no set weaknesses. You just have to be fast enough, in any case. What are the cases? You kill them when they burst from the ground or in their domain, the ground itself. Atticus's brows furrowed as his sharp eyes tracked the beasts, observing their movements as they erupted from the ground and shot back inside. They're too fast, he noted coldly. At their speed, catching them seemed inconceivable. Atticus was confident that his passive strength and speed alone surpassed even Grandmaster Plus ranks, and yet, these small creatures outpaced him. If I had my elements, this would be easy, his thoughts briefly drifted, but his expression hardened in the next moment. There's no point lamenting the impossible. I'll use what I have. He darted forward, a streak of blue trailing behind him. A beast erupted beneath him, its jagged teeth snapping shut. But it only bit into empty air, Atticus was already gone. Another burst upward as he landed, even faster this time. Snap. Its jaws narrowly missed as Atticus twisted midair, landing silently once again. He moved. Faster. Sharper. Everywhere his feet touched, the ground cracked, and beasts lunged, relentless in their pursuit. But Atticus was already gone before they could reach him. His movements were surgical, minimal, elite. His piercing gaze flicked side to side, tracking every beast as they burst from the ground. A pattern. He needed a pattern. The first challenge had followed this same rule, there had been a hidden method to their attack. If Atticus had realized the swirling nature of Invisible Wolf's assaults earlier, he could have passed that trial with far less effort. The katana always leaves clues. I just have to find them. The beasts attacked in waves. Spiraling. Coordinated chaos. Atticus evaded them without fail, but he knew he couldn't keep this up forever. Running blindly or flying across the platform was futile, his mana reserves would deplete before he reached the end. Which meant there was something here he was missing. A clue embedded within the challenge. Is it footwork? His thoughts spun like a storm. It made sense. After learning how to move his mana in the first challenge, the next logical progression would be learning how to move his body. The beasts, constantly forcing him to adapt and adjust his movements, were an obvious indication. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized their erratic lunges and burrowing retreats, Atticus couldn't find a discernible pattern. Let's try to kill one and see. Atticus's eyes sharpened, scrutinizing every detail of the beasts, their shape, weight, speed, and trajectory. Luckily, they were all more or less similar, so Atticus didn't need to analyze each one individually. In less than a nanosecond, he was finished, his gaze turning cold. He would test his theory. The ground beneath him trembled. In the next instant, two beasts erupted from below, their jagged teeth snapping toward his legs. Whoosh! Atticus shifted. No wasted motion. He twisted just enough, leaving barely an inch between his body and their fangs. His piercing gaze locked onto them, movements sharper than ever. The air around his fingers coiled as swirling mana wrapped tightly around them. He turned sharply, his arm shooting forward like a whip. Crack! Swirling mana shot toward the beasts with unrelenting speed, tearing through the air like a spear. But before the attack landed, the ground shifted beneath him again. Two more beasts burst forth, their teeth snapping at the spot where his feet had been just moments before. But they caught nothing but empty air. Atticus was already gone. His figure shot upward like a bullet, the force of his movement cracking the hard platform beneath him. High above, he twisted midair, his hands still moving toward the earlier beasts. Swirling mana coiled into deadly arcs. His eyes sharpened. At the last moment, the beasts veered sharply to the side, as if propelled by an invisible burst of air, evading his strike. Thud! They dove back into the ground, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared. Atticus's expression darkened. What the hella? He turned to the spirit. They're faster in the air. The spirit nodded. That's right. Atticus frowned as he landed, his movements remaining precise and efficient as he evaded more attacks. His mind worked furiously. It didn't add up. If they're faster in the air, why aren't they exploiting that advantage? Their speed in the air had been incredible, an explosion of motion that even Atticus couldn't match. And yet, despite that clear advantage, the beasts weren't staying airborne. They only burst from the ground, attacked, and then dove back underground. It was unusual. Beasts and predators always used every advantage they had to kill their prey. Holding back wasn't in their nature. This is another hint. Atticus's gaze flicked toward the platform beneath him. The ground. An idea sprouted in his mind. He landed softly on the hard platform, his stance firm. As soon as he felt the ground jutting beneath his feet, his mana churned. Swirling mana erupted beneath his feet, rotating with intense power, tearing apart a significant portion of the platform. The beasts reacted instantly, zipping away from the attack, evading the swirling mana threatening to rip them to shreds. A second later, the ground healed, returning to its original state as though nothing had happened. Atticus narrowed his eyes and deactivated the mana beneath his feet. He resumed evading the beasts, his bursts of movement sharp and precise. They're significantly slower underground, he noted. The reason for his earlier attack wasn't to kill the beasts, it was to test their speed underground. They evaded my surprise attack, but it wasn't as fast as their movements in the air. Atticus had initially considered destroying the platform completely to expose the beasts, but with the speed at which it healed, it seemed impossible. Plus, catching the beasts in the air was out of the question. Now, a better idea had formed. I have to kill them underground. While Atticus searched for a way, the spirit hovered silently, watching him with narrowed eyes. How will he handle this? During his own trial, the spirit had run back to the beginning of the platform to catch his breath multiple times. But since the trial began, Atticus had only moved forward, with no intention of retreating. How can he move so perfectly? The spirit could see it at a glance. Atticus's movements were nothing short of flawless. He used only as much energy and mana as necessary, nothing more, nothing less. Only old fogies with centuries of training and experience should be able to achieve this. So how? He shook his head, clearing his thoughts. Does he plan to come up with a solution in this kind of situation? There was no time to rest, no time to think about anything else but survival. Or so the spirit believed. But then, his eyes shone as he saw Atticus's mana begin to churn. Atticus moved like streaking lightning, fast and deliberate. Trails of azure light followed his sharp movements as his glowing blue eyes locked onto the beasts. A small smile crept onto his lips. He had figured it out. The beasts were faster in the air but slower underground. Which meant the solution was clear. He had to kill them underground. He couldn't go into the ground himself, so he thought of a method to achieve this. Mana signatures. In physics, there was a law, like charges repel while unlike attracts. The same principle applied to mana signatures. Opposing signatures attracted one another. This was the foundation of everything Atticus was about to do. His gaze turned icy, his figure darting forward as he evaded two beasts bursting from the ground. His movements slowed, precise to the last detail, as his piercing blue eyes focused on the beasts. Their jagged teeth snapped violently at the empty air. Atticus's mana surged through his body like a storm, his focus sharpening to an extreme. There. In the next instant, the outer beast's mana signatures imprinted themselves in his mind. Their signature was unique, like a fingerprint, a chaotic flow of energy that pulsed with dark intent. But where there was chaos, there was always order. Opposites existed in all things. Atticus closed his eyes briefly, his mana thrumming in response as he inverted the signature, creating its opposite flow. It was like flipping a current, turning a push into a pull. Brilliant blue light radiated from his palms. The mana churned harder, responding to his thoughts as he locked the opposing signatures into the swirling rings forming in his hands. Without hesitation, he thrust his fists forward, the swirling rings shooting out with unrelenting speed. The beasts reacted instantly. They dove back into the ground, their sleek, black forms vanishing into the platform. But it wasn't over. The rings didn't dissipate despite missing their targets. Instead, as though alive, they twisted sharply mid-flight and streaked toward the ground. Whoosh! The rings tore into the platform, following the beasts relentlessly. A loud, piercing screech erupted. The ground trembled violently as the mana rings shredded the beast's underground without mercy. Blood sprayed from the cracks in the platform before it healed itself completely, leaving no trace of the carnage. The spirit hovering above narrowed his eyes, his expression frozen in shock. He figured it out already, he muttered. What a crazy human. He thought it was impossible, but once again, this child proved him wrong. The spirit was left speechless. This particular trial had been where every wielder who challenged the second art had failed, including him. Yes, he had returned to the starting line to catch his breath and strategize, but that decision had been fatal. He spent too much time under the blood moon, and eventually, his mana was completely drained, leading to his demise. Only after becoming a spirit did he learn how to pass the second trial. It was insane. Despite the overwhelming power wielders gained at this point, the second challenge wasn't about brute force. It required a combination of intelligence and raw, unfiltered talent. The ability to mimic mana signatures. There were billions of people in Eldoralf, but only a minuscule percentage could achieve this feat. Mana signatures were divided into two parts, the outer mana signature and the inner mana signature. The inner signature was what defined an individual, enabling them to use their powers and abilities. It was intricate and nearly impossible to replicate. Unless the individual themselves had reached a level where they could fully understand and explicitly copy their own signature into an art, no one in Eldoralf could claim to confidently achieve this from mere observation. The outer signature was comparatively easier to mimic but still a monumental task. If Atticus had simply mimicked the outer mana signature, the spirit wouldn't have been this shocked. After all, Atticus had already displayed incredible feats. But no, what Atticus had done was something far harder, something impossible. Beyond mimicking the outer mana signature, there was an additional step, reversing it. Every being's mana signature was unique, like a fingerprint. But for every fingerprint, there existed its opposite, its reverse. By inverting the beasts' mana signatures, Atticus had created a force they could not resist. Opposites always attract. Atticus's mana churned harder. His body became a blur, his speed multiplying with every step as he shot across the hard ground. The ground cracked beneath his feet, worm-like beasts erupting with fangs bared, but Atticus was already gone, an azure trail blazing in his wake. His piercing gaze locked onto the beasts as they leapt into the air. Rings of mana materialized behind him, glowing like blazing halos. 1 second. He mimicked their outer signatures. Half a second. He reversed them. The rings shot forward, supersonic and unrelenting. The beasts dove, attempting to escape into the hard ground. But the rings followed. Screeches erupted, piercing, guttural, blood-curdling. The ground quaked, geysers of blood shot from fissures, and then silence. Atticus didn't stop. Step. Crack. Burst. Dozens more erupted from beneath the platform, but they fell just as fast. Rings of reversed mana carved through them with brutal efficiency, leaving no time for retaliation. 10 beasts. 50. 100. In mere seconds, over 100 beasts had fallen. It was a massacre. The earth was painted red. A heavy, suffocating silence fell as Atticus stood calmly on the hard ground, his cold eyes fixed below. No trembling, no slight displacement, no signs of danger. Everywhere was silent. Atticus turned his gaze to the sky, watching as the blood-red moon began to shift, its crimson hue fading, replaced by its normal silver glow that bathed the platform in radiant light. He could instantly feel that his mana had stopped being siphoned by the moon. Is that the end of the second trial? Atticus almost cringed as he asked the question. That felt like tempting fate. However, it seemed the universe had decided not to play tricks on him today. The spirit nodded his head furiously before turning to Atticus. Why, yes. You've successfully completed the second trial. Congratulations, the spirit said, though his voice was filled with disbelief. Despite the news, there wasn't a single flicker of happiness in Atticus's gaze. He simply nodded before settling on the ground, closing his eyes. I thought you'd be happier, the spirit couldn't help but ask, baffled. You're the first person to ever pass the second trial. Atticus raised an eyebrow. That was news to him, but it didn't change anything. Why would I be happy when I could still die? He replied. Going by your words, there's still one more trial. The second was harder than the first, and it's only logical the third will follow the same pattern. I have to be ready. The spirit fell silent. To think Atticus didn't waste even a second reveling in the joy of surviving the second trial, instead already focusing on the third. The silence stretched before Atticus finally broke it. Aside from the third trial, will there be any more challenges? The spirit paused for a moment. Atticus had experienced the challenges firsthand, so he could ask about them. Yes. 1. The spirit admitted. Before or after the third trial? After, the spirit replied. Atticus nodded, his expression unfazed as he closed his eyes again. From the spirit's answer, he now knew that the next challenge would be the third trial. But he couldn't help but wonder why there would be a challenge after the third trial. Wasn't it supposed to be the final test? Then it hit him. A familiar scene that had played out one too many times before came to mind. I see. I might have to battle the katana's avatar again, he muttered under his breath. When he had learned the first 3 katana arts, he had always faced the katana's avatar at the end. Atticus was certain this would be no different. Satisfied with his conclusion, Atticus closed his eyes and rested for most of the night. He wasn't as drained as he had been after the first trial, but the blood moon had caused him to lose a significant amount of mana. After several hours, Atticus felt he had recovered enough mana. He stood up, stretching lightly, before resuming his journey across the white ground. Since he had passed the second trial, no beasts emerged from the ground again, and his progress was uneventful and quiet. But that soon changed. Atticus paused, his eyes narrowing as he took in the sight before him. An intense green light reflected across his face, emanating from the enormous green body of water stretching endlessly before him. The vast expanse shimmered under a strange light, like an ocean without end. His gaze sharpened as he focused on the foot-sized stones jutting out from the water, forming a narrow path across the endless green. Each stone hovered barely a foot above the water's surface, the path stretching far into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. Shit, he muttered under his breath. He didn't need to ask any questions to know this was bad news. Acid. He focused intently on the water. Wisps of ominous smoke drifted from its surface, pooling like clouds across the top. A sharp, stinging scent assaulted his nose. There was no doubt about it. This was an ocean of acid. And considering it was part of his trial, Atticus knew it was far from ordinary. Atticus sighed. I'll have to cross. The foot-sized stones forming a path into the ocean made his objective clear. He didn't even need to ask. Let's see, he murmured. A ring of swirling mana materialized in his palm before shooting forward into the green ocean. Atticus watched calmly as it sizzled, dissipating into the water without leaving a trace. It's dense and can corrode mana, he noted. Atticus had expected a small explosion or at least some reaction, but the acid had instantly neutralized his mana. Aside from the stone pathway, there's nothing else. After pondering for a moment, Atticus turned to the spirit. What are the effects of that ocean? He had no intention of touching the ominous green water directly, just as he had done with the white platform before. Luckily, his mana was considered an extension of himself, or so he hoped. The spirit responded quickly. It's an ocean of acid, but as you expected, it's no ordinary acid. Its lethality has been adjusted to match your level. It will corrode both your mana and your body if you make contact. Atticus frowned. His suspicions had been correct. The third trial was far more dangerous than the previous two. Are there any living beings in the ocean? Yes. How many species currently inhabit it? Just one. Atticus fell silent. If they live in this ocean, their bodies must have adapted to it. The acid could corrode mana and burn even his body, which surpassed the toughness of a Grandmaster plus rank. He found it hard to imagine how durable such creatures would be. Will I be able to shred them with my mana, or is that what the third technique is focused on? Even before stepping into the acid ocean, Atticus was already considering different scenarios. After some thought, he nodded and turned back to the spirit. How do I cross the ocean safely? Use the foot-sized stones and make sure you don't fall. Lastly, stay cautious and alert. Atticus exhaled, steadying his mind. Then, he approached the green ocean, the pungent smell of acid growing stronger. He took a step onto one of the stones, then another, and another. Walking calmly along the pathway, his senses remained on high alert. This is so uncomfortable. Though the stones hovered just a foot above the acid, Atticus could feel the heat and corrosive effects radiating from the ocean. Despite not making direct contact, the oppressive presence of the acid gnawed at him with every step. He increased his pace, hoping to finish the trial quickly. Earlier, Atticus had run through different scenarios and devised plans for each, but he knew nothing could compare to reality. As he moved through the green sea of acid, the only sound was the random pops of bubbles bursting on the ocean surface. Each step was calculated, deliberate, his body ready to react at any moment. The acid splashes from the bursting bubbles came dangerously close, but he kept moving, eyes sharp, body tense. Then it happened. His head snapped to the side. Movement. He saw a shadow beneath the surface of the green ocean, quick, fleeting. He froze. Another shadow darted past, larger and closer this time. His eyes narrowed, scanning. The acid churned as multiple small bubbles rippled across the surface. When they settled, he saw them. Silhouettes. Dozens, maybe hundreds, moving beneath the surface. Their shapes were the size of large dolphins, or perhaps bigger, with pointed heads like harpoons. They surrounded him, uncountable, their forms stretching into the horizon. Atticus didn't breathe. The world seemed to still as he stood on the narrow stone, acid fumes burning his lungs. His mind raced, weighing his options. Then, as his foot touched the next stone, chaos erupted. A beast shot from the acid with terrifying speed. Green and slick, its pointed head gleamed, resembling a living javelin. It had no eyes, no teeth, only its arrow-like head and smooth, featureless skin. Acid sprayed as the beast burst out, arcing toward him. Atticus moved. His body twisted sharply, his foot planting firmly on the edge of the stone. He leaned back, narrowly avoiding the acid splash as the beast hurtled past, cutting the air with a sharp whoosh. The instant it re-entered the acid, another followed. Then another. They came from every direction. Harpoons of flesh erupted from the acid, their movements synchronized and precise. The air filled with the deafening sounds of splashes and whistling projectiles. Atticus's body blurred, feet flickering across the stones, he twisted, turned, evaded. Each beast missed by a hair's breadth, the acid splashes licking at his heels but never catching him. His mana roared. A violent storm burst from his body, swirling outward and scattering the acid into droplets. But the beasts didn't stop, they only grew faster, more relentless. One slammed into his mana storm, breaking through unscathed. Atticus's gaze sharpened. No scratch. His mana storm, which had shredded an army of beasts in the first trial, had no effect on these creatures. His expression darkened. He had been right, their bodies were tougher than anything he had ever encountered. He flickered faster, his movements rapid, his mind racing for a solution. The swarm of beasts shot out from the ocean, the acid rising like a tide around him. And still, Atticus moved, evading, his icy gaze fixed and focused. I'll give it a try, he murmured under his breath, his gaze hardening. I'll give it a try. Atticus had considered various scenarios before stepping into the sea of acid. From the outset, it was clear that for beasts to survive in such an environment, their bodies must have adapted to it. He expected them to be incredibly durable. With his elemental powers, Atticus wouldn't have worried about such beasts. But now, the only weapon at his disposal was his storm-like mana, which could shred enemies and track them relentlessly. It had been enough for the first and second trials, but the third. The katana wouldn't make it so simple. So, he devised a solution. He based his idea on the concept of domain fusion. Back during the battle with the branch heads of the Obsidian Order, Atticus had compressed his domain onto himself to concentrate its power. Domains spread energy too thinly, wasting vast amounts to cover a large space, just like his mana storm now. The solution was obvious: compress the storm. Before the thought even finished, his body reacted. He moved like a phantom, weaving through the air as the harpoon-like beasts shot toward him from all sides. The sharp whoosh of their piercing charges cut through the air, each miss coming dangerously close. His feet flickered across the stones, never stopping, never hesitating. His mana churned. A massive ring of swirling energy materialized in front of him, glowing fiercely. It blazed like a halo, a weapon forged from pure power. His cold gaze flickered, calculating. The ring compressed. It shrank rapidly, growing smaller and denser, brimming with concentrated energy. Atticus blurred again, evading another beast's deadly charge. As he turned, another appeared, hurtling toward him at supersonic speed. But this time, he didn't dodge. His body tensed, mana surging, and he released the compressed ring. It tore through the air like a cannonball, faster than the eye could follow. Impact. The ring sliced through the beast's pointed head, splitting it cleanly in two. Green blood sprayed into the air as the beast's body fell apart, the ring continuing its destructive path, cutting through several others in its wake. For a moment, Atticus allowed himself a flicker of satisfaction, a small smile appearing on his face. Then his gaze sharpened as he focused on the split pieces. The beast's body rippled, as though it were made of thick liquid. Before it even touched the acid again, its pieces melded back together seamlessly. By the time it dove back into the green sea, it was whole. Perfectly healed. Atticus's eyes tracked it as it swam beneath the surface, then burst upward with unrelenting force. Wada! Shock flickered across his face, but his body never stopped moving. He blurred again, evading yet another swarm of piercing attacks. The beasts came faster. His mind raced. Was that not it? Atticus had managed to penetrate their incredibly thick skin. That alone had been an accomplishment, but the fact that the beast hadn't died was alarming. If they could heal even from such damage, it meant this wasn't the solution the katana was driving him toward. Which meant there was another way. But what? Atticus's body flickered faster as he moved further through the green sea of acid. The attacks grew worse, the beasts multiplying, coming from every direction at once. He pushed himself harder, his mana roaring within him as he left multiple afterimages in his wake. His thoughts raced through different scenarios until he settled on one route he should have followed from the outset. He turned to the spirit, questions bursting. How do I kill these beasts? He didn't waste time asking for their general information. Atticus suspected that the clue to passing the third challenge lay in the specific way to kill the beasts. The spirit, slightly shocked, answered quickly. By destroying their core. Where's this core? It is not in a set place. It moves randomly through their bodies, the spirit explained. Is there a particular way to locate their core? The spirit shook his head. No, there's no set way to locate their core. It's camouflaged within their bodies and impossible to distinguish from the rest of them. The information streamed into Atticus's mind at lightning speed. The core moved randomly through their bodies, which meant he would either have to luckily hit it or intentionally destroy it. However, locating it within their bodies was impossible, which made the latter option seem almost unattainable. I doubt the katana wants me to cut them into pieces, he thought. Atticus's gaze flickered, focusing on the uncountable beasts swarming beneath him. Cutting every single one of them multiple times was a waste of mana. He would run out before he could even make a dent in their numbers. That wasn't the solution. Then Hoa. By now, Atticus had turned into an azure streak, cutting through the air and evading attacks from all directions. His sharp gaze fixed on the beasts, hoping to find a clue that would help him piece everything together. And then, Atticus saw it. The small explosion of thick acid. Every time a beast burst from the green sea, it sent droplets of acid spraying in every direction. Each explosion revealed the harpoon-like body hurtling toward him at intense speed. It was chaotic and random, something most would have overlooked. But to Atticus, it was everything. Everything clicked into place like the pieces of a puzzle. I just need to make them burst, he realized. There was another saying. Stored energy is destruction waiting for release. Mana was raw, unfiltered energy. The more it was compressed, the more unstable it became, like a coiled spring, tightening, trembling, desperate to break free. And when it finally released, it would be violent, explosive, unstoppable. Atticus's gaze firmed. He just needed to compress his swirling mana. As soon as he came to that conclusion, his mana shifted, his aura changing. The beasts attacked relentlessly, harpoons piercing the air around him. But Atticus didn't flinch. His movements became sharper, more deliberate. The swirling mana around him began to tighten, condense, compress. The air trembled. The pressure rose. His cold, blue eyes glowed brighter. Atticus's mana churned as a blazing ring of energy materialized before him. It swirled with raw, untamed power, trembling with uncontained intensity. His focus sharpened. The ring compressed, folding in on itself tighter and tighter until it was no larger than a finger ring. The energy within it vibrated violently, desperate for release, unstable and furious. A beast burst from the acid, its pointed head gleaming as it hurtled toward him like a living spear. Atticus moved. His body twisted, narrowly evading the beast's deadly charge. Acid splattered in his wake, sizzling against the stone. His piercing gaze locked onto another beast as it darted toward him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the compressed ring. The ring streaked through the air, a bolt of azure light, and struck the beast's head. For a moment, it seemed to cut cleanly through the beast, slicing its form apart. Then, Atticus released his hold. The ring trembled violently, its energy spiraling out of control. Boom! An explosion tore through the air, shaking the acid ocean for hundreds of meters. A shockwave rippled outward, sending the green acid surging like crashing waves. The beast's body erupted, bursting into countless pieces that rained down into the churning sea. Atticus's gaze sharpened. Amid the chaos, he spotted it, a small, round object flying through the air. The core. His eyes burned as he read its mana signature in an instant. 1 second. He reversed it. A halo of light erupted forward, slicing cleanly through the core. It shattered, split into two perfect halves. The beast's reforming body fell back into the acid with a muted splash, dissolving into the green sea. Atticus's gaze flicked to the spirit hovering beside him. The shock on the spirit's face was unmistakable. At this point, Atticus knew that whenever the spirit was shocked, it meant he was doing something right. A faint smile appeared on Atticus's lips. His mana roared louder, fiercer. Now that he knew he was on the right path, it was time for a massacre. Atticus's mana churned with a violent intensity as he came to an abrupt stop on the stone pathway. The beasts erupted from the water in waves, their harpoon-like heads cutting through the air with incredible speed. The sound of their movement filled the air, sharp and piercing. But Atticus didn't move. He stood still, his piercing blue eyes glowing like flames. Multiple swirling rings of mana materialized around him, blazing like halos of judgment. Each ring compressed, folding tighter and tighter until they were small and trembling with uncontained energy. Then, Atticus exhaled. The compressed rings exploded outward. A deafening boom shattered the air, sending shockwaves in all directions. Waves of acid surged outward, crashing violently against the stone pathway. Smoke and steam engulfed the battlefield, a dense haze of destruction. But it wasn't enough to obscure him. Atticus's piercing blue gaze burned through the haze. His eyes shifted, seeking out the falling cores scattered through the air. In rapid succession, he copied and reversed their signatures. Rings of blazing mana homed in on each core, shredding them to pieces. One after another, the beasts disintegrated, their cores destroyed, their bodies dissolving back into the sea. Atticus moved like a blaze, his speed relentless, his strikes precise. Explosions erupted around him, sending waves of acid and green mist into the air. His mana stormed as he hunted down every last core, leaving no room for survival. And then, as the final explosion faded, silence fell. The green sea stilled. Atticus stood on the stone pathway, his piercing gaze scanning the eerie calm of the acid sea. His body remained tense. Looks like they're all dead. He truly wished he hadn't said that. Just as he was about to ease his mana, something caught his attention. Movement. A shadow moved beneath the surface of the green sea, larger than anything he had seen before. It glided slowly at first, cutting through the acid with a predator's precision, sizing up its prey. Then, with terrifying speed, it darted toward the horizon and disappeared into the green expanse. Atticus froze. What the hell is that? His instincts flared. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Something was coming. A sudden, crushing wave of danger slammed into him like a tidal wave. Move. The acid sea erupted. A monstrous beast burst from the surface, its massive form towering over everything else he had faced. Its body stretched impossibly wide, its pointed head gleaming like a harpoon forged in hell. Acid dripped from its razor-sharp tip as it arced toward Atticus with terrifying speed. Atticus's body reacted before his mind could process. He leapt. His legs coiled like springs, launching him high into the air. Acid surged in a violent wave as the beast crashed back into the sea, sending shockwaves rippling across the green expanse. Twisting midair, Atticus locked his piercing blue gaze onto the beast as it sank back into the churning acid. His cold eyes sharpened. His mind focused. He already knew what he had to do. There could be no hesitation. His mana roared, igniting with ferocious intensity. Behind him, a massive swirling ring of mana materialized, larger and brighter than any he had summoned before. Atticus's hands clenched, his breathing steady as he compressed the ring. It folded in on itself, tighter and tighter, growing smaller and denser. Its glow intensified until it became a fist-sized orb, trembling with destructive energy. The beast burst from the water again. Its harpoon-like head hurtled toward him with relentless speed. Atticus's arm shot forward. The compressed ring streaked through the air like a blazing comet. Impact. The orb struck the beast's pointed head, slicing downward. Flesh split open, green blood sprayed in violent arcs, but the wound began healing almost instantly. Atticus didn't flinch. He wasn't aiming for the surface. The mana ring disappeared inside the beast. For a moment, the world seemed to pause. Then, the explosion. A blinding, violent detonation erupted from within the beast, shaking the air itself. The force was like a supernova, shredding the beast into countless pieces that flew across the acid sea. But Atticus didn't stop. His gaze locked onto the beast's exposed core, now glowing faintly as it tumbled through the air. He summoned another swirling ring of mana, compressing it into a tight, deadly sphere. With precision, he launched it. The orb streaked through the air, slicing the core cleanly in two. The beast's body, which had just begun reforming, fell back into the sea with a sickening splash, dissolving into nothing. Atticus landed gently on the stone pathway, his feet steady, his gaze colder than ever. What was that? It didn't sit right with him. That last attack, it felt excessive. Unnecessary. He had already killed hundreds of the beasts. Even though this one was larger, it shouldn't have been any different. His frown deepened, his thoughts racing. The katana is trying to exhaust me. Atticus could feel it. His mana reserves were dangerously low. What little remained would barely be enough to form 2 or 3 swirling rings before he was completely drained. As these thoughts consumed him, the scene began to shift. The endless green sea that had stretched into the horizon vanished. Suddenly, Atticus found himself standing at the base of a towering mountain. Thick clouds swirled above, and fierce winds howled through the air, rattling the world around him. The final challenge awaited. Atticus gazed skyward, taking in the sight of the towering mountain before him. The mountain was a jagged colossus, a single slab of stone stabbing toward the heavens. Thick clouds swirled around its peak, shrouding it in a ghostly veil. All around, the wind roared, screaming down the slopes, wild and furious. Even at the base, Atticus could feel its raw intensity pressing against him. He placed a hand on the mountain's surface, its dark texture cold and smooth under his palm. Then, he turned toward the spirit hovering silently beside him. Is this the last challenge? The spirit paused for a moment, as though unsure how to respond. Atticus's gaze narrowed. Before he could press further, the spirit finally answered. It's the path to the challenge. Atticus's expression sharpened. A path. His eyes flicked back to the peak, his mind spinning. Looks like my assumption was right. After completing the second trial, Atticus had formed a theory about the challenge after the third trial. It had always felt strange to him that there would be an additional challenge beyond what was supposed to be the final trial. His assumption had led him to believe that he would face the katana's avatar. Where's the final destination? The peak. The peak, huh? Atticus thought coldly, audibly exhaling. It made sense that the final challenge would culminate in such a climactic setting. He focused on the surface of the mountain. No footholds. Its dark surface gleamed like polished obsidian, untouched and sheer, as if carved by the blade of a giant. Is there a specific way I have to climb this? Atticus asked after a few seconds of deliberation. The spirit shook his head. Atticus's thoughts swirled until his gaze abruptly sharpened, a critical question forming in his mind. Am I supposed to gain something from this path? The spirit froze, stunned by the insightfulness of the question. He clenched his hand behind him tightly before answering. Yes. Is it related to the fourth art? Yes. Atticus nodded, his sharp gaze softening slightly. I should recover first. Just as he moved to sit cross-legged and recover, the sharp, metallic scent of acid hit his nose like a hammer. Almost immediately, he felt his body begin to corrode slightly. Atticus's gaze snapped downward to see the green sea of acid rising. It's affecting the little mana I have left. Looks like the katana doesn't want me to rest. Atticus sighed. He had been hoping for a brief reprieve before beginning the climb, but it was clear the katana had no intention of allowing it. The green acid sea stretched endlessly behind him, and although the massive mountain loomed before him, he was still standing on the narrow stone pathway. Somehow, Atticus wasn't sure if he and the mountain were sinking or if the acid was rising. Either way, resting was no longer an option. Atticus turned to the spirit. How do I survive climbing this mountain? Now that he knew he would be climbing in this state, his mana drained and his body fatigued, he needed to tread carefully. Move fast and be cautious, the spirit replied. Why fast? What happens if I slow down? The spirit glanced at the acid sea. First, it will catch up to you. And second, this mountain is made of healing ground. Atticus's eyes narrowed. That changes everything. The smooth, obsidian-like surface made sense now. There were no natural handholds, and he would have to carve his own footholds as he climbed. But if the mountain healed itself instantly, every hole he made would close as quickly as it appeared. Atticus clenched his fists. This won't be easy. The green sea engulfed the stone pathway, sizzling smoke rising into the air as it began to burn his shoes. He closed his eyes, taking in a deep breath before exhaling slowly. Last one. Atticus crouched low, his legs coiling like a spring ready to snap. He used no mana. He couldn't afford to waste what little he had left, choosing instead to save it for critical moments. But his passive strength was nothing to scoff at. Muscles tensed, his entire frame brimming with raw, unrelenting power. The air seemed to vibrate. Then he launched. A blur of motion, shockwaves erupted beneath him, sending ripples tearing through the green sea below. He shot upward, a streak of speed and force cutting cleanly through the air. His fingers struck the mountain, hard and firm. They pierced the smooth, obsidian-like surface effortlessly, carving deep holds into the stone. He hung there for a moment, his body taut, before driving upward again. Another leap, another strike into the mountain. But then, he felt it. A shift. Atticus's gaze sharpened, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. His body was suddenly dragged downward, the air pressing against him like an invisible hand. The gravity had changed. Not by a little, by a lot. His momentum slowed drastically. The height he should have reached with ease fell short, forcing him to pierce another hole and grip tightly. What the hell? Atticus's mind raced. His body felt impossibly heavy, as though weights had been strapped all around him. Of course, it won't be that easy. He didn't waste time. The mountain was made of healing ground, and less than a second after striking a hole, it would close again. He launched himself upward once more, moving with rapid speed, piercing another hold higher up. But the realization struck him as he climbed. It's increasing as I ascend. At the start, he had been able to move about 10 meters upward with each leap. But as he climbed, the gravity continually intensified, reducing that height significantly. Soon, even moving 4 meters at a time became a grueling challenge. As he ascended, Atticus turned his gaze toward the spirit. As the gravity increased, time-based or height-based? Height, the spirit replied. Atticus nodded, relieved. Then, abruptly, he stopped launching himself upward. Instead, he began climbing the mountain gradually. Now that he had confirmed the gravity wasn't increasing with time, he could pace himself. His sudden launches had been causing the shifts in gravity to hit him harder, placing unnecessary strain on his body. Moving at an even pace will let my body acclimate, he thought. With this new strategy in mind, Atticus climbed the towering mountain rapidly, his body adjusting to the increasing gravity as he ascended. Gravity wasn't the only challenge. As Atticus climbed, his body grew heavier with each ascent. The green sea had stopped rising, but Atticus had never planned to stop in the first place. However, as he moved, another obstacle reared its head, the wind. It whipped around him with ferocity, howling like a storm unleashed, threatening to tear him from the mountainside. Atticus's grip tightened. Now, he couldn't ascend without keeping at least one hand firmly attached to the mountain, or the wind would sweep him away. A river of sweat drenched his body, mingling with blood from small tears in his skin. His muscles screamed in protest, and every movement pushed him closer to his limits. But Atticus gritted his teeth and pressed on. His piercing blue eyes burned with intensity. There was no hesitation, no room for second guessing. Hours bled together as he climbed, his resolve unwavering. Eventually, he reached the storm cloud shrouding the mountain's peak. His gaze sharpened as he took it in. The wind outside had been unbearable, but Atticus could only imagine the chaos waiting for him inside. With a deep breath, he resumed his ascent. As Atticus entered the storm cloud, the world around him vanished. The wind lashed at him from every direction, sharp as blades, howling like a feral beast. Dense fog engulfed him, blinding his vision. Gravity pressed down harder, making each movement a battle. His arms were numb now, throbbing with each desperate grip. His fingers dug into the mountain as small tears across his skin seeped blood into the storm. It was hell, but Atticus's mind roared louder than the storm, urging his battered body to keep moving. Then his instincts screamed. He froze, his grip tightening. His gaze snapped upward just in time to see it, a massive wind blade, an arc of razor-sharp air, slicing down toward him. Shit, he muttered, eyes wide. He lunged to the side instantly, gripping another section of the mountain. The wind blade narrowly missed, carving a deep gash into the rock. But it wasn't over. The blade twisted midair, curving back toward him with terrifying speed. Atticus moved again, leaping to another spot, narrowly avoiding it. The relentless gravity dragged him lower with each jump. And then, more came. Dozens of wind blades honed in on him, slicing through the air as if they had minds of their own. Atticus's breathing turned ragged, his body trembling under the strain. Sweat poured off him, mixing with the blood on his scraped hands. He was descending, lower and lower, as he dodged the relentless blades. He glanced down, his gaze narrowing as he saw the green sea rising again, sizzling and hissing like a predator waiting to devour him. I can't keep this up, he thought coldly. Every inch of his body was screaming. His muscles felt like they were on fire, his arms on the verge of giving out. The wind blades showed no mercy, their arcs slicing through the storm with deadly precision. One wrong move, and they would cut him to pieces. Atticus's gaze darkened, then firmed. He had no choice. The spirit, watching silently, gazed at him with an impassive expression. But only the spirit knew the weight of the thoughts running through his head. I have no choice, the spirit thought. Atticus' piercing blue eyes burned brighter with resolve. If he continued like this, it would only end in his death. His body was breaking, and the storm showed no sign of relenting. In the next instant, his mana churned violently. Let's hope the peak is past this storm, he muttered under his breath. And then, he acted. The air around him crackled as a storm of swirling mana formed beneath his feet and above his head, spinning like a living drill. The mana beneath him compressed, tighter and tighter, until it was no larger than a fist. Atticus's gaze sharpened. He released his hold. The compressed mana exploded. The force launched him skyward like a cannonball, tearing through the storm. The wind blades raced after him, but the swirling mana above his head shredded them apart with ease. The world became a blur of motion. Gravity pulled at him, the storm raged, but Atticus didn't stop. His mana drained rapidly, his reserves dwindling with each second. Every movement sent waves of pain coursing through his battered body. Then, he saw it. The peak. Soft golden rays pierced through the storm, bathing the summit in light. Atticus surged upward one final time, landing hard on the mountain's peak. His knees buckled as he hit the ground, the sun's warmth washing over him like a balm. His breathing was ragged, labored. Every muscle in his body felt torn and frayed, and his mana reserves were so low he doubted he could even muster a small swirling breeze. But he was there. He'd made it. Atticus breathed in and out, steadying his nerves. Though his body screamed in agony, his senses remained sharp, alert. He doubted he could fend off another attack, but he refused to lower his guard. His eyes sharpened as he took in the sight before him. The peak stretched out into a massive platform carved from stone, surrounded by flat, open ground. Rows of floating earth encircled the arena, filled with spectators. Their eyes bore into him, expressions ranging from awe to contempt, curiosity to indifference. Atticus's gaze narrowed. They're here too. Among the crowd, he spotted the two other spirits he had encountered at the start of the fourth trial. What's going on? Are they here to watch? Atticus wondered. He had expected a battle with the katana's avatar, but despite scanning the empty arena, all he could see were the spirits seated silently in the floating rows. Was my assumption wrong? His mind spun, working to piece everything together. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Each movement sent waves of searing pain through his body, but his resolve kept him steady. Let's see. Just as Atticus was about to take a step, his eyes widened. A pull. An overwhelming, intense pull. Wada. His thoughts spiraled as his sharp senses scanned his surroundings. He was certain the only one behind him was the spirit who had guided him. Did the avatar appear behind me without me realizing it? The idea sent a chill down his spine. But it didn't matter, it was too late. The pull yanked him backward with brutal force. His exhausted body flew through the air, whizzing past the edge of the cliff. He plummeted. Fast. As he fell, time seemed to slow, and he saw it. A figure standing just behind where he had been. The spirit. The one who had accompanied him throughout the fourth trial. But he had changed. He had grown into his original form, a commanding presence, exuding power. Atticus's gaze locked onto one thing, the spirit's outstretched hand. He didn't need to guess. It was clear. It was him. The spirit had yanked him off the cliff. Atticus's strength was gone. His mana depleted. He was plummeting to his death. But none of that mattered. The coldness in Atticus's gaze as he fell was enough to freeze the world. His eyes burned crimson. Revenge. The soft orange glow of sunlight bathed the peak in its gentle rays, illuminating a tall figure standing at the edge of the cliff. The sound of whistling wind engulfed the area, the storm below raging furiously. Yet it did nothing to calm the racing thoughts of the man as he stared down the cliff with a cold, somber expression. I'm sorry, kid, the spirit muttered under his breath, his gaze fixed on Atticus disappearing into the storm below. In the next instant, loud, booming laughter erupted, shaking the air and reverberating across the mountain peak. Dorinder, I never thought you'd stoop so low. Dorinder's gaze darkened as his head snapped toward the source of the voice. Standing behind him was the same sly spirit who had been with him when Atticus chose a guide for the fourth trial. Silas, the man who had been visibly annoyed when Atticus didn't select him, despite all his feigned niceties. Dorinder remained silent, his cold gaze meeting Silas's mocking expression before he turned away, uninterested in engaging. But Silas didn't care. I have to say, I'm shocked. Silas continued, I was surprised you even volunteered in the first place, knowing how it would end. You, Dorinder, the great warrior, always preaching honor and fairness. Who knew you'd do something so dishonorable? His laughter echoed across the peak, drawing the attention of the other spirits who sat quietly, their expressions ranging from confusion to disbelief. Dorinder's eyes snapped back toward Silas, narrowing dangerously as his aura flared. That's enough, Silas. But Silas's grin widened, his laughter only growing louder. Or what? You'll throw me off the cliff too? PFF'd. Silas sneered. Dorinder's expression darkened further, his clenched fists trembling at his sides. This bastard, Dorinder muttered under his breath, his tongue clicking in frustration as he turned away. I had no choice, he thought bitterly, his hands curling into fists. Their reactions were justified. Dorinder's actions were a stark departure from his reputation. Among the spirits, he had always been seen as a warrior who excelled in battle and upheld a strict code of honor. Before becoming a spirit, Dorinder had been a champion in his unranked, energyless world. He had dominated countless fighting competitions, his skill unmatched. When reincarnated into Eldorolf, Dorinder's confidence had soared. To him, this was his calling, the reason for his existence. But he had never had the chance to prove himself against other reincarnated warriors of the different races. Despite his confidence, Dorinder had opted to remain low-key, biding his time and gaining strength before making his mark. That time never came. He died in the fourth trial, a trial he had been so confident he would conquer. The devastation of his failure haunted him when he joined the other spirits within the katana. He lived in solitude, consumed by regret, until he learned something shocking. The fourth trial was different. The rules changed drastically. It became far more dangerous but equally rewarding. Unlike the earlier trials, the fourth trial offered something extraordinary, a chance for spirits within the katana to leave and be reincarnated. At the start of the fourth trial, the challenger was required to choose a spirit to guide them. Should the challenger pass all the challenges and reach the end, the challenger and their chosen guide would face each other in battle. Victory for the guide meant reincarnation, a chance to live again. And so, despite his principles, despite his honor, he had made his choice. He had betrayed Atticus. It was high stakes for both sides. If the spirit won, it would be reincarnated. But if it lost, its soul would be absorbed by the challenger. Dorinder had journeyed through the fourth trial with Atticus and had seen firsthand what the boy was capable of. At this point, he and the other spirits had long since mastered the fourth art, with over a century to refine it. Yet Dorinder knew one thing with absolute certainty: if he faced Atticus fairly in battle, he would lose. This was why he had resorted to such a disgraceful trick. If Atticus had stepped into the arena, he would have regained his strength, and it would have been too late. I had to do it, Dorinder thought, his clenched fist trembling as though trying to convince himself of his actions. Those words repeated in his mind like a mantra as he stood at the edge of the cliff, his gaze fixed on the storm below. He closed his eyes briefly, steadying himself, before turning away from the cliff. But then his brow furrowed. Why is he still laughing? Dorinder turned to Silas, who was still laughing loudly, his mocking tone echoing across the peak. The other spirits watched him, their expressions amused, some even smiling. Did I miss something? Before he could piece it together, a scoff sounded from one of the other spirits. Why are you relaxing? It's not over yet. Dorinder's eyes widened, his heart pounding. Impossible, he muttered, spinning on his heel and rushing back to the edge of the cliff. The storm raged below, its thick veil obscuring everything. Yet Dorinder's sharp gaze seemed to pierce through it, focusing on what lay beneath. His heart trembled. He had followed Atticus through all his trials, including the last one. He knew the boy was exhausted, his mana reserves depleted to the brink of nothingness. So what is Thissa? Beneath the storm, Atticus plummeted rapidly, the wind whipping around him with deafening intensity. Despite the incredible speed of his descent, Atticus's burning crimson gaze remained locked on Dorinder, unwavering and cold. The anger radiating from him was palpable, yet his body moved with a shocking calmness. His piercing eyes glowed like embers, his mind working at lightning speed. Looks like his advice came in handy, Atticus thought, recalling Oziorth's words just before his consciousness had been pulled into the katana's realm. Bond, listen carefully. You're sharp, sharper than most, but you ignore things too much. One day, that's going to get you killed if you're not careful. You've got one of the greatest advantages most people would kill for, and you're not making use of it, your intelligence. You notice the little things, the way someone's tone shifts, how their body moves differently, the flicker of an emotion on their face. I've seen you use it in fights, and it's impressive. But why stop there? That could be so much more. If you learn to read people like that all the time, you'll know what they're thinking, feeling, planning, and you'll turn it all to your advantage. This fourth trial, I don't know what's waiting for you, but any mistake will get you killed. You need to be careful. Watch everything, trust no one, and use your head. You've got the tools to win this, Bond. Just don't waste them. As the memory faded, Atticus's gaze burned brighter. Watch everything, he muttered under his breath. Trust no one. Use your head. Oziorth had been right. The pungent smell of the acid sea slammed into Atticus's nose like a hammer. He could feel its corrosive effects lingering on his skin, yet his lips curled into a faint smile. I hope he's not watching, he thought. If Oziorth were observing everything, Atticus knew he'd never hear the end of it. Atticus had taken the spirit's advice to heart. Reflecting on his past experiences, he agreed, he hadn't been using his intelligence and perception to their fullest. When he had first met the three spirits at the start of the fourth trial, he'd sensed something was off. There had been a palpable tension, a subtle hint that not everything was as it seemed. He'd chosen Dorinder, the silent one, for a single reason: the man wore his emotions on his face. It had made things easier. Shock, confusion, hesitation, and even moments of cold resolve, Atticus had read it all. He had known betrayal was coming, though not the specifics of when or how. Still, he had prepared for it from the very beginning. The katana could block his spiritual energy. It could suppress his elements and seal his arts. But there was one thing it couldn't touch. His will. His will wasn't tied to his mana, his elements, or even his arts. It was the essence of his being, his drive, his resolve, his identity. The katana could suppress the tools he wielded, but it couldn't suppress who he was. Atticus had deliberately held back using his will throughout the trial. Many might consider it too subtle or insignificant to matter, but only Atticus knew how overwhelming it truly was. The air screamed as he plummeted, whipping around him like a violent storm. Below, the green acid sea churned, its deadly embrace mere moments away. Atticus exhaled slowly, his breathing steady and measured. Then it happened. A deep crimson glow erupted from his body, a surge of raw, unfiltered power blazing like wildfire. It pulsed and roared, alive and consuming the mana in the air as he willed it into aerokinesis. The sky turned blood red, and the storm shattered under the weight of his energy. His fall stopped. Beneath him, glowing red footholds materialized in midair, suspended by his will. They pulsed, solid and unyielding, radiating his essence. Atticus stood calmly, his piercing crimson eyes locked upward. He crouched low, tighter than before. His legs coiled like a spring, every muscle charged with power. The air around him trembled, vibrating as the mana in the atmosphere bent to his will. Then, he launched. A streak of crimson blazed through the storm like a meteor, faster than the eye could track. Dorinder stood frozen, his mind screaming in disbelief as his entire body locked in place. He's coming for me. On the floating seats, the third spirit, one of the men Atticus had met at the start of the fourth trial, spoke calmly. Do you regret it? Dorinder didn't answer. He couldn't. His thoughts spiraled in a whirlwind. Regret. Was it worth it? If he had the chance to do it again, would he? His fists clenched tightly, his jaw setting as his gaze hardened. He would. Without hesitation. This was a second chance at life. He'd fight for it. His breathing steadied, and his resolve solidified into steel. Dorinder's grip tightened around the hilt of his katana, the blade shimmering as he unsheathed it in one smooth motion. He exhaled deeply, muttering under his breath. Fourth Arta. The shift was immediate. His aura erupted outward like a storm, dense and crushing, the air rippling violently under its weight. Mana surged, coiling into a vortex that engulfed the entire peak. The ground cracked under the pressure, the air thickened, and the watching spirits remained silent, their eyes filled with intrigue. Then, a crimson streak tore past the cliffside, cutting through the oppressive storm as though it were nothing. Atticus appeared high above the arena, his piercing gaze locking onto Dorinder's. Coldness clashed with fiery determination. The world stilled. Despite his depleted mana and the strain weighing heavily on his body, Atticus radiated an eerie calm. His presence was unshakable, his focus absolute. He had pieced it together. Why had Dorinder thrown him off the cliff instead of fighting him outright? Why had the spirit delayed his approach to the arena? Then, it clicked. I'd recover. The katana was always fair. The arena would restore him completely, and Dorinder had known it. He had tried to prevent that from happening. But it was too late. Atticus's body pulsed as his mana returned in a sudden, overwhelming surge. Strength flooded his limbs, his senses sharpened, and his fatigue washed away. A subtle pull from his side caught his attention. Without hesitation, his hand moved to the hilt of his katana, which had reappeared at his side. His aura turned icy, his expression unreadable. Atticus said nothing, but his mind raced with speed. Before climbing the mountain, he had asked Dorinder a seemingly random question: was I supposed to learn something during the climb? It hadn't been random. Dorinder's answer had kept him alert. Each trial, swirling mana, seeking targets, compressing energy, had been a lesson. Together, they were the foundation for something far greater. The fourth art. Atticus's mana churned, his power manifesting as a storm unlike anything before. It erupted. The peak quaked under its weight as crimson and azure energy surged outward, tearing through Dorinder's storm effortlessly. The spirits watching from their floating seats gasped, their wide eyes fixed on Atticus. He had mastered it already. Dorinder trembled, his confidence cracking under the sheer force of Atticus's presence. But Atticus didn't give him time to think. In a single, fluid motion, Atticus unsheathed his katana and raised it high. The storm obeyed. It converged on the blade, swirling like a dragon coiling around its master. The energy roared, alive and insatiable, the katana glowing with terrifying intensity. Dorinder's breath hitched. Atticus's grip tightened. And then, without a word, the katana descended. The energy dragon surged forward, a force of pure destruction that consumed everything in its path. The peak trembled, and the very air split under the sheer power of the strike. Dorander's body stiffened, his grip on his katana faltering. Yet, as the attack neared, his eyes softened, and a sigh escaped his lips. He exhaled deeply, a flicker of peace crossing his face. As the dragon storm of energy surged closer, Dorander sheathed his katana. His gaze locked onto Atticus, his voice steady and calm. "What is your drive?" The words hung in the air, heavy. It was the question Dorander had wanted to ask from the very beginning. The question that lingered, even as his end approached. Even as the dragon of energy tore through space, Dorander's gaze never wavered. The attack loomed closer. For a moment, silence reigned. Dorander thought the answer wouldn't come. But it did. The peak. Dorander smiled, a small, knowing smile. "Of course," he muttered, his voice barely audible amidst the roaring storm. The attack landed. An explosion of white light erupted, blinding and all-encompassing, swallowing the peak in its brilliance. In a darkened space, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The obsidian floor stretched infinitely, smooth as glass, shimmering faintly under a sky scattered with countless stars. Each star burned brightly, their light cascading down like shards of silver, reflecting off the mirrored surface below. The expanse blurred the line between heaven and earth, creating an otherworldly realm of endless depth. At the center of this timeless void stood two figures, locked in a moment of violent perfection. The first, a feral being mid-swing, his right arm frozen in motion. Claws ripped through the still air, reaching toward his opponent. His expression was twisted with a predatory glint, eyes burning with a primal, deadly gleam. Opposite him stood Atticus, his eyes closed, his body perfectly still. Though his aura radiated an unnatural peace, only he knew the fierce battle raging within. The world held its breath. Utter silence consumed the space, no sound, no flicker of movement, just the serene reflection of stars above and below. Yet, within this stillness, the feral figure's crimson eyes remained awake, fixed on Atticus with an intensity that seemed capable of piercing steel. "What is this?" The figure's thoughts raced, his mind clouded with something unfamiliar, confusion. His consciousness was active, his awareness sharp, but his body was immobilized. Time had been frozen. Hoa. To this being, the situation was inconceivable. Time-stopping abilities of this magnitude were unheard of outside the intervention of powerful entities from a mid-world or higher. And yet, here he was, frozen by a mere child. It wasn't because to his suppressed power. He could feel it, no matter what he tried, he couldn't move. As the figure's gaze darted across the void, his mind sped with disbelief. Then, he saw it. The gleaming katana in Atticus's hand. It reflected silver, catching the star's light, but then began radiating an intense blue glow. His crimson eyes widened. A life weapon. The realization struck him like a bolt. Even as a being of great power, differentiating a life weapon from an ordinary blade was nearly impossible without being told. But in this moment, everything pointed to it. The feral figure's thoughts spiraled. He had seen Atticus's prowess firsthand but never imagined him wielding a life weapon. How did it get to Eldoralf? The implications were staggering. A kin of the fallen star wielding a life weapon. There could only be devastation. Before he could process the ramifications, a ripple in the stillness caught his attention. Atticus's body began to tremble. At first, it was subtle, a slight disturbance in the void. Then, his eyes snapped open. An overwhelming, radiant blue light swirled within his gaze, illuminating the dark expanse with an intensity that consumed everything in its path. Blinding azure light met feral crimson. In that instant, nothing else existed. Atticus held the figure's gaze, his body rigid, his mind spinning. His senses struggled to adjust, grappling with the chaotic, surreal reality. Moments ago, he had stood atop the mountain's peak, claiming vengeance against his guide. Now, he was here. The eldest veil. This darkened world carried an eerie stillness, pressing down on everything like a suffocating weight. The calm quelled the storm raging within him, forcing his mind into clarity. Reality crashed into him. He was fighting for his life. His life. The realization hit like a hammer, and with it, the floodgates opened. He felt it. The space domain he'd activated to rank up and step into the katana's realm. The overwhelming surge of mana coursing through him, reshaping his very existence. The Grand Master rank. His body had ascended, shattering its former limits. A torrent of enlightenment surged into his mind. The fourth art etched itself into his soul, the knowledge slamming into him like a tidal wave. Then came the memories. Dorander's memories. His triumphs. His losses. His mastery. His unrelenting will. It all poured into Atticus, overwhelming and razor sharp. For a brief moment, Atticus felt it: power. Overwhelming. Crushing. Absolute. The injuries that had marred his body vanished, gone without a trace. The fatigue that had gripped him during the battle dissipated like smoke in the wind. His doubts, his hesitation, his fear, gone. The mana, the enlightenment, the experiences, all of it collided, reshaping his being at a speed that defied reason. Atticus's gaze narrowed, the blinding blue light in his eyes intensifying until it was nearly unbearable. Katana Series. Fourth Art, A. The first art of the katana focused on precision and speed. It was an unnerving single slash so swift that even the sharpest eyes struggled to trace its path. It struck with such velocity and exactness that the moment it landed, it felt as though it had never happened, until the world split apart in its wake. The art embodied simplicity, and yet its power was absolute. One cut, one end. The second art took that concept and shattered it into countless fragments. It was chaos incarnate, an unrelenting barrage of slashes so numerous they seemed infinite. Each cut tore through the air, erratic and sharp. It was a movement of blades, overwhelming and all-consuming, leaving no room for escape. The third art refined this chaos into a singular arc of devastation. Every slash from the second art converged into one colossal strike, a blow so immense it carved through the battlefield like the scythe of a god. It was the embodiment of overwhelming force, a culmination of every ounce of power directed into a single, unyielding attack. But the fourth arta, it was something else entirely. No longer confined to a single slash or even a sequence, it became a force of nature. The fourth art was a storm. Slashes swirled together like a cyclone, unending, unstoppable, shredding everything caught within its fury. The winds carried a deathly sharpness, each blade capable of tearing through steel, stone, and flesh alike. The storm itself heeded its master's will, capable of being summoned, controlled, and unleashed in any form its owner desired. Atticus could guide it like a roaring tempest, carving paths of destruction, or let it rise to an unimaginable crescendo, a storm so immense it tore apart everything in its path. At its peak, the storm could explode, spreading its devastation across the battlefield in a chaotic, all-consuming blast. It was destruction itself. In this darkened world, Atticus's lips parted, his voice echoing like the rumble of a war drum. A sundering storm. Time resumed. The world shattered. The stillness shattered. A deafening roar of mana erupted, surging outward like a tidal wave, shaking the obsidian ground and obliterating the silence. The darkened world was consumed by a blinding blue storm, its radiant light devouring everything in its path. The figure's feral eyes narrowed into pinpricks. His arm, which had been tearing toward Atticus's head, froze mid-air. With a snarl, he pulled it back, crossing it over his head like a shield. But then it hit. The storm slammed into him with the force of a tsunami crashing against a cliff, relentless and merciless. His muscles bulged as he took a step back, his feet grinding into the hard ground. The gale tore at him, shards of mana slicing through the air like countless blades. I can withstand this, he thought calmly, his gaze sharpening as he anchored himself. But Thena, a burst of light flared from the storm, impossibly bright. The figure's eyes widened. What? The storm detonated. The explosion was monstrous, an ear-splitting cacophony as the shockwave shattered the air and tore through the battlefield. The ground fractured and groaned under the pressure, ripples of blue energy radiating outward with devastating force. The figure was hurled backward, his body twisting uncontrollably as the sheer force flung him through the air. Interestinga. His thoughts raced even as his senses spun. He flipped mid-air, stabilizing himself, and skidded violently across the ground. Sparks and shards of obsidian scattered as he came to a halt. The mana storm continued to rage around him. The air felt suffocatingly heavy, as though gravity itself had multiplied. He narrowed his crimson gaze toward the source of the attack. But Atticus was already gone. His gaze flickered to the side. There. In a flash, Atticus appeared, his movements like lightning, too fast to follow. The blinding blue katana carved through the storm as it descended toward the figure's neck with terrifying precision. He's fast. The figure's eyes trembled. The shift in speed was staggering. Too stark. Moments ago, Atticus had struggled to keep up. Now, he was relentless, his movements sharper, faster, overwhelming. The figure's eyes narrowed. All adjust to his strength. His aura exploded outward, more feral, more powerful. His speed surged, and in a single, swift motion, he darted backward, narrowly evading the slash. Their eyes locked briefly before both figures vanished into the storm. Blades clashed. Sparks flew. The storm fueled Atticus, his strikes coming from every direction, lethal and unrelenting. The figure dodged, weaving through the onslaught, his expression growing darker with each passing moment. Dodge, dodge, dodge. And yet, with each exchange, Atticus's power seemed to climb higher. Faster. Stronger. The figure's thoughts scrambled. This is impossible. As he dodged another strike from Atticus, his eyes caught his reflection in the blazing katana. A realization slammed into him like a hammer. He was retreating. His eyes narrowed as he leapt back once more. What am I doing? He thought, a wave of disbelief washing over him. How embarrassing. Straightening his stance, the feral glow in his crimson eyes ignited like flames. He stopped retreating, his voice booming through the storm. I'm running from a child. The air around him burned as fiery scales erupted across his arms, flames licking at the edges of his figure. The temperature spiked sharply, the searing flames twisting around his hardened limbs. Atticus's katana flashed forward, its brilliant light piercing through the inferno. I'll stop that now. The figure moved, his arm shooting forward to meet the strike. The two forces collided. A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the entire space. The shockwave tore through the storm, scattering the blue light as both figures were hurled apart. The figure skidded to a stop, his body trembling. He turned his gaze downward, his expression morphing into shock as he stared at his limb, utterly battered. Flesh, scale, and bone had been reduced to mush. I underestimated the life weapon, he thought, crimson flames swirling around him as he steadied himself. He had intentionally reduced his power, including his bodily strength, to match Atticus. Any injuries that would affect someone of Atticus's strength would also affect him. However, it wasn't perfect. He had wanted to be fair, but his body was still far more durable than what a grandmaster could hope to destroy. And yet, his arm had been reduced to such a state. Another explosion rocked the air. His head snapped up. Through the raging storm, Atticus descended, his katana blazing like a falling star, aimed directly for his head. The figure's gaze widened, his undamaged left arm snapping upward to intercept the strike. The katana's blazing edge burned with searing light, descending through the storm like a comet. But Thena, Atticus's eyes flashed. An explosion detonated to the left of the katana, jerking the blade sideways with violent force. The figure staggered, his footing faltering for a split second. Another explosion erupted behind the blade, propelling it forward in a sharp right slash, faster. The figure's expression tightened, shock filling his gaze. The strike was abrupt, precise, and devastatingly fast. Too fast. The katana roared toward his torso, the sharpness licking at his chest. If it landed, there was no doubt about it, it would split him in two. His gaze sharpened, realization dawning as a smile appeared on his face. He's got me. But just as the slash was about to land, the world stilled. The katana froze midair, inches from the figure's torso. Atticus's momentum vanished, his body locked in place. His muscles strained, his mana churned, but no matter what he did, he couldn't move. Wada? Atticus's voice echoed in his mind, his eyes narrowing. The figure's lips curled into a wide grin. Then, he laughed. Deep, booming, and unrestrained. The obsidian floor beneath them shimmered, cracks repairing themselves with unnatural speed. The swirling storm of mana dissipated as if swallowed by an unseen force. The laughter grew louder, echoing endlessly in the void. The figure straightened himself, lowering his gaze to Atticus, his crimson eyes gleaming with intrigue. It was as though he had found a treasure. His completely battered right arm healed visibly as he spoke. Congratulations, Atticus, he said, his voice resonating through the darkened world. You have proven yourself worthy. You have proven yourself worthy. Those 5 words were words that Atticus had been waiting to hear all this time. As he heard them, all his bloodlust and battle intent faded like smoke in the wind, his raging heart calming down as his gaze lost its coldness. Atticus exhaled, taking in another deep breath. He closed his eyes as the figure lowered his body slowly to the ground. It had been an incredibly short time, but Atticus had gone through a whole lot in that short period. His will had been pushed to its limits, and with the way he currently felt so calm while looking at the figure, Atticus was sure it had improved significantly once more. Intriguing. Very intriguing, the figure said while smiling at Atticus. Not only did you gain a sudden boost of power during the battle, but your eyes are also different. He met Atticus's gaze, and despite the fact that he was currently not suppressing his power, Atticus didn't flinch, staring directly into the figure's gaze. You look like you've been through a journey of life and death. The smile on the figure's face widened, staring silently at the quiet Atticus. He could hear the figure's words, but at this point, Atticus just wanted to catch a breather. He had been through a lot. You sure took your time. A smile couldn't help but appear on Atticus's lips as he heard the words of Ozeroth in his head. What are you talking about? It wasn't even up to a second in real life. He almost rolled his eyes as he responded. Even that is too much. As my bond, you have the honored responsibility to be perfect in everything you do. It's impossible to be perfect. TCH. Speak for yourself. You're bonded with the most perfect and handsome person in this universe. Atticus could practically feel the pride oozing from his words, and he almost burst into laughter, shaking his head. After some moments, a wistful smile appeared on Atticus's face. Thanks. Ozeroth paused mid-sentence, not expecting Atticus to suddenly thank him. HMPH. I guess my advice came in handy, huh? Despite Ozeroth's words, Atticus could feel the wave of delight that had suddenly passed through the spirit. His smile grew. No, it didn't, but I could feel your worried ass throughout the trial. In fact, I was more worried you'd get a heart attack from worrying too much than I was about dying. That's a lie. I was not worried. How would I, the great Ozeroth, be worried about a puny boy? Ozeroth's voice boomed in his head, and Atticus inwardly burst into laughter. His reaction had been so priceless. Don't forget we're bonded. Why is your heart beating so fast? You, Ozeroth screamed. Let's see what happened. Atticus could hear Ozeroth huffing and puffing, and he could tell that the spirit was flustered. In the next instant, Atticus felt Ozeroth trying to go through his memories and quickly blocked him. Aha, why are you blocking me? You're hiding something. Of course I'm hiding something. I was naked for most of the trial. Is that what you want to see? That won't work against me. I've gone through your memories before, and I've seen everything. Atticus's mouth twitched. He had hoped that would work. Seeing as Ozeroth was being persistent, he eventually gave in and allowed the spirit to go through his memory. After some moments, you rotting liar. Not only did you lie about your nudity, but you got thrown off a cliff. How didn't you see that coming? It was so obvious. Atticus inwardly cleared his throat in awkwardness. I saw it coming, I was just playing along. Do you live off lying? Just take a look at your expression. Ozeroth played the scene of Atticus being thrown off the cliff, highlighting his intense and angry expression. Does this look like someone who was expecting it? Atticus paused for a slight moment, feeling a little embarrassed. Well, at least I planned for it from the beginning. Yeah, all thanks to me, Ozeroth scoffed. I still say this. Without me, you'd probably be dead already. Atticus rolled his eyes. Yeah, are you done? Atticus's gaze sharpened as he was pulled from his thoughts by the figure suddenly speaking. He's just been watching me this whole time. Creepy old man, Ozeroth added. You're also old, Atticus retorted. You. Ozeroth was flustered. I am not old. I am ageless. Yeah. Atticus tuned out Ozeroth as he focused on the figure in front of him. The figure smiled. Since you're done catching up, shall we get to the matter at hand? Atticus's gaze sharpened. Catching up. He noted those words. The fact that the figure used them meant that he knew he and Ozeroth had been speaking to each other after some time had passed. However, Atticus was supposed to have been fighting the figure all this while. Does he know? Atticus pondered hard, but he soon had to focus on the figure as he continued speaking. Once again, congratulations. You have proven yourself to be worthy, and so I will tell you my name. The skies above suddenly flickered as stars began swirling faster and faster, their light growing brighter with each passing moment. The figure stepped forward, his presence commanding as he spoke. I am Eldarish, the last of my kind, the first and original of Eldorolf. Original. Atticus's brows furrowed in confusion, and Eldarish noticed it immediately. He continued, his voice calm but carrying immense gravity. Atticus, as I mentioned earlier, this is the eldest veil, a sanctuary created to inform those worthy of the past. You have proven yourself, and now I will reveal the truth of Eldorolf to you. The stars above spun so quickly that the dark, space-like skies turned into an intense white. Then, with a sudden explosion of light, the scene changed. Atticus instinctively shielded his eyes before lowering his arm to take in the sight before him. Above him hung the image of a massive planet, vibrant and awe-inspiring, its sheer size enough to dwarf anything he'd ever seen. Beautiful. The planet glowed with a celestial light, floating higher than the others beneath it. The image suddenly zoomed out, revealing a system of planets arranged in layers. Below the first planet, smaller planets orbited in concentric circles, each positioned lower than the one before it. Above the largest and highest planet was a radiant golden barrier, its brilliance unmatched. It seemed so impenetrable and eternal that Atticus felt trapped just looking at it, as if the barrier's sheer presence held dominion over all. The scene shifted again, zooming back into the largest planet at the top. The figure's voice echoed as though it came from the world itself. From the beginning of time, Eldorolf has been the highest power among the lower worlds. Eldorolf was ruled by a singular race, the Eldorians. All other beings received their commands from us. Our unity and strength made us unmatched, and none dared to earn our ire. As Eldritch spoke, the swirling stars shifted, painting vivid images of Eldorolf's grandeur. The vision moved to a throne room with walls of shimmering crystal, reflecting light in endless fractals. The Eldorians stood side by side in resplendent robes, their postures noble and commanding. But as the saying goes, Eldritch continued, his tone darkening, with great power comes envy and hate. Many from the lower worlds desired to drag us down, to steal what they could never achieve. And unfortunately, one of their ploys succeeded. The scene shifted once more, showing the sprawling lands of Eldorolf inhabited by two distinct groups. The first were the Eldorians, standing tall and radiating power. The second were shorter, weaker, and devoid of the natural gifts of the Eldorians. The latter worked tirelessly, their roles clearly subservient. Eldorolf was home to two races, Eldritch explained, the Eldorians and the Mugruel. The Mugruel were weak compared to us and served as our laborers. But despite their weakness, they greatly outnumbered us. To maintain balance and to empower Eldorolf further, the Eldorians developed a method to bestow our power upon the Mugruel temporarily. This alliance made us unstoppable and kept the balance intact. The vision displayed Eldorians extending their hands toward the Mugruel, radiant energy flowing between them. The Mugruel, once hunched and powerless, were now standing straighter, their eyes gleaming with power. Eldorolf thrived as the two races worked together, their combined might keeping the lower worlds in submission. But envy is a seed that grows quickly when nourished by whispers, Eldritch said, his voice heavy and filled with regret. The other worlds poisoned the minds of the Mugruel, filling them with ambition and greed. They taught the Mugruel a way to take our power for themselves. The scene shifted quickly, showing the betrayal. The Mugruel turned on the Eldorians, their eyes filled with greed and hate. The Eldorians fell, and their power was ripped from them. The betrayal was swift and devastating, Eldritch continued, his voice filled with pain. Using what they had been taught, the Mugruel found the origin of the Eldorians' power and shattered it into 19 cores, dividing our strength among their factions. The image showed glowing orbs, the 19 cores, each being carried away by Mugruel factions. The Eldorians, once proud and invincible, had been brought low, their unity broken and their power stolen. Atticus stood silently, his mind racing as the story unfolded before him. It was insane. Does this really mean what I think it means? If everything he had heard was the truth, then it meant that all the races of Eldorolf had originated from a singular race. Those prideful races, who carried themselves as though they were at the top of the world, were actually doing so with stolen power. The implications were too much to consider all at once. Now that Eldorolf is divided, the lower worlds are trying to take over. This was Atticus's conclusion after hearing everything. The Mugruel had betrayed the Eldorians, stealing their power and sharing it among different factions. This betrayal caused a divide among the Eldorians, which in turn weakened their hold over the lower worlds. That hold had dwindled considerably over time, and now Eldorolf had reached a point where they were being pushed to the brink by those they had once lorded over. All because of greed. Greed is a disease, Ozeroth suddenly spoke. It's exactly because of greed that the Spirit King is swallowing worlds like treats. Atticus nodded, agreeing with his words. It was an emotion that, if not well managed, could make anyone do the unthinkable. With one look at Eldarish, Atticus could see that he was above the Paragon rank. This meant that in the past, the strongest powerhouses hadn't stopped at the Paragon rank, it had been higher. Eldarish remained silent, allowing Atticus to process everything he had just explained. The images faded into darkness, leaving Atticus alone with his thoughts. After a few moments of reflection, a question suddenly popped into Atticus's mind. What is the purpose of informing the worthy? Atticus suspected there was more at play. Would a figure as powerful as Eldarish waste his time testing people to see if they were worthy, only to give them a history lesson? He doubted it. Eldarish smiled. Smart, he said before his gaze turned serious. I'm sure you're already aware. The current Eldoralth is on its way to ruin, and if changes are not made, all will be lost. The purpose of informing the worthy is to attempt to effect this change. I see, Atticus muttered. And how do I effect this change? He asked. Straight to the point. I like that, Eldarish nodded. To do that, you must first obtain each of the 19 cores of the Eldorians. Doing so would enable you to become a true Eldorian. Atticus's gaze flickered as his thoughts spun. Now he had the full picture of the situation. The Mugruel had divided the power of the Eldorians into 19 cores, and now he had to locate and absorb each core. It's better than I thought. Atticus had been expecting a new avenue of power, but he had gotten far more than he could have ever imagined. Currently, Atticus only had the mana signature of one technique from each of the superior races. But if he could obtain the cores, he would be able to utilize all their abilities. It was a thought that filled him with glee. Without hesitation, he asked, trying hard to mask the smile threatening to appear on his face. How do I find these cores? How do I find these cores? Eldarish stared at Atticus silently for a few seconds before speaking. That's the tricky part. I can give you an artifact that will alert you, but it can only activate when you're close to a core. Atticus's gaze narrowed as his mind replayed the images of the small glowing orbs. How am I supposed to find them with just that? In case you've forgotten, they're small orbs compared to an entire planet. Eldarish shook his head. I understand your frustration, but this is, unfortunately, the best I can do. While I am all-powerful in this space, I have no influence beyond it. However, he added, fortune must be on our side, as I can give you one hint. Eldarish suddenly pointed straight to Atticus's chest. You already have one of the 19 cores. Atticus froze. What? He was baffled. I do. He glanced down at his body and simultaneously searched inwardly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find or sense anything unusual. I can't feel anything, he admitted. Of course you can't, Eldarish explained. The core is a part of you. It is what gives you your abilities, the strength to command elements, the capacity to endure such trials, and your heightened connection to mana. It's embedded deep within your very being. Atticus's expression darkened as his thoughts churned. Eldarish's explanation caused two unsettling thoughts to take root in his mind. The first, the cores aren't just objects, they're inside people. Or worse, they might actually be people. The second, the cores are likely within the apexes of each race. If I have one core, it makes sense that the other apexes do too. Smart analysis, Ozaroth commented, his tone unusually serious. I also believe that's the case. Looks like the being who sent you all here really wants you to kill each other. Atticus couldn't agree more. He had wondered how the being intended to force them into conflict, but now it all made sense. Do I have to kill the person anytime I find a core? Atticus asked in a serious tone. Eldarish stared at him in silence for a moment, as though weighing his response. Do you want another way? He asked finally, his tone probing. Atticus nodded. Interesting, Eldarish murmured, looking at Atticus with intrigue. Are you sure? It'll be dangerous. Life-threatening, even, for both you and the core holder. Atticus frowned. He didn't like the sound of that, but he still nodded. It wouldn't hurt to learn about this alternative first and decide from there. Eldarish gave a small nod before suddenly placing his thumb on Atticus's forehead. His eyes glowed with an intense golden light, and in the next instant, Atticus felt a surge of information streaming into his mind. The transfer lasted only a moment, but it was enough to leave Atticus staggering backward, his hands clutching his head as he tried to regain his bearings. Use it wisely, Eldarish warned. Atticus took a few seconds to organize the stream of information now imprinted in his mind. He pondered. There was a way, but just as Eldritch had said, it was incredibly dangerous. Are you sure about this? Ozeroth's voice cut through his thoughts, laced with concern. Atticus smiled faintly. You sound worried, he teased. I'm just trying to stop you from doing something stupid as usual. Right. Atticus tuned out Ozeroth once more, who instantly began screaming in protest. The method of safely removing the core was something Atticus wanted to keep, just in case. He wasn't against killing the other apexes, especially if they tried to do the same to him. However, the image of the dragon and Aeonian apexes appeared in his mind. They were both currently not hostile, and Atticus wasn't the type to kill the innocent in pursuit of power. He wanted to have a second option, just in case. After mulling it over for a few moments, he suddenly turned toward Eldritch and asked, "What is the fallen star?" Eldritch paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared at Atticus. Then he smiled. "Oh my goodness," Eldritch said. "It seems I went ahead and misspoke. Me and my sharp mouth. Don't mind me, just forget I ever said anything." Now it was Atticus's turn to stare, and he made no effort to hide his expression. His face scrunched up, utterly baffled. Eldritch was clearly being sarcastic, but seeing someone who appeared to be a centuries-old man acting this way shocked him. Eldritch noticed Atticus's reaction and simply smiled, shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly. "What do you want?" Atticus asked suddenly, his tone blunt and direct. Eldritch's smile widened. "I like smart people," he said. Then his expression shifted, turning serious. "This world, Eldorolf, stands on the brink of ruin. Forces from beyond, and from within, press against its walls, waiting for a crack to tear through. It is fragile, Atticus. Too fragile." He paused, letting the words hang in the air. "Promise me," he continued, his gaze locking with Atticus's, "when the time comes, you will stand as its guardian. You will protect it from the chaos that would consume it. Eldorolf needs you, more than you know." He hesitated briefly before adding, "You are not the first I have asked this of, nor will you be the last. But perhaps you are the one who can truly succeed." "No." Eldritch's gaze flickered, narrowing slightly. He hadn't expected Atticus's immediate refusal. The boy didn't even take a moment to consider it. "Why? I have no plans to sacrifice my life to protect strangers," Atticus replied coldly. "And you can save the bit about this being for the greater good." "I don't care." Eldritch paused, clearly surprised. This wasn't the response he had anticipated. People were inherently selfish, yes, but at the very least, he had expected Atticus to lie, perhaps to promise that he would protect Eldorolf, even if he had no intention of doing so. But Atticus's blatant refusal, his clear disdain for the very idea, caught him off guard. "Buddha." Atticus cut him off sharply, as though already knowing what Eldritch was about to say. "Eldorolf has done nothing for me. The only ones I have to thank are my family, the ones who raised and protected me. No one else." The two locked eyes. Eldritch's baffled gaze met the cold, unflinching stare of Atticus. "Are you sure?" Eldritch finally asked, his voice quieter but no less serious. "You'll be passing up information vital to your survival in the universe." Those words made Atticus pause, his gaze narrowing. His words sounded cryptic, yet at the same time simple and straightforward. "Looks like this thing with the fallen star is really serious. You're from a mid-world, you don't know anything about it. Don't look at me. I only cared about battles and making people hear my greatness. I didn't have time for history lessons." Atticus didn't bother refuting. He had already gone through the spirit's memories and seen the way Ozeroth had lived. He'd grown up with no family, and his entire focus had been on training and increasing his power. Atticus pondered the issue for a bit before arriving at a decision. "I'll be truthful," he said finally. "I want to know more about this fallen star and how it's related to me, but I have no plans of sacrificing my life. So how about this? If it's possible, I'll protect Eldorolf. But if it puts my life or my loved ones in danger, then I'm sorry, but I'll back off." Eldritch gave Atticus a deadpan stare, his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he nodded. "I can see that's the best I'll get from you." "All right," he said, his tone resigned. His voice shifted as he turned his gaze toward the dark skies. "What I'm about to tell you is incomplete. Even I don't know the entire truth, as much has been lost to time. But I will share what I can. The stars above began swirling again, faster and faster, until the scene shifted once more. Darkness gave way to a brilliant light, and Atticus found himself standing in what seemed like a void. Yet, he could feel the vastness of existence all around him. Eldrish's voice echoed in the space, resonating with power. In the beginning of creation, there existed beings far beyond mortal comprehension. They were the primordial stars, entities that governed the fundamental aspects of existence itself. Among them, one shone brightest, Solvith, the eternal star. His light was unmatched, and he held the balance of power between realms. Without him, existence would have fallen into chaos. The vision changed, revealing a radiant star at the center of an infinite expanse. Smaller stars orbited around it, their glow dim in comparison. Solvith radiated warmth and harmony, but there was an odd tension in the scene. But as it often happens with power, Eldrish continued, jealousy festered in the hearts of the other primordials. Solvith's unmatched brilliance made them feel insignificant, and their envy consumed them. They conspired against him, betraying the very star that held the universe together. The swirling stars in the vision turned chaotic, collapsing inward as shadows encroached on the radiant star. Atticus watched as Solvith exploded, shattering into countless pieces. The betrayal was merciless. Solvith was shattered into fragments, scattering his essence throughout the cosmos. These fragments became known as the fallen shards, pieces of Solvith's power that held traces of his light. Each shard bonded with beings across the universe, granting them a fraction of Solvith's strength. The vision shifted again, showing individuals across various worlds. Each bore a glowing mark or aura, distinguishing them as something more than ordinary. They wielded immense power, reshaping the world around them with ease. Over time, those bonded to the shards passed their power through their bloodlines, creating what we now call the kin of the fallen star. But Solvith's power came with a price. The shards chose their bearers carefully, and the bloodlines birthed only one child per generation, making them very few in number. Yet, their strength was unimaginable, power that rivaled even the strongest beings in existence. Eldrish's voice grew heavier, but the other primordials could not allow this. They saw the kin of the fallen star as a threat, a reminder of their betrayal of Solvith. To erase their guilt and eliminate the danger, they commanded their forces across the universe to hunt the kin down, leaving them no place to hide. The vision shifted once more, showing scenes of battle and destruction. Entire planets burned, the kins fighting valiantly against overwhelming forces. Despite their immense power, their numbers dwindled, each generation becoming smaller and more isolated. Those bonded to the shards and their descendants live under constant threat. They are few, but they are powerful. They carry Solvith's light within them, a small light that has the potential to shine the brightest. The scene faded, leaving Atticus standing in the dim glow of the swirling stars once again. Eldrish fell silent, giving him time to process everything. Atticus stood utterly still, silent. It was too much. He had only recently learned about the existence of other universes, about Eldorolf's dire predicament, and now this. He wasn't just an outcast in his world, he was an outcast in the entire universe. A sudden burst of laughter rocked his mind, and Atticus couldn't help but feel baffled. "Why are you laughing?" he asked, confused and irritated. The situation was undeniably serious, and yet Ozeroth was laughing uncontrollably. "Because it's fun," Ozeroth replied between laughs. "Just imagine it, we've been searching for ways to make our legend known, and now we've been handed the perfect opportunity." Atticus was flabbergasted. Here he was, thinking about survival and the way forward, while Ozeroth was already strategizing how to spread their fame. He shook his head, regaining his focus, and turned toward Eldrish. "How do you know I'm a kin of the fallen star?" "I don't feel special," Atticus said, his voice was calm but probing. "You haven't awakened your mark yet," Eldrish replied. "But I'm sure you've noticed, your proficiency with your abilities surpasses that of your peers." Atticus nodded inwardly. He had always wondered why that was so. What about the other apexes? Atticus thought, his mind spinning. Are they also kin of the fallen star? Ozeroth's continuous rambling in his head didn't help his concentration. Eldrish continued, "I know this because I was told." Atticus's gaze sharpened. "By who?" Eldrish shook his head solemnly. "Unfortunately, I cannot tell you that," he said, his tone growing serious. "No matter what." Atticus didn't press further. Instead, he shifted the topic to gather more information. "These kin," he said, "you mentioned they're rare in the universe. What's their goal? Eldritch smiled and nodded, as if approving the intelligent question. From what I know, most are simply trying to survive their persecution. But I suspect their ultimate goal isn't so different from our current situation, Eldritch replied. Atticus frowned, his mind piecing it together. He understood what Eldritch was hinting at. The shattered shards, the 19 cores, gathering them to form a whole. How annoying, Atticus sighed inwardly, shaking his head. Let's just take this one step at a time. Is that all? Atticus asked, his tone neutral. From everything Eldritch had said, he didn't expect any sort of prize beyond knowledge and the artifact. The artifact to locate the cores must be the reward, he thought. Yes, Eldritch replied with a small smile. But I would suggest you not leave just yet. The stars shifted, the image of the outside world appearing before them. Atticus's gaze sharpened as he focused on the vision. What's going on? He could see Cadence and the others from the fort facing off against the vampiros, and they were losing, effortlessly. The image zoomed in on a spot not far from where the battle was unfolding, and his eyes locked on a figure. Atticus's gaze narrowed into pinpricks. Even from this distant plane, he had no doubts about what he was seeing. A paragon. Eldritch observed the look on Atticus's face and smiled knowingly. Stretching out his arm, he summoned a radiant core that hovered in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it toward Atticus. This should be useful to you. This should be useful to you. Atticus stared silently at the core Eldritch had handed him, his gaze narrowing. His mind raced. The core radiated an overwhelming amount of power, so intense that Atticus found it difficult to comprehend. Fa, it's one of the 19 cores, Eldritch cut him off before he could ask. Atticus froze, his eyes widening in shock. He was beyond stunned. Just moments ago, he'd been plotting how to acquire each of the 19 cores. If his assumption was correct and the apexes held the cores, then his mission was bound to be grueling, filled with relentless challenges. And now, here he was, being handed one of the cores, just like that. Atticus wasn't buying it. What do you want? Good. You're learning, Ozeroth praised, his earlier rambling about the future suddenly stopping. Good to see you back in reality, Atticus remarked. But Ozeroth clicked his tongue. TCH. Always be in doubt, bond. Never trust anyone. Even a centuries-old man who just felt like bonding with me. Of course I'm an exception, you fool. The great Ozeroth wouldn't lower himself to do something as belittling as sneaking. If you say so. You, Ozeroth growled, though he could practically feel the sarcasm dripping from Atticus's words. And before long, the spirit was off on another rant. This time, I demand nothing, Eldritch said, cutting through the noise in Atticus's mind. It is a gesture of goodwill and a hope that, when the time comes, you will choose to be Eldorolf's guardian. Atticus didn't respond. Eldritch wasn't asking for a promise or an oath, but the entire situation felt more like a bribe than an act of pure kindness. After a long pause, Atticus nodded slowly. All right, I'll accept this, but I still won't be sacrificing my life. Just because he didn't plan to lay down his life didn't mean he would reject a free gift. Eldritch smiled, nodding in approval. Here, he said, tossing something else toward Atticus. Catching it, Atticus looked down to see a ring. This is the artifact I mentioned. When you're close to one of the 19 cores, it will tighten around your finger. Try it on. Atticus hesitated, Ozeroth's words about trust resonating in his head. He studied the artifact carefully. Artifacts were mysterious in Eldorolf. Their effects were never fully defined unless the creator explicitly intended them to be. Anything could happen. They ranged from simple trinkets to powerful, world-shaping tools. Upon seeing any artifact, especially in battle, caution was paramount. It could be anything, a treasure of immense power or something deceptively dangerous. This could be a trap, Atticus thought. What if the ring bound him to something he didn't want, or worse, controlled him in some way? What do you think? He asked Ozeroth. Ozeroth paused, uncharacteristically serious, before answering. I think it's possible. As the last of his kind, he might be willing to do whatever it takes to help his world and restore it to the way it was. Be careful. Atticus nodded, slipping the ring into his robe. Eldritch noticed this but chose to remain silent, saying nothing. Can you tell me how to awaken my mark? Atticus asked after a moment. He was still overwhelmed by the revelations about the primordial stars, but he had always been someone who hated being caught off guard. His path was one to the peak, and having a fragment of one of the strongest beings in the universe, with the potential to reach that peak, was practically a gift from the heavens. He needed to be prepared for any eventuality. I'm sorry, Atticus, but even I don't know that, Eldritch replied. I know your history, not your ways. Atticus sighed. I'll leave it for later, then. Coming to a decision, he nodded at Eldritch before asking if he could train within the Eldest Veil for a while. After receiving permission, he moved to one side and lowered himself to the floor. Atticus inhaled deeply before exhaling, centering himself. The Grand Master Ranka. He clenched his hands in front of him, and it was as though the air in a large radius around him trembled in response to his power. Atticus felt a different. It was as though his entire being had been transformed, inch by inch. He felt simultaneously light and incredibly heavy. It was an unusual sensation. He could feel it. During the battle, his body had been filled with a surge of energy. However, because of Eldritch's restrictions, it had only been mana coursing through him. But now, the battle was over, and Eldritch was no longer holding him back. His spiritual energy swirled together with his mana, and the feeling was nothing short of extraordinary. It felt as though the planet itself was breathing through him. He felt natural, as though he was no different from the air around him. His perception had shifted. Colors appeared sharper, the subtlest sounds became more vibrant, and even the faintest movements left echoes in his mind. These echoes created a map of everything within his radius. Is this how paragons feel? Atticus wondered. It was extraordinary. He had already experienced the power of a Grandmaster Plus, and it wasn't even close to this. In a sense, yes, Ozaroth's voice cut into his thoughts. Atticus's eyes sharpened. What do you mean? From what I can tell, you currently have their strength, but you haven't truly reached their level, Ozaroth explained. Your connection with the elements is still lacking, and your mastery over your bloodline is far behind theirs. You might be able to clash with a paragon, but you'd only survive a few exchanges. Mastery is where you'll fall short. Ozaroth's words sent Atticus's mind spinning. He understood the spirit's point. Compared to true paragons, his control over the elements and mastery of his arts were still rudimentary. Atticus's gaze darkened. How will I handle him then? The paragon waiting outside wasn't something he could avoid. He had to think of a way to deal with the situation. Relax, Bond. That might be able to help, Ozaroth said, his tone surprisingly calm. Atticus's gaze darted to the core floating in front of him. You're right. Let's not jump to conclusions. I'll see how much I've improved first. Deciding to stop his general observations, Atticus focused inward. He needed to assess his progress more thoroughly. Thinking the command in his mind, he summoned the status screen. A glowing panel materialized in front of him, displaying his stats. Character profile. Name. Atticus Ravenstein. Age. *** 17. Gender. *** male. Race. *** human. Attributes. Strength. 999-1102. Agility. 999-1130. Endurance. 999-1170. Vitality. 999-1300. Intelligence. 159-250. Perception. 114-210. Charm. 200-420. Will. 98-150. Level. *** Grandmaster, new. Talent. *** mythical. Bloodline. *** primordial elemental bloodline. Elements. Level 4. Fire. 20-54%. Water. 18-43%. Air. 16-40%. Earth. 18-39%. Light. 17-39%. Lightning. 19-50%. Ice. 16-41%. Spirit element. 1-3%. Space. 10% new. Level 3. Darkness. 99.9%. Level 2. None. Dash. Level 1. None. Locked bloodlines. A. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent Slash. Godspeed Grace. Endless Strike. Vorpal Nova. Sundering Storm, new. Normal skills. Arcane Barrier Potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Grandmaster Plus. Elemental Mimicry Potential. Transcendent. Current Mastery. Grandmaster Plus. Ethereal Cloak Potential. Empowered. Current Mastery. Master Plus greater than Grandmaster. Collective Potential. Transcendent. Current Mastery. Dimensional Loop. Intermediate Plus. Greater than Advanced. Predatory Perception. Intermediate Plus. Greater than Advanced. Immunity Buildup. Intermediate Plus. Greater than Advanced. Slow Decay. Intermediate Plus. Greater than Advanced. Pain Resistance. Intermediate Plus. Greater than Advanced. Aura Masking. Intermediate Plus. Greater than Advanced. Revenant's Touch. Intermediate Plus. Greater than Advanced. Metabolic Boost. Intermediate Plus. Greater than Advanced. Nullification Field. Intermediate greater than Advanced. I finally broke through. A smile appeared on Atticus's face. Most of his stats had been stuck at the 999 mark for what felt like ages. But after his rank up, he was finally able to break through those limits. You sound happy, Ozeroth commented. Of course I'm happy. Just take a look at those numbers, Atticus replied. HMPH. They look average to me. Compared to me at my peak, they're nothing, Ozeroth retorted smugly. Atticus rolled his eyes. Well, you had centuries to reach that level. Stop talking about my age. With a sigh, Atticus tuned Ozeroth out, focusing back on his stats. His rank had reached the Grandmaster level, his stats had broken through their former cap, and many of his arts had advanced in mastery. Atticus loved progress. If he hadn't fought Eldritch, even he wasn't sure when he would have dared to challenge the fourth art. Yet now, he'd faced it and survived. For now, he was content. His expression darkened. Now I just have to deal with this, he thought, his mind replaying the image of the Vampiros Paragon and Cadence alongside the warriors of Fort Echohelm struggling against them. I really should have dealt with that spy when you told me to, he admitted. I told you, but you wouldn't listen, Ozeroth replied, his voice triumphant. Yeah, I've learned my lesson, Atticus muttered. There were countless reasons why Cadence might be in the Vampiros side of the buffer zone, but Atticus couldn't help but suspect VYN, the Vampiros spy posing as a Resonera. The reason Atticus hadn't dealt with VYN earlier was simple. He hadn't seen any real benefit in doing so. Sure, VYN was a spy feeding information to the Vampiros, but truthfully, how was that Atticus's concern? If it had been the Ravenstein fort, Atticus would have acted immediately. But he hadn't yet decided if he cared enough to help the entire human domain. The truth was, he didn't. At least not yet. Fort Echohelm wasn't the only place the Vampiros had encroached upon. Taking out VYN would have been like removing one ant from an entire swarm. But now, VYN was proving to be a pain. Atticus exhaled deeply and turned his focus to the core floating in front of him. There was only one solution to his current problem: absolute power. The core glowed brightly, its brilliance so intense that Atticus was certain he would have been blinded by it if not for his recent advancement. Now, how do I go about this? He wondered. Use my power, Ozeroth suggested. Atticus followed the advice, his gaze turning a sharp, intense purple as he entered a state of utter focus. Eldritch, standing off to the side, watched silently. Earlier, when Atticus had examined the core without Ozeroth's power, it had appeared as a knotted thread, a complex weave of blue lines so intricate that its very existence seemed impossible to comprehend. But now, with Ozeroth's omnicognition, the knot began to unravel, little by little, until Atticus could see it for what it truly was, a mana signature. It was unlike anything Atticus had encountered before. Primal, ancient, and yet incomplete, like a fragment of a larger, more elaborate puzzle. Atticus didn't hesitate. He got to work immediately. Luckily, as primal as the signature felt, once he unraveled the outer layers, its core was surprisingly simple. He had no issues replicating it. As he did, the air around him shifted. The world seemed to hold its breath as mana began converging toward him in waves, coalescing in front of his lower stomach until a radiant core formed, a blinding orb of light. It's reacting. Atticus's gaze sharpened. He could feel his original mana core vibrating inside him, as though it were trying to rise to the surface. His focus intensified, holding his core in place. The new mana core trembled violently before shooting into his stomach, fusing with the mana core already within him. A surge of force roared through Atticus's body. His figure convulsed, trembling as he struggled to contain it. Thick, throbbing veins bulged across his skin, his teeth clenched as he endured the excruciating transformation. The force raging within him felt like molten magma coursing through his veins, reshaping his body from the inside out. Gradually, a faint blue glow began radiating from his body. Its intensity grew with each passing second until his entire figure was engulfed in a blinding blue light. The pain built to a crescendo, unbearable. Atticus threw his head back and screamed, his voice reverberating across the entire space. In the next instant, his eyes snapped open, glowing with an intense blue light. The radiance of his body illuminated the entire space, bathing it in a brilliant blue glow. Eldrish's gaze flashed, and a wide smile spread across his face, his crimson eyes glinting with glee. It's possible. In the middle of an expansive forest, a brutal scene unfolded. The metallic stench of blood engulfed the area, so thick it was all those present could smell. Hundreds of individuals lay sprawled across the forest floor, blood pooling beneath them as they bled from multiple wounds. Large headsets covered their ears, now drenched in crimson. The forest was eerily quiet, an unsettling contrast to the loud suffering of the wounded. All around the fallen soldiers, numerous figures stood motionless, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed on them. Their aura radiated an unmistakable coldness, the signature of the vampiros. The sound of grinding teeth suddenly pierced the silence, drawing every vampiro's attention to its source. One of the wounded soldiers was struggling to stand. His entire body was drenched in blood, his skin torn and split as though it had burst from the inside out. Despite the overwhelming pain, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, glaring at the vampiros with pure hatred. "You fiends," Candace spat, regret surging through him like a tidal wave. They had rushed into the forest, weapons blazing, determined to support their apex, who was supposedly locked in an intense battle. But not only had they failed to find Atticus, they'd walked straight into an ambush of Vampiro's Grandmaster plus ranks. Candace and the warriors of Fort Echohelm had greatly outnumbered the Vampiros, yet they had still lost the battle, with most of them dead or incapacitated. The news was fake, Candace thought bitterly, trying to convince himself otherwise. But every shred of evidence pointed to the harsh truth. Atticus hadn't been locked in any deadly confrontation. Aside from the site where Atticus had fought 3 Vampiros, identified by the scouts who had accompanied them, there were no other signs of battle anywhere in the forest. The scout lied. Aura. Candace didn't dare finish that thought. Because if it were true, it meant someone he had trusted with his life had betrayed him. Buddha. He couldn't deny the fact staring him in the face. Vyn had been the one to bring in the mystery scout. He had been the one to convince them to send their troops to support Atticus. And he had done something else, something that had struck Candace as utterly strange. Vyn was the type who would readily volunteer for dangerous missions. In fact, he would insist on going. But this time, he'd chosen to stay behind to watch over the fortress. It had been odd, too odd. But now, it was too late. They had walked right into the trap and were being watched like ants under the gaze of giants. But why aren't we dead? This was the thought that gnawed at Candace and the few Resonera still alive. The Vampiros were a bloodthirsty race, infamous for never leaving survivors. Every enemy they faced met the same fate, death. And yet, here they stood, watching without saying or doing anything. Something was off. Candace hated off. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, the pain in his battered body screaming at him to stop. After several agonizing seconds, he finally stood, his breath ragged, his legs trembling. He glared at the Vampiros, his voice low and filled with venom. "You fienza, do you think this ends here?" Candace growled, rage boiling within him. "The human domain won't let this slide. You'll pay for what you've done here. All of you." His voice was laced with fury, but the reaction he got wasn't fear or hesitation, it was derision. Wild smiles spread across the faces of the blood shadows. The humans would make them pay. The idea was so absurd that many of the Vampiros struggled to stifle their laughter. Even the Resonera sprawled across the forest floor, wounded and broken, didn't truly believe his words. This wasn't the first time the Vampiros had slaughtered humans on the border, and every time, the human domain had done nothing. To think they would suddenly retaliate now was nothing short of foolish. Still, none of the blood shadows responded. They remained silent, their oppressive bloodlust saturating the air. Candace clenched his teeth in frustration at their blatant disregard. He had hoped to instill even a sliver of fear or hesitation in them, but it was clear his efforts had fallen flat. There's no point, Candace thought grimly. For whatever reason they were being kept alive, Candace was certain it wasn't anything good. Better to die standing and fighting than to wait for a pathetic end. At least then, we won't be useful to them. Suddenly, Candace's aura shifted, and the air around him trembled in waves. His headset lit up with a bright glow, and the sound around him compressed, teetering on the brink of an explosive release. Seeing their leader preparing to fight, the other Resonera followed suit. They gritted their teeth and forced their battered bodies to stand, drawing strength from their desperation. The Blood Shadow's eyes flashed with lethal intent, and they began to move. But before they could act, an overwhelming aura descended upon the forest, freezing every living soul in place. Behave. Your usefulness is temporary. Don't mistake it for value. The voice was cold, sharp, and unforgiving. Every gaze turned upward, locking onto a figure hovering calmly in the sky. At that moment, it felt as if their entire world had come crashing down. They had heard the legends. They had heard the horror stories. Many had even had nightmares about them. Grandmaster-ranked vampiros were already beings beyond their imagination, terrifying figures they had no hope of defeating. And now, not only were there about 20 of them present in the forest, but something far worse had arrived. A paragon. A vampiro's paragon. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they had been utterly immobilized by the Grandmasters alone. But now a paragon was here. Every single Resonera felt an icy chill crawl up their spines. Their bodies refused to move, as though frozen in time. The only signs of life were their rapidly beating hearts and the blood pumping through their veins, but even that felt as though it no longer belonged to them. Grand Elder Yorwin's voice was like the edge of a blade, cold and cutting. It was as though he wasn't speaking to intelligent beings, but to insects. The forest descended into suffocating silence. Even the blood shadows knelt on the ground, bowing deeply in respect before Yorwin. But Yorwin's gaze didn't even flicker toward the humans. His cold crimson eyes were fixed solely on the spot where Atticus had disappeared. He stood there, calm and unbothered, waiting. Hours passed in tense, suffocating stillness. Then, the air shifted. Yorwin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Finally. The forest was engulfed in an oppressive silence. The air buzzed with tension as a pillar of light shot into the heavens, its radiance blinding and all-consuming. Grand Elder Yorwin's crimson gaze gleamed with anticipation as he fixated on the light. With a slight shift of his focus, Candace and the other Resonera, still immobilized, were suddenly yanked into the air, hovering behind Yorwin like marionettes, unable to move. Their gazes trembled as they stared at the towering pillar of light, its intensity growing with every passing second. Don't tell Maya. Candace's thoughts spiraled. His assumptions clawed at his mind, forcing him to confront the possibility. He had been wondering where Atticus had disappeared to. The scouts accompanying him had reported seeing him move deeper into the forest. But what if the reason they had been spared was because of Atticus? The light reached its peak, blindingly bright, before beginning to dim. Slowly, it vanished, leaving only the sun above to illuminate the blood-soaked forest. A wave of emotions rippled through everyone present. Candace's gaze trembled. I was right, he realized. His assumption had been correct. They had been kept alive because of Atticus. And that could only mean one thing. The Paragon intended to use them as leverage. The blood shadows shifted, their gazes sharpening as an intense bloodlust seeped from their forms. Sharp fangs sprouted from their mouths as they readied themselves for confrontation. Perched high in the trees and scattered across the forest floor, they surrounded the figure who had emerged from the light. Among them, only Yorwin's gaze narrowed as he studied the figure. He's changed. As a natural-born predator, Yorwin could sense even the slightest shifts in his prey. He had glimpsed Atticus briefly before he entered the spire, and the difference now was unmistakable. Something happened. I can't sense his energy. The figure stood calmly, unshaken, his mere presence halting the world around him. His white hair had grown longer, faintly glowing as it flowed behind him like something alive. He was taller now, towering at 7 feet, his muscular frame compact yet radiating an overwhelming sense of restrained power, like a storm biding its time before unleashing its fury. The air around him was eerily peaceful. Despite the oppressive aura of his presence, there was no energy radiating from him, not a single trace. His mismatched eyes, one glowing faintly with an icy blue hue and the other a menacing, deep purple, scanned the blood shadows with calm indifference before locking onto Yorwin, who hovered high above. Yorwin hesitated, suppressing the unease rising in his chest. He had made a miscalculation earlier by underestimating the situation, but now things were different. Now, he was here. Whatever had changed, this 17-year-old boy could not match a paragon, especially one from a superior race. Apex Atticus Ravenstein, Yorwin addressed him, his hands clasped tightly behind his back. His voice was calm, carrying an air of dominance that seemed to permeate the entire forest. Seconds passed, and there was no response, only silence. Yorwin tilted his head slightly, one eyebrow raised. Instead of annoyance, he felt amused by the blatant disregard. To him, Atticus's silence didn't matter. What mattered was achieving his goal. Clasping his hands tighter behind his back, Yorwin continued, his voice steady and cold. You humans have encroached upon Vampiro's lands, spilled the blood of my people, and dared to disrupt our order. This is unacceptable and will not go unanswered. His words sounded so absurd that Candance and the other humans couldn't help but grit their teeth. The Vampiros had been killing humans for months, slaughtering them in droves, and now they had the audacity to claim they were the victims. Anger boiled in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Only those in power dictated the rules. Instead, their focus shifted to worry. Atticus was powerful, without a doubt, but against a paragon. None of them could imagine him winning such a fight. The one to whom the words were directed, however, didn't move or speak. Atticus stood motionless, his glowing eyes locked on Yorwin with an unsettling calm. Yorwin's patience began to thin, a frown appearing on his face. You have two choices: surrender or perish. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. The blood shadows surrounding Yorwin stood still, their lethal intent rising, poised to strike at their paragon's command. The humans, held hostage behind Yorwin, remained frozen and immobilized. Every eye was on Atticus, waiting, wondering what he would do. And then, Atticus moved. It wasn't a step or a leap, it was as if he simply vanished into thin air. The space where he had stood shimmered faintly, now empty. Yorwin's expression faltered, his gaze narrowing into sharp pinpricks. That movement, it was fast. Too fast. It wasn't the speed of a master, nor even a grandmaster. It was Paragon fast. Faster than anything he would have anticipated. The blood shadows were caught completely off guard, unable to react as Atticus reappeared in the distance. He stood tall, unruffled, his calm gaze meeting Yorwin's from afar. What is this? Yorwin's amusement evaporated, replaced by a dangerous gleam in his eyes. With a flicker of motion, he brought Candance and the other immobilized humans with him, appearing high above Atticus once more. Enough with the games, Yorwin said coldly, his voice dripping with venom. Surrender, or I kill every single human behind me. Yorwin's reasoning was simple. The alliance clause between the races forbade paragons from initiating direct attacks on the apex of another race unless provoked physically. That was why he was taking this approach. He needed leverage, a way to capture Atticus and extract every piece of information he could about the Spire. It was a foolproof plan. Or so he thought. The silence stretched, tense and suffocating, until Atticus finally spoke. His voice was calm, steady, and chillingly deliberate, each word landing like an irrefutable truth. You are currently encroaching on the human domain. You have spilled the blood of my people and disrupted our order. This is unacceptable and will not go unanswered. You have two choices. Yorwin's gaze flickered, and Atticus tilted his head slightly, his glowing eyes narrowing as an overwhelming aura descended upon the forest. His katana trembled as he continued. A surrender or perish. Author's note. I plan to make this battle historical. It should be my best yet. I hope you'll all bear with me. Thank you for reading. Smiley face. Best regards, Realm Weaver. Closing parenthesis. Silence. An intense, deafening silence gripped the forest as Atticus's words echoed through the air. Atticus hadn't said anything new. In fact, except for a few word changes, he had essentially repeated the exact same threat Grand Elder Yorwin had uttered mere moments ago. But to everyone present, the content of the words wasn't what sent a wave of disbelief through their ranks. No, it was the audacity, the arrogance, the sheer, unshakable denial radiating from the 17-year-old boy. None of them could fathom how overwhelming those qualities must be for someone so young to hurl such words at Yorwin. a grand elder of the Vampiros race. The Vampiros had many paragons, but they could be divided into two categories, the strong and the truly strong. There was no such thing as a weak paragon. Ascending to the paragon rank was a monumental achievement, granting unimaginable power and strength to said individual. The strong paragons of the Vampiros race were typically newly ascended. They had mastered their abilities to extraordinary levels, enough to reach the paragon rank, but they were far from the peak of their potential. They were still learning, still discovering the full extent of their powers. But the truly strong paragons were different. These were paragons who had existed in their rank for over a century. They had fought countless battles, accumulated vast experience, and discovered ways to wield their abilities with world-ending efficiency. There were only 9 such paragons in the Vampiros race, excluding the Blood Queen herself. These paragons were the stuff of legends. Their importance to the Vampiros and the Alliance was immeasurable. They were beings so powerful and feared that their standing was akin to kings and queens of Eldorolf. Grand Elder Yorwin was one of these paragons. He was a king. And for the majority of his long life, he had been treated as such. The humans trapped by Yorwin's powers knew this all too well. The blood shadows surrounding Atticus once more knew it as well. Every single person in the Vampiros race, the human domain, and across all of Eldorolf knew it. Which was why those who had heard Atticus's words couldn't comprehend them. The sheer magnitude of his odyssey. It wasn't just planetary, it eclipsed the stars themselves. It was the kind of arrogance that could challenge the heavens, the kind of confidence that could crush nations beneath its weight. The humans, held motionless by Yorwin's power high in the air, couldn't fathom it. The blood shadows, circling Atticus like a pack of ravenous wolves, couldn't fathom it. The Vampiros race, with all their pride and power, wouldn't fathom it. Even Eldorolf itself, a world bathed in blood and war since its inception, seemed too small to contain the enormity of what this 17-year-old had just declared. In the entire forest, there was only silence. It lingered for a moment, as if everyone present needed time to fully digest his words. Even Yorwin, a paragon, took a second longer than usual to grasp the implications of what he had just heard. And when he did, his lips shifted. A frown appeared on his face. Yorwin was not the kind of person to be provoked by mere words. He was a being who had lived for centuries, his mind refined to a point of absolute control over his emotions and actions. To him, as long as his goals were achieved, his enemies could insult him all they wanted. But even centuries of life could not change what he was at his core. A natural-born predator. Insults from those he considered true enemies didn't faze him. He was above such trivialities. But this boy, Yorwin, was a grand elder of the Vampiros race. To even entertain the notion of placing that boy, that child, in the same realm as his enemies was absurd. It was like the ocean acknowledging a raindrop as its rival. Like a mountain recognizing the challenge of a pebble. It was an ant screaming fury at a giant, daring to insult a being whose mere footstep could obliterate its entire existence. It was ridiculous. It was impossible. And it was an insult. An insult to everything Yorwin was, to everything he stood for. Which was why, despite being centuries old and possessing perfect control over his mind and actions, the moment he heard Atticus's words, he cast that control aside. He didn't just lose it, he obliterated it. Then came the cold. It wasn't the chill of ice or water. It was the coldness of pure, unrelenting bloodlust, intense and suffocating. It crawled across the forest like a creeping shadow, saturating the air with a malice so thick that breathing felt like inhaling razors. Yorwin's eyes flared an intense, searing crimson, glowing like molten embers against the encroaching dark. There was no grand eruption of power, no earth-shattering explosion. It came like a whisper, subtle, insidious, but it carried the weight of a collapsing world. Every living thing within kilometers of the forest froze, their bodies locked in place. Birds fell from the sky. Beasts cowered in their dens. Even the trees seemed to shrink away, their leaves curling inward as if in fear. The metallic scent of blood thickened in the air, so overwhelming it felt as though it seeped into the very soil, staining the earth itself. The blood shadows who had burned with rage at Atticus's words, ready to attack, stopped in their tracks. Their fury evaporated, replaced by something primal, terror. They didn't just freeze, they recoiled. Trembled. In the presence of Yorwin's suffocating power, their very essence felt eclipsed. And then his voice came. It wasn't a roar or a shout. It was quiet, like a loud whisper, and yet it slithered into the minds of everyone present like a venomous serpent. I dare you to repeat that, boy. Cold. The kind of cold that seeped into the bones, clawing past flesh and skin as though it had been waiting for an invitation. It was more than physical, it was a chill that froze thoughts, paralyzed instincts, and made even the boldest creatures forget how to breathe. This wasn't natural. It wasn't of this world. The wind, once dancing freely through the forest, had vanished. The forest had become a graveyard of sound, a stillness so complete it felt as though the world itself had forgotten how to move. Even the ground seemed to lose its warmth, as though life itself was retreating under Yorwin's suffocating bloodlust, leaving behind a frozen, metallic void. The metallic scent of blood grew heavier, more oppressive, as if the bloodlust itself had condensed into droplets, hanging in the air, waiting to drown anyone foolish enough to inhale. The world fell silent. And yet, despite the overwhelming coldness, despite the bloodlust that threatened to swallow everything in its path, it did nothing. Absolutely nothing to shake Atticus. He stood as still as a mountain, unyielding, unmoved by the storm around him. His gaze remained locked on Yorwin, unwavering, as if the centuries of power pressing down upon him were nothing more than a passing breeze. And while it felt to all as if time had slowed, stretching the moment into an eternity, the truth was far more unsettling. No time had passed. Not a second, not even a fraction. As soon as Yorwin spoke, Atticus responded, his voice cutting through the suffocating stillness like a blade. No need. The world froze. Atticus's katana trembled, the vibrations so intense they rippled into the earth, cracking and fracturing it under the weight of an unseen force. With a calmness that betrayed the chaos about to unfold, his hand reached for the hilt. Then, an explosion of wind erupted from his body, tearing the ground apart in a violent display of raw power. The very air recoiled, as if afraid to come too close. He moved. Not through the air. Not like a streak of light. No. That would imply he could be followed, tracked, or even seen. To the blood shadows, to Cadence, to every Resonera present, Atticus simply vanished. But to Grand Elder Yorwin, the world slowed to a crawl. His centuries-old instincts barely managed to keep up as his gaze flickered, straining to follow the boy's movement. Then came Atticus's voice, echoing like a divine decree. Vorpal Nova. The third art of the katana was a technique blending an uncountable number of slashes into a single, devastating crescent arc. Executing it required unimaginable speed, each slash merging seamlessly into the next before they could even be seen. But Atticus had transcended even that. In his movements, there were no afterimages, no traces. His katana ascended and descended in one seamless motion, birthing an arc that screamed toward Yorwin like the scythe of a vengeful god. The forest trembled. The earth split. The sky seemed to darken as the crescent surged forward, its edges slicing through the very fabric of existence. Trees were reduced to splinters before they could even fall. The ground beneath the arc parted as if cleaved by the hands of a deity. Yorwin's eyes shot open, his entire being jolting in alarm. His centuries-honed instincts screamed one thing: danger. The shock that surged through him was planetary in magnitude. A 17-year-old boy. Impossible. But survival had been Yorwin's creed for centuries, and those instincts had never failed him. They wouldn't fail him now. He raised his arm, summoning a blood shield that materialized in an instant. This wasn't just any shield. It was a fortress of crimson energy, so dense it could have withstood the combined might of armies. The air around it warped, trembling under its immense weight, as if reality itself struggled to accommodate its existence. The world braced for impact, awaiting a blinding, earth-shaking collision that would obliterate everything in its path. But it didn't come. Atticus's gaze flickered. Then it happened. As the arc reached the blood shield, the space around it twisted unnaturally. Reality folded in on itself, and the attack vanished, disappearing into the void as though consumed. Yorwin's gaze wavered, disbelief creeping into his expression. Even his centuries of experience hadn't prepared him for this. It teleported. The arc reappeared in an instant, bypassing his impenetrable shield, now mere inches from his chest. His eyes widened in utter shock, a profound disbelief that even a paragon would struggle to comprehend. Time slowed for him, stretching each fraction of a second into an eternity. Then it struck. The arc phased through Yorwin's body, splitting him cleanly in two, as though the blade of a god had deemed him unworthy of existence. But the arc did not stop. It surged forward, carving through the forest and beyond. Mountains in the distance crumbled as if they were made of sand. The horizon itself split, and the earth trembled with aftershocks so fierce they rippled across the land like the heartbeat of a dying world. For a moment, there was silence. And then, the stillness shattered. Time resumed. Candence, the Resonera warriors, and the blood shadows felt it all at once, one overwhelming sensation after another, each more devastating than the last. First, an explosion of raw force erupted from where Atticus had stood, a shockwave so violent it uprooted trees, tore the earth asunder, and sent the blood shadows hurtling through the air like ragdolls. Their bodies slammed into the shattered ground, battered and broken, their groans of pain drowned out by the chaos. Then came the sound. The screech of the ark tearing through the air, a wail so piercing it seemed to resonate in their very souls, leaving behind a trail of despair and awe. Finally, the aftershock hit. The horizon, split as if a celestial blade had descended, sent rippling shockwaves back toward them. The ground heaved violently, cracking open with a deafening roar as the energy unleashed by the ark pulsed through the land like the relentless beat of a war drum. And then, something unexpected happened. Candence and the other Resonera felt it, the iron grip that had locked their blood and bodies in place suddenly weakened. The suffocating force that Yorwin had commanded was gone. The ark had passed through them. And yet nothing had happened. Where are we? Candence murmured, his gaze darting around. This wasn't where they had been before. The battlefield was gone, replaced by endless sky. And then he realized, they were falling. Panic gripped them for an instant before strong hands caught their plummeting forms, steadying their descent. Candence looked up, his breath catching in shock. It wasn't just one Atticus holding them, it was hundreds. Each Resonera had an Atticus gripping them, guiding them gently toward the earth below. But even in his awe, Candence noticed something strange. These weren't the real Atticus. They lacked his presence, his overwhelming aura. They shimmered faintly, translucent, like echoes of the man himself. As their feet touched the ground, the clones dissolved, fading into nothingness. Candence stood motionless, his heart pounding. He wasn't alone. Every single Resonera, bloodied and shaken, stared at the battlefield in disbelief. He saved us, Candence whispered. But their attention was quickly drawn back to the center of the devastation. The blood shadows, trembling and battered, also turned their gazes to the same point. There, hovering in the air, was Atticus. His figure was calm and silent, exuding an unnerving stillness. Before him stood a massive blood shield, pulsing faintly, and inside it, Yorwin's form seemed to linger. Yet, Atticus's icy gaze wasn't fixed on the shield. He was looking beyond it, as though he already understood its true nature. Suddenly, the shield quivered. It began to liquefy, collapsing into a torrent of crimson rain that fell from the sky, drenching the shattered ground in red. Atticus's gaze remained locked on a single point far away. He didn't move, didn't speak. He didn't need to. He knew. Paragons didn't die that easily. A heartbeat later, the blood pooling on the ground convulsed violently, drawn together by an invisible force. It gathered into a single point, swirling with terrifying speed, and then erupted outward in a crimson explosion. From the explosion, Yorwin's body reformed. The Grand Elder materialized, his form solidifying as the crimson glow around him pulsed with life. His breathing was ragged, his gaze wide with the realization that he had come closer to death than ever before. And yet, as his piercing crimson eyes locked onto Atticus's icy stare, the world seemed to freeze once more. The tension was suffocating, the air so thick it felt like it might shatter under the weight of their gazes. Yorwin's voice thundered, vibrating through the very ground beneath them, filled with fury and an intent so murderous the world shuddered. You're dead. You're dead. Yorwin's icy voice tore through the still forest, venom dripping from every syllable. The world seemed to hold its breath, trembling under the weight of his fury. Then it began. Blood seeped from every pore of Yorwin's body, streaming out like rivers converging on him. It coiled and twisted, molding itself around him until it solidified into grotesque, menacing armor. Thick, impenetrable, and pulsing with life, the armor radiated a bloodlust so suffocating it seemed to choke the very air. Only Yorwin's glowing crimson eyes remained visible, cutting through the haze like twin daggers aimed directly at Atticus. His voice, low and menacing, carried two words. Blood veil. The forest responded instantly. A cold wave rippled outward, the ground trembling beneath its force. A crimson light erupted, washing over everything in its path. Every living creature in the forest froze in place, their bodies trembling under the crushing presence of Yorwin's power. The blood shadows, who had already been struggling to endure the oppressive atmosphere, suddenly stilled. Their expressions shifted, reverence and devotion replacing their initial fear and pain. They knew what was coming. And they didn't resist. They embraced it. For the Grand Eldera, they whispered in unison, their voices filled with an eerie, haunting reverence. And then, they burst. Not into blood, not into flesh and gore. They dissolved into unrestrained crimson mist. One by one, every creature unraveled, their forms spiraling into a haze that coiled and gathered around Yorwin. The mist grew denser, thicker, until the forest was engulfed in an impenetrable crimson fog, alive and pulsating with power, a manifestation of death itself. The air was so thick with it that visibility was reduced to nothing, the forest transformed into an endless sea of blood-colored haze. From within the mist, two massive scythes formed. They extended seamlessly from Yorwin's armor, their edges gleaming with a deadly light that promised annihilation. Yorwin's piercing gaze locked onto Atticus's calm, icy stare. For a moment, the world stopped. The crimson haze was the complete bane of life. Breathing it in was akin to inhaling tiny, ticking time bombs. The Vampiros race had dominion over blood. They could control their own, or that of their opponents. As a paragon, Yorwin embodied the pinnacle of this power. The crimson haze wasn't just a fog, it was Yorwin's battlefield. Each particle of blood hanging in the air was under his command, ready to crush, suffocate, or destroy. And yet, despite the suffocating haze, despite the countless deadly droplets surrounding him, Atticus began to descend. Calmly, he entered the haze without hesitation, his feet touching the forest floor. Atticus did nothing. No barrier, no shield, no visible protection of any kind. He simply stood there, his katana already sheathed, radiating an aura of calm so profound, so unshakable, that Yorwin couldn't help but shudder. Atticus inhaled. The tiny droplets of blood entered his body, and vanished. Yorwin froze. He couldn't feel them anymore. The crimson haze that should have consumed Atticus, suffocated him, or torn him apart simply ceased to exist inside him. No crimson glow surrounded Atticus. His eyes retained their normal shades of azure and purple. He didn't appear to have activated any visible defense, let alone his will. And yet, as Yorwin attempted to take control of the blood now inside Atticus, it felt as though he had slammed into an unyielding steel wall. A wall that didn't budge. A wall that couldn't break. No, it was worse, like trying to command the ocean itself to part with a whisper. The connection was severed. His will, his control, his power, it meant nothing. The blood was no longer his to command. It was as though a mortal had dared to seize the blood of a god. Yorwin's crimson eyes narrowed, his jaw tightening as the realization settled deep within him. His fist clenched so tightly that the air around him trembled, the atmosphere bending under the weight of his fury. He had underestimated the boy. He had dismissed him as nothing more than a nuisance, an ant to be crushed beneath his heel whenever he pleased. A mistake. A grave mistake. But none of that mattered now. Only one thing mattered. Yorwin's entire being burned with a singular desire. To rip this boy apart, piece by piece, until there was nothing left. His form dipped, legs coiling with such immense force that the ground beneath him cracked and split, fissures radiating outward for kilometers. The earth shook violently, trembling as though some great beast was about to be unleashed. Then he launched. A streak of crimson tore through the air, his movement so fast that a deafening sonic boom followed in his wake, tearing through the forest with a tempest of swirling blood mist. But Atticus was already gone. A streak of blue and purple erupted from where he had stood, the ground beneath his previous position exploding outward, debris raining down like meteors from the sheer force of his departure. They collided in midair. The clash was monumental. The moment their weapons met, the air screamed in protest, a high-pitched wail that tore through the crimson haze like a dying beast. Azure, purple, and crimson energy erupted in all directions, jagged streaks of light carving chaotic patterns into the mist. The surrounding trees, ancient and rooted deep within the earth, stood no chance. Entire trunks were ripped from their foundations, splintering and hurtling through the air like weightless debris. The ground below fractured and crumbled, massive fissures radiating outward, consuming the forest floor in their wake. Then came the shockwave. It erupted with the force of a natural disaster, a tidal wave of air and mana blasting outward in all directions. At the fortress, Candace and the others barely had time to react. The shockwave slammed into them like a battering ram, sending bodies tumbling and debris flying. Cries of alarm rang out as soldiers scrambled to brace themselves, their footing ripped out from under them. The fortress itself wasn't spared. The onslaught struck its walls and towers with hurricane-like force. Stone and metal groaned and buckled under the pressure, entire sections crumbling as if they were made of sand. Chaos reigned. Dust and debris filled the air, turning the once proud stronghold into little more than rubble. Soldiers coughed and shouted orders amidst the destruction, desperately trying to regroup. But at the epicenter of the battle, the devastation was far greater. Despite the overwhelming force behind their strikes, neither Atticus nor Yorwin yielded an inch. Their weapons ground against each other, the screeching sound like nails raking across the fabric of the world. Azure and purple clashed with pure crimson, mixing into a vibrant, chaotic shade of violet-red that pulsed with unrestrained energy. The collision radiated power in all directions, shaking the earth and sky alike. And still, neither moved. Amidst the devastation, Yorwin's mind raced with the speed of a supercomputer, his eyes wide with utter shock. What is that weapon? His crimson gaze trembled. Up until this moment, Yorwin had believed nothing about Atticus could surprise him further. What could possibly be more shocking than a 17-year-old withstanding the might of a paragon? But he had been wrong. Because right now, he was stunned beyond belief. In the Vampiros race, as members ascended the ranks, their evolution affected more than their bodies, it fundamentally altered their blood. Their blood was graded, its potency and versatility increasing with their power. For the Vampiros, blood was their ultimate weapon, far superior to any blade forged by mortal hands. At the Paragon rank, their blood-forged weapons were unparalleled, capable of shattering even the strongest crafted weapons of lesser beings. Yorwin had expected his blood scythes to shatter Atticus's ordinary-looking katana like a steel hammer smashing through glass. However, crack. Yorwin's eyes sharpened, disbelief clawing at his mind. It's breaking. Cracks began forming on his scythes, their forms trembling, threatening to shatter under the relentless pressure. Yorwin's crimson, trembling gaze locked onto Atticus's unmoving blue and purple eyes. In that instant, the world disappeared. Time slowed. The moment hung suspended in violent perfection, the clash of their powers frozen like a masterpiece of chaos, as though even reality itself dared not intrude. But Atticus had never been one to waste time. No time passed. Yorwin felt it, a primal danger surging from the depths of his soul, sharp and unrelenting. And then he saw it. The reflection on Atticus's gleaming katana told the story before it happened. Behind him, another Atticus. Its katana descended like divine judgment, the blade glowing with a deadly brilliance, carving through the air with precision so perfect it seemed as though the heavens themselves had guided it. Yorwin didn't think. He couldn't. Instinct overrode all thought. His body twisted violently to the side, his scythe shattering in the process with a deafening crack. Splinters of crimson energy burst outward as he narrowly avoided decapitation. The blade missed his head, barely. But he was too slow. The edge of the katana met his wrist mid-evade. The result was instant. Yorwin's blood armor, forged from the very essence of his power, the armor that could withstand blows even paragons would struggle to crack, was sliced through as though it were made of paper. The katana carved through the dense material like a hot knife through butter, clean and merciless. A spray of crimson erupted from Yorwin's wrist, severed tendons and bone laid bare as his hand fell limp. But Yorwin didn't even feel the pain. Pain was irrelevant. He couldn't focus on the gushing blood or the stinging wound. Because at that moment, another wave of shock hit him. It slammed into him like a sledgehammer, so intense it robbed him of his breath. How? Yorwin's mind reeled, unable to process what had just happened. He hadn't noticed the countless clones Atticus had used earlier to save Candace and the others. Because he had been blinded by anger and entirely consumed with his focus on Atticus, he had missed it. But now, there was no missing it. He had seen it. He had felt the other Atticus behind him, the unmistakable presence of a second entity striking with lethality. And as the reality of the moment sank in, Yorwin's thoughts spiraled into disbelief. The Orlithianza. Those words echoed in his mind like a thunderclap. Yorwin, the Grand Elder of the Vampiros, had lived for centuries. He had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the Zorvan invasion, and the extinction of entire races. The superior races of Eldoralth hadn't always numbered 9. Before the Zorvans arrived, There had been 10. Each of the superior races had traits that made them unique, feared, and respected by the people of Eldoralf. But there had been one race, a race so dangerous, so inherently powerful, that every other superior race had viewed them as a threat to their dominance. The Orlithians. Among all the superior races, the Orlithians were the most feared. Not because of their size, their numbers, or their raw strength, but because of their connection to time itself. They weren't just beings that existed within time. They were beings who wielded it. In battle, they were untouchable, phantoms who bent time to their will. Facing them was like fighting shadows from the past, present, and future simultaneously. The other superior races had understood the truth. If the Orlithians were left unchecked, they wouldn't just dominate Eldoralf, they would own it. So, when the Zorvans descended upon Eldoralf, obliterating the Orlithians in one of the most brutal campaigns in history, the other superior races hadn't grieved. They hadn't mourned. They had been relieved. Deep down, every race knew that the Orlithians' survival would have meant the end of any chance for coexistence. Their destruction had been seen as a necessary evil. Yorwin's crimson eyes widened, trembling as the realization hit him. Because now, there was no denying it. Atticus wasn't just fighting like an anomaly. He wasn't just an irregularity in the natural order. He fought like them. Like an Orlithian. Hoa. That single question repeated endlessly in Yorwin's mind. The Orlithians had been annihilated. Their bloodlines had been erased, their powers wiped from existence. So how was Atticus wielding their abilities? But there was no time to dwell on the impossibility. Because in the next instant, Yorwin's gaze flickered to the side. Atticus had already moved. Yorwin's heart trembled. His crimson eyes widened in alarm, his entire body stiffening. Thissa. It was a simple movement. A basic uppercut. Atticus threw it into what seemed to be empty air, a strike so rudimentary, it should have been insignificant. But Yorwin knew better. He knew exactly what was coming. And it made his mind churn in dread. Memories of the Orlithians' battle techniques flooded his thoughts, techniques that had made their race unparalleled in battle. Their first ability, echoes. The power to create phantoms of themselves, crafted from fragments of their original strength. These phantoms multiplied their presence on the battlefield, allowing them to act in countless places at once. Their second ability, future sight. The ability to peer into what was yet to come. For some, it was a fraction of a second. For others, more. But it didn't matter. In the heat of battle, even a single second of foresight could turn gods into mortals, paragons into prey. Atticus had used it. Yorwin was certain. The boy had moved with certainty, not reaction, but preemption. He had shifted before the echo appeared behind him. He had acted not in response, but in inevitability. What seemed like a simple uppercut was anything but. Because, as though destiny itself had demanded it, Yorwin's chin landed exactly where the strike was aimed. And it hit. The force was cataclysmic. The ground beneath them erupted, as if struck by a meteor. Fisher's spider webbed outward, tearing through the forest for hundreds of kilometers. Dust and debris shot into the air in a volcanic plume. Yorwin's head snapped upward, his neck arching violently as pain unlike anything he had ever experienced surged through him. His entire body lifted off the ground as though it weighed nothing. The blood armor that had withstood centuries of battle buckled under the impact. Cracks formed along its surface, fissures of crimson energy rupturing like overpressurized veins. The world around him blurred. His body launched skyward, a streak of crimson tearing through the air. The sheer force of his trajectory created a deafening sonic boom, scattering clouds in his wake. Yorwin's mind reeled as he struggled to regain his composure. His skull felt like it was a cannonball ricocheting inside his own head. His thoughts refused to form, clarity slipping further and further out of reach. He couldn't think. His head refused to work. But his ears still did. And so did his heart. He heard it. A voice. Cold. Sharp. Unmoving. A voice that could freeze worlds. Godspeed, Grace. Yorwin's heart stopped. He saw nothing. Not a flicker. Not a shadow. But he felt it. His instincts screamed at him, a primal alarm louder than anything he had ever known. Death loomed closer than it had in his centuries of existence. A flash. A movement. And then, he felt it. The cold, precise bite of a blade slicing through his neck. His eyes snapped back into focus. His vision blurred as searing pain lanced through him, his body trembling uncontrollably. His heart thundered furiously in his chest, each beat echoing in his ears like the pounding of war drums, drowning out all else. Yorwin couldn't speak. He couldn't even think. But as his brain began to catch up, panic seized him like a vice, consuming every thought. It screamed a single command. Blood eruption. Every molecule of blood within the crimson mist surrounding the battlefield trembled violently, vibrating with a ferocity that could rip reality apart. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, as though the world itself braced for what was to come. And then, it happened. The blood mist collapsed inward, condensing into a singular, volatile point. The energy surged uncontrollably, reaching its breaking point in mere fractions of a second. Then it exploded. The detonation was unlike anything the world had ever witnessed. The condensed mist erupted outward in a cataclysmic blast. A crimson mushroom cloud surged into the sky, its fiery base expanding outward like a tidal wave of annihilation. The ground beneath it disintegrated, massive craters forming as the force carved deep scars into the earth. The shockwave ripped through the battlefield with unrelenting fury. Trees were vaporized before they could fall. Rocks dissolved into fine dust. Even the air itself screamed, twisting violently as the sheer force obliterated everything in its path. The destruction didn't stop at the battlefield. The borders of both the human and vampiros domains fell. Fortified walls, centuries in the making, crumbled like sandcastles beneath the tide. In the human domain, Sector 10, the shockwave arrived like a hammer of the gods. Buildings trembled violently, their foundations cracking. Massive structures that had stood tall for decades collapsed, their debris scattering through the streets. The ground buckled and split, streets fracturing as the sector descended into chaos. People screamed, their terror echoing through the ruined city. Alarms blared. A deep, resonant horn boomed across the sector, the Paragon alarm. It was a signal of unimaginable magnitude, reserved only for events that threatened the survival of the entire sector. People froze in their tracks. Their gazes snapped upward, toward the source of the devastation. And then they saw it. The mushroom cloud, towering into the heavens, its crimson core swirled violently, a hellish vortex that twisted against the backdrop of the horizon. Their breaths stopped. Their hearts skipped. Their minds spun in disbelief. What just happened? Someone whispered, the question hanging in the air, unanswered. It wasn't just Sector 10. Every human fortress facing the direction of the explosion stilled. Warriors hardened by countless battles froze in unison, their wide eyes fixed on the distant, blood-red inferno. The shockwave had reached them all, rattling their fortresses and shattering their nerves. The second the wave hit the human domain, the heads of the human paragons snapped toward its source. Their faces darkened as they realized the implications. Without hesitation, they moved. Their forms blurred, streaking across the land like bolts of divine light. The air itself tore apart in their wake as they crossed the vast expanse at impossible speeds. Unlike the others, they knew. They all knew. Their apex was there. They all echoed the same thoughts. What the hell has he gotten himself into now? But it wasn't just the humans. Within the vampiros' domain, their paragons turned their crimson eyes toward the same horizon. Unlike their human counterparts, their expressions carried no fear or concern. There was no urgency in their movements. Only intrigue. That direction it was the border of the human and vampiros' domains. A battle of paragons was occurring there. Their lips curled into feral, bloodthirsty grins. Had the humans finally grown a spine? The thought echoed among them. They moved. Their speed obliterated the ground beneath them, sending rippling shockwaves outward. Streaks of red tore through the skies, screaming toward the border like predators chasing the scent of fresh blood. In all of Sector 10, silence reigned. The people stood frozen, hearts pounding like war drums. Each person instinctively reached for the hand of a loved one, or even a stranger, seeking the comfort of human contact, the smallest reassurance against the growing dread. A crimson glow blanketed the sector, its light swallowing the sun's brilliance. It reflected off their terror-stricken faces, casting them in an otherworldly red, like harbingers of an impending apocalypse. Sector 10 was the pride of the human domain. Governed by the Nebulon family, at least, that was what the general populace believed. The truth was far more complex. Sector 10 was not just Nebulon territory, it was a hub shared by all the Tier 1 families. The Nebulons controlled the majority, but each Tier 1 family had carved out their strongholds, their influence stretching across different parts of the sector. Sector 10 was the largest and most vital of the human sectors, a massive ring encircling the entire domain. Within it lay humanity's most valuable resources, and along its vast borders stood countless fortresses facing the territories of Eldoralth's other races. No single family could defend such an expansive region. Each border was assigned to a different Tier 1 family, their collective strength forming the shield that protected the human domain. But now, that shield felt fragile. The people of Sector 10 stared at the crimson cloud looming on the horizon. Fear rooted them to the spot, their minds racing with the same chilling thought. That was where the Resonera fortress stood. The border with the Vampiros. The word formed in their minds, one that sent a chill down their spines: war. It was a word that conjured images of death, destruction, and despair. Some tried to convince themselves it wasn't true, but the scene that followed crushed their fragile hope. A sharp tearing sound split the air, turning every head skyward. Streaks of light, vivid and multicolored, pierced the heavens, racing toward the source of the crimson cloud. The people gasped. They didn't need to guess. The paragons of humanity. Fear surged like a tidal wave. If all the paragons were responding, the situation was far worse than they could have imagined. Realization dawned on them, heavy and suffocating. Sector 10 wasn't just in danger, it was a ticking time bomb. We have to leave this sector. Now. Grab whatever you can carry. Forget the bags. Just run. Chaos erupted. People scattered like ants, flooding the roads leading to Sector 9 and the outer edges of Sector 10. Panic swept through the population as families, merchants, and soldiers scrambled to escape. While chaos engulfed the sector, the first paragon reached the epicenter of destruction. A streak of multicolored light halted abruptly in the crimson-stained sky. The glow dimmed, revealing Zephyrian Nebulon, the paragon of the Nebulon family. He was the closest to the scene, and it was no surprise that he reached here first. Zephyrian floated above the battlefield, his piercing gaze surveying the devastation below. He was a man of few words, one who preferred observation over conversation. Even among his family, his thoughts were a mystery, his silence a cloak of enigmatic calm. He prided himself on his ability to understand the incomprehensible, to remain composed even in the face of chaos. But now, as his sharp eyes took in the scene before him, his composure faltered. The words escaped his lips, unbidden, carried by a disbelief so profound it shook even him. What the hell is this? The heavens were drenched in crimson. Jagged streaks of red and black scarred the sky, as though reality itself had been torn asunder by the battle's fury. The ground below was a wasteland. Craters and fissures stretched as far as the eye could see, the earth scorched and broken. Steam rose in ghostly tendrils, mingling with the thick, suffocating haze. But it wasn't the destruction that unnerved Zephyrian. His gaze pierced through the haze, locking onto the center of the devastation. There, amidst the wreckage, stood a figure. Unmoved. Unshaken. The crimson haze swirled around him, but it seemed unwilling, or unable, to touch him. His white hair flowed faintly, undisturbed by the chaos. His katana, sheathed at his side, radiated an almost imperceptible glow. Zephyrian's gaze trembled. His mind raced to comprehend what he was seeing. A paragon-level battle, yet here stood a 17-year-old, untouched by the carnage around him. This wasn't normal. This wasn't natural. For the first time in decades, Zephyrian felt a chill crawl up his spine. But he already knew. Atticus Ravenstein was an anomaly. And anomalies had a way of turning the impossible into reality. The boy floated in the air, his azure and purple gaze piercing through the haze like a beacon of defiance. His body bore no wounds, no signs of the destruction that had reached even Sector 10, a great distance away. Zephyrian's gaze shifted. Far in the distance, hovering in the air, was the heaving form of Grand Elder Yorwin. The once mighty Vampiros looked ragged. His chest rose and fell with heavy, labored breaths. The blood armor that had covered his face was shattered, revealing his sweat-soaked visage, twisted with emotions too intense to decipher. His usually vibrant skin had dimmed. The cut on his neck, along with his slicked arm, the one Atticus had inflicted, had healed, but it was not enough. Hatred burned in his crimson eyes. This was no ordinary hatred. It was a primal, consuming fury, born from the depths of his soul. The Vampiros possessed a devastating ability, the power to make blood explode, capable of obliterating even the bodies of paragons. Yorwin had activated it in desperation, using it as his last defense against the relentless assault of Atticus. It had saved him from being beheaded, but it had failed to even scratch the boy. He had survived. And yet, there was no joy in Yorwin's eyes. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, his entire body trembling with rage. A boy, a fucking boy, a child from a lower race had humiliated him, shattered his pride as a grand elder of the Vampiros race. It was unthinkable. No, it was unforgivable. Even as the presence of the human paragons arriving at the scene filled the air, Yorwin's bloodlust kept rising like a wave. He didn't care. He didn't care about the witnesses, the consequences, or even his own survival. He wanted to kill. He needed to kill this boy. There was no escape, no surrender. This battle could only end one way, with one of them erased from existence. Yorwin's aura exploded, a shockwave of crimson energy parting the haze for kilometers in every direction. More blood converged around him, rapidly reforming his armor, thicker and stronger than before. His scythe elongated from his hand, forming with brutal efficiency, radiating bloodlust so potent it made the air shimmer. He said nothing, but his glowing crimson eyes spoke volumes. He moved. A streak of red tore through the sky toward Atticus like a missile of unrelenting fury. But Atticus was already gone. Streaks of blue and purple flashed as he moved, the air around him exploding from the sheer force of his speed. They collided. The impact sent shockwaves screaming through the crimson haze, the sky itself trembling with the force of their clash. Blood swirled around Yorwin, shooting in every direction, each tendril seeking to impale Atticus. But it didn't matter. Atticus's movements were minimal, precise. His body twisted and turned, leaving streaks of azure and purple in his wake. It was as though he knew where the attacks would be before they even came, slipping through the barrage with an ease that defied comprehension. And then, his counterattack came. Atticus's katana flashed in the haze, raining down slashes in torrents. Each strike was a calculated blow, aimed with deadly lethality from every conceivable angle. Yorwin barely managed to evade, his instincts the only thing saving him from certain death. But evasion was not enough. Every dodge left him open to the relentless onslaught of Atticus's kicks and punches. A strike landed on Yorwin's side, sending him flying backward. Another hit his chest, knocking him higher into the air. Each blow carried the force of a tidal wave, battering his body and sending him reeling. But every time, Yorwin shot back with even greater speed, his rage fueling his movements as he charged at Atticus once more. Only to be struck down again. And again. And again. At the edge of the battlefield, the human paragons watched with complete disbelief. Even Magnus, who had also arrived, gazed at the scene with an expression of utter disbelief. Was this really a grand elder of the Vampiros race? Being beaten like this? Their gazes flickered to the distance in unison, where an overwhelming presence streaked forward with a light of crimson. Their gazes darkened. This presence, there was no denying it. Jezanet Bloodveil, the Blood Queen of the Vampiros race, had arrived. In the heart of the Vampiros domain, in a hall that stretched endlessly, lay an expanse of ominous beauty. There were no floors, only a glowing crimson liquid that seemed alive, rippling faintly with an eerie pulse. Massive pillars, carved with intricate, ancient patterns, stretched upward, vanishing into the dark, arched ceiling above. The entire chamber was bathed in a blood-red hue, but the light didn't come from above. It came from below. The crimson pool that filled the hall radiated a soft, sinister glow, casting sharp shadows and an unnatural ambiance that whispered of power, reverence, and an ancient presence. At the center of the pool, two figures floated as though weightless. Naked, pale, flawless. The very embodiment of the Vampiros race. Ah, this feels so nice, Lorraine Bloodveil said, her voice dreamy as she drifted lazily on her back through the pool of blood. Her eyes were half closed in bliss, her fingers trailing ripples through the liquid. We should do this more often, Grandma. The air grew still, heavy. A palpable shift in the atmosphere sent invisible chills rippling outward. The second figure, seated cross-legged in the pool, opened her eyes. Crimson, sharp, cold enough to cut steel. Jezanet Bloodveil, the Blood Queen, did not speak with warmth or indulgence. This is the Hall of Crimson Eternity, her voice resonated, sharp and cold. The blood of our ancestors, paragons who carved the foundation of the Vampiros race flows here. Their essence, their sacrifice, their power. And you dare treat it like a bathhouse? Each word dripped with anger, her icy tone making the blood itself seem to pulse with disapproval. Lorraine stretched, unfazed, releasing another contented sigh. Right, respect, ancestors, yada yada. I got it. She waved her hand lazily, as though she couldn't care less, her eyes still closed, making no effort to adjust her demeanor. Jezeneth's gaze hardened, her aura pressing down on the chamber like an unrelenting vice. The temperature dropped further. If looks could kill, Loray's carefree smirk would have been obliterated. Jezeneth clicked her tongue in irritation and turned her gaze away. Ungrateful brat. She'd been dealt the worst hand in granddaughters. Loray's mother had been a disappointment in talent, but when Loray was born, Jezeneth had dared to hope. No, she had been ecstatic. Loray was gifted, a prodigy among prodigies, her potential unparalleled. But potential was worthless without effort. Instead of becoming the apex warrior Jezeneth envisioned, Loray treated everything, including sacred rituals, as mundane, laughing her way through life with nonchalance. It was infuriating. She couldn't help but wonder just how powerful the girl would have become if she had only put more effort into her training. Jezeneth inhaled deeply, her patience thinning. How long could she endure this? The blood of Vampiros paragons was special. It was invaluable to the Vampiros race and worth more than any resource. That was why, even after death, the blood of Vampiros paragons was collected and stored in the Hall of Crimson Eternity. Bathing in their pooled blood strengthened the blood of the individual, making it a valuable training resource. At least she's strengthening herself regardless, Jezeneth thought. Just as she was about to return to her training, her thoughts fractured as a faint tremor brushed her senses. Something, or someone, was outside. Jezeneth's eyes narrowed, her instincts flaring. The Hall of Crimson Eternity was sacred, impenetrable, and forbidden to all but their bloodline. Not even the Grand Elders were allowed entry. She was the Blood Queen. Unless something requiring her intervention had occurred, she couldn't possibly imagine why anyone would dare disturb her while she was training. It could only mean one thing: catastrophe. She raised her hand with slow precision, and the colossal doors parted silently, revealing a woman kneeling at the threshold, trembling in reverence. Her formal attire and crimson gaze marked her as an elite attendant. The woman bowed so deeply her forehead touched the stone. "My queen," she began, her voice quivering under Jezeneth's unyielding stare. "There is an incident at the human border." Hearing the word human, Loray's ears perked up, and she turned her gaze toward the attendant, her attention caught. Jezeneth's aura darkened. A suffocating weight fell over the hall, causing the attendant to visibly shudder. "Speak clearly," Jezeneth ordered. The attendant shook with intensity under Jezeneth's piercing stare. She didn't need to be told, she understood what Jezeneth meant. Why should she care? "A fight, my queen." The attendant's voice faltered as she hurried to clarify. "Ida, it's Paragon level." Jezeneth's eyes narrowed into lethal slits. The very air seemed to coil with her aura. Paragon level, at the human border. Her thoughts raced. Yorwin. She had sent him on a covert mission to the same border, a mission known only to her and a few trusted confidants. And now, a Paragon-level battle was occurring in the same location. The crimson pool rippled violently as Jezeneth stood, her form radiating an intense coldness. Blood clung to her body, only to swirl upward in intricate streams, weaving into an elaborate, regal gown. Dark crimson red and black fabric adorned her form, imbued with an aura of supremacy that made the attendant lower her gaze further. Something was happening. She had to see for herself. "Take me with you, Grandma." Loray's voice called out, casual as ever. Jezeneth didn't spare her a glance. Paragons were leagues above her. She'd only get in the way. Plus, despite her dissatisfaction with Loray's behavior, she couldn't put their greatest genius in harm's way. Without a word, Jezeneth turned and strode toward the exit, her steps echoing in the vast chamber. The hall gave way to a narrow passage, reinforced with materials so dense they muted her perception. She hadn't felt the shockwaves of the fight until now because of these exact materials. Emerging into the open air, Jezeneth stood atop the highest balcony of her castle. Her bare feet touched the stone. Blood swirled around her body once more, forming armored embellishments, her crimson cloak billowing behind her as though alive. The atmosphere shifted, plunging into an unnatural chill that spread across the sprawling city below. People froze. All of them in the city. Instinctively. They felt it, their blood stirring within their veins, resonating with her presence. Every gaze turned toward the castle, trembling in fear. Jezeneth didn't acknowledge them. Her eyes were locked on the horizon, toward the border where chaos brewed. Her crimson irises glowed faintly, akin to a frozen storm. And then, she vanished. For a moment, the world held its breath. Silence gripped the city. Then it came, the shockwave. A deafening boom ripped through the air, shaking the ground and causing the entire city to tremble. People stumbled, their blood pounding in their ears. The aftershock was so immense it took several seconds to subside. The people turned toward the horizon, their hearts still racing. The Blood Queen, Jezeneth Bloodveil, was on the move. Take me there, Lorray said to no one in particular, staring in the direction Jezeneth had just gone. The situation at the border had caught her attention, and she couldn't stop herself from wanting to know more about what was happening. I feel like he's involved. Lorray couldn't shake off the feeling, no matter how much she tried. She just knew that Atticus was somehow involved. In fact, he could very well be the major cause of this event. She had to know. Seconds passed, and she received no response. Did I stammer? Lorray's voice turned cold, her tone cutting through the silence like a blade. In the next instant, the bracelet fixed on her wrist suddenly lit up with an intense glow before a mass of crimson blood burst out, forming into an aged woman who bowed in front of Lorray with respect. That isn't the case, young mistress. The mistress is worried that you're not ready to FACA. Blah, blah, blah. I know all of that. What you think doesn't matter. What my grandmother thinks doesn't matter. You're mine, and you'll listen to my orders. The aged woman paused. She wasn't surprised by Lorray's reaction or words. Instead, she couldn't help but wonder at the stark difference between how Lorray acted when she was alone and when she was with Jezeneth. The aged woman was a figure of paragon status and had been bound to Lorray as her protector. Lorray never went anywhere without her, and she knew everything. Lorray acted nonchalant around Jezeneth and the elders of the Vampiros race, but the aged woman had seen everything. She knew how Lorray pushed herself to the brink during her training. She knew the cold and calculating Lorray and how she addressed her subordinates. There was not a trace of nonchalance. The aged woman reluctantly nodded. There was no helping it. Lorray's abrupt change was shocking, but she stated the fact. She was obligated to listen to her orders. Then excuse me, the aged woman said. A cloak of blood suddenly engulfed the duo before shooting into the horizon at supersonic speed. The castle where the Blood Queen resided was located at the heart of the Vampiros domain. In simple terms, the distance between the castle and the border was vast. Incredibly vast. Jezeneth had reacted to the incident at the border a few seconds later than the other Grand Elders of the Vampiros race. The others had blazed toward the border the instant they felt the energy emanating from the battle. However, Jezeneth had been slightly delayed. Though they each came from different sides of the Vampiros domain, their distance to the border was also shorter than Jezeneth's. However, despite all of this, a single crimson streak tore through the air, appearing on the horizon of the border at an unprecedented speed. The sound of her passage, like 1,000 whips cracking in unison, like the roar of an unrelenting tempest, shattered the air. It reverberated across the vast expanse, shaking the earth and sending shockwaves that rippled through the clouds. Jezeneth Bloodveil moved faster than thought, her form a blur of blood and wrath tearing toward the border. And then, she arrived. Her aura fell over the border like a tidal wave. Suffocating. Absolute. The air grew dense, engulfed by her presence. The world seemed to freeze under her gaze. Her crimson eyes glowed with a sharpness that pierced through the chaos like daggers. In a fraction of a nanosecond, she absorbed everything. The border that had turned into nothing but a scene of devastation. The sight of a Grand Elder of the Vampiros, one of their most powerful, being tossed around like a broken doll by a single human boy. A child. The sight of said child moving with unnatural speed, every one of his blows reducing the Elder to a shadow of his former self. The sight of the paragons of humanity hovering high in the sky, their faces frozen in utter disbelief, as though they couldn't comprehend what they were seeing. The scene of the borderlands had turned into a wasteland. Cities near the Vampiros' territory had been obliterated by the shockwaves of the battle, their ruins scarred deeply. And then, Jezeneth's eyes scanned the bodies. Thousands of Vampiros, their lifeless forms strewn across the ground. Blood soaked the earth, seeping into the soil as if reclaiming what had been taken. Her people, her territory. Silence. Jezeneth didn't speak. She didn't need to. The weight of what she saw demanded no words. It didn't need to be addressed. Not with words, anyway. Only one thought reverberated through her mind. One word, resounding in her head like thunder. It could only be one thing. War. Her voice rang out, shaking the heavens. Blood constructs. The air itself seemed to respond to her command. The blood spilled across the battlefield quivered and rose, dark tendrils snaking upward like living shadows. They thickened, solidified, and took form. In moments, an army hovered before her. Towering figures of abyssal black, clad in jagged armor that gleamed like obsidian. Their eyes burned blood red, glowing with an unholy light. They carried long, barbed spears in their hands, each one humming with deadly energy. The constructs numbered in the millions, each radiating an intense aura of at least Grandmaster rank. They stretched across the horizon, blotting out the sun and plunging the land into a blackened twilight. Their presence was overwhelming, like a vast, living shadow creeping toward the human domain. The ground trembled under their weight, and the air thrummed with the promise of annihilation. The Grand Elders of the Vampiros were in the category of the truly strong paragons on the planet. The human domain was led by the Council of Paragons. However, there was a reason why, despite there being 9 such beings in the Vampiros race, they were all led by a single entity. The Blood Queen, Jezaneth Bloodveil. It was because of one thing: the overwhelming power of her blood. The blood of the Bloodveil lineage was special. Even from birth, their blood stood out from that of the others. It was the cornerstone of the Vampiros race. Their blood was blacker, stronger, and purer than any other. They were the originals, the untainted core of Vampiros' power. The Blood Queen, Jezaneth Bloodveil, was young compared to the Grand Elders of the Vampiros race, but it mattered little. Comparing her to them was like comparing heaven and earth. She was their queen not by age, but by might. By absolute dominance. Her voice resounded like the harbinger of an apocalypse. Attack. The constructs moved. Their march shook the land, the air itself splitting as their forms tore through it. They spread like a flood, advancing in waves toward the human domain. Above, the paragons of humanity watched in growing dread. Oberon's golden eyes flickered with intensity as he spoke, his voice booming over the chaos. It's too late to stop this madness. Oberon's hands blurred in the air, moving so fast they became a blur as he engraved multiple runes in the air. The runes lit up with a golden glow before shooting upwards, their forms streaking toward the different sectors of the human domain at supersonic speed. His gaze turned toward the others, his tone filled with urgency. She's targeting the human domain. We can't count on the Aegis shield to protect the sectors. Their spies will target the Aegis nodes. His voice grew sharper, his presence flaring as golden light radiated from his form. We move, or we lose everything. As Oberon's words ended, not a nanosecond was wasted. Magnus moved first. Dark clouds churned above, splitting with a deafening crack of lightning that lit up the battlefield like divine judgment. His voice rumbled low, like a storm's growl. I am lightning. In the next instant, his form disappeared, replaced by a blinding streak of light that tore through the constructs like a divine blade. He moved everywhere and nowhere, an untouchable blur of speed, slicing through the abyss black army. Each strike was precise, brutal, and unrelenting. Blood and shadow burst in his wake as the constructs fell in waves. The other paragons didn't hesitate. One by one, they surged forward, activating their powers in a brilliant display of humanity's might. The ground trembled, quaking under the force of unleashed fury. Blazing flames, shimmering auras, and crackling ice carved paths of destruction through the tide of constructs. The very air screamed under the pressure of their power, the borderlands obliterated in their wake. Thousands of blood constructs disintegrated in mere moments. Yet, for every one destroyed, another emerged from the swirling abyss, forming and charging forward faster than before. The constructs were endless, their blackened forms blotting out the horizon, an unrelenting tide of death. And yet, despite all the chaos and destruction, nothing disturbed the battle between Atticus and Yorwin. The sound of their clash drowned out even the cataclysmic attacks of the paragons. Shockwaves rippled as their blurred forms collided midair, shaking the very foundation of the battlefield. Atticus landed blow after blow, each strike forcing agonized screams from Yorwin's lips. Ha! I will kill you. Yorwin's voice tore through the air, his face twisted with rage and fury. His current look was far from the respected, king-like appearance that a Grand Elder of the Vampiros race should embody. His armor was cracked in multiple spots, with pieces missing, especially on his face, revealing a visage consumed with utter rage. His crimson eyes were bloodshot, veins throbbing across his face and neck as he gritted his teeth together. He didn't care about the chaos around him. He didn't care about his queen's presence. Nothing else mattered but Atticus. The boy, the child who dared to humiliate him. Yorwin's speed peaked, his movements turning frenzied as he collided with Atticus in a blur of explosive strikes. Shockwaves rippled outward with every clash, tearing through the battlefield. Yorwin was punched, kicked, slashed, split in two. But no matter what, he healed instantly before running back into the battle. How troublesome, Atticus thought calmly as his katana flashed, splitting Yorwin into multiple pieces. His gaze sharpened as he saw Yorwin reappear in a burst of blood at another location before shooting back toward him. Atticus was currently not using his elements, nor any domain. The only things he was relying on were his exosuit, mana, spiritual energy, katana arts, and the power of the Orlithians. And yet, he had still been able to match Yorwin, a grand elder of the Vampiros race. However, even as he fought, a frown settled on his face. He had delivered lethal attacks that should have killed even a paragon, and yet Yorwin was still alive and well. It didn't make any sense. As Atticus's mind churned, he heard Ozeroth's voice in his head. Use your spiritual eye. His gaze widened. Why didn't I think about that? He ignored Ozeroth's snarky remark and instantly activated it, both his eyes turning an intense purple. But just as he was about to focus on Yorwin, Atticus felt an immense wave of killing intent slamming into him, sending a chill crawling down his spine. His gaze sharpened as his right leg impacted Yorwin's face, sending the latter hurtling away. His eyes darted to the side, only to see a streak of abyssal black tearing through the air, heading straight for him. It moved with impossible speed, radiating an aura so oppressive it seemed to freeze the very blood in the veins of those present. Jezaneth Bloodveil. She was untouched, unbothered. Her gaze was cold and calculating, her body glowing with vigor despite the millions of constructs she was currently controlling. The paragons of humanity's gazes sharpened in unison. They hadn't forgotten Jezaneth, but none of them had expected her to act so soon. And even if she did, none had expected her to target him. Atticus. Magnus's face darkened. Atticus was currently matching a grand elder of the Vampiros race. While that was mind-blowing in its own right, Jezaneth was on another level entirely. No one doubted Atticus's power at this point, but matching Jezaneth. No one believed that was possible. They surged forward to intercept, but their bodies suddenly slowed. A chill ran through their veins. Their blood churned, growing heavy and resisting their will. Thunder crackled overhead, rumbling with intensity. Magnus growled, his eyes blazing as he locked his gaze on Jezaneth. The other paragons grimaced, their movements sluggish as Jezaneth's overwhelming blood control pressed down on them like a vice. They fought back, forcing their blood to obey, but it cost them their speed. Oberon acted swiftly. His eyes glowed with golden light as he summoned glowing slates from his spatial storage. Use these now. He hurled them toward the other paragons. They caught the slates, activating them instantly. A golden glow enveloped each of them, briefly breaking Jezaneth's control over their blood. But it was too late. Jezaneth had already closed the distance. A spear of pure blood formed in her hands. The air shuddered under its weight as she thrust it forward, a streak of death tearing through the sky toward Atticus. Atticus's gaze narrowed into pinpricks as Jezaneth's overwhelming aura slammed into his body like a sledgehammer. He tried to move, tried to retaliate, but his body felt unbearably heavy. She's strong, his mind raced. Jezaneth was nothing like Yorwin. Her powers seemed to be on an entirely different level. Overwhelming. Absolute. Atticus's eyes abruptly blazed as he clenched the hilt of his katana tightly. In the next instant, his will roared to life as a blinding crimson erupted from him, breaking her hold. His hand moved, katana flashing toward the incoming attack. Despite the intensity of the situation, Atticus calmly assessed the circumstances. I can't escape this clash unscathed. The attack neared, and as they were about to collide, the world seemed to hold its breath, the paragons, eyes fixed on the scene. But suddenly, the heavens tore asunder. A brilliant streak of azure light cascaded from the ruptured sky, descending with unthinkable speed. It was as if the heavens themselves had intervened, hurling a divine force between Atticus and Jezaneth. The spear of blood met the shield of radiant energy in midair. The impact was cataclysmic. Time seemed to fracture for an instant, as though reality itself struggled to comprehend the sheer force unleashed. Then, a blinding detonation erupted, its light swallowing the battlefield in a searing flash that burned into the retinas of all who were watching. The sound followed, a roar so deafening it felt alive, tearing through the air like the scream of a wounded god. The shockwave exploded outward in a ring of raw devastation, ripping through the constructs and sending fragments of earth and stone hurtling like missiles. Dust and smoke surged upward, forming an impenetrable shroud that engulfed the scene, choking out all visibility. For a heartbeat, all was still. A ringing silence fell, heavy and oppressive, as though the world had drawn in a single breath and forgotten to exhale. Then, the smoke began to clear. Slowly, the figures on the battlefield narrowed their gazes toward the center of the impact. Hovering amidst the rubble was a man, his form glowing faintly in the dissipating light. His blue hair shimmered like the sea under moonlight, and his crimson eyes glowed with mischief. He had a face so sharp and handsome it seemed almost inhuman, his lips curled into a devilish grin. Heya! His voice echoed, light and casual, as though he weren't standing in the middle of a battlefield. Whisker von Pounce. The sovereign of the beast race had arrived. The world paused, and every gaze focused on the scene in the sky. A translucent blue glow had materialized in front of Whisker, just in time to block the piercing abyssal spear from clashing with Atticus. Many were shocked beyond words. It wasn't because of Whisker's sudden appearance. No, it wasn't even because, despite the chaos, he was still smiling. No. It was for one reason. He had stopped the attack of Jezaneth, the blood queen of the Vampiros race. And he had done it so casually. Whisker didn't appear to care about their shock. In fact, to him, it didn't seem like he had done anything at all. Whisker's grin widened as he turned his back to Atticus, flashing him a wink and nodding slowly. His meaning was clear. None shall interfere. Finish your battle. Atticus couldn't help but smirk, shaking his head at the sheer audacity of the beast. He was crazy. With a nod of acknowledgement, Atticus turned to Yorwin, his violet eyes igniting with an unrelenting intensity. His form blurred, and within moments, the battlefield erupted in a furious cacophony of collisions. Blades and bodies clashed with the force of storms, shaking the ground beneath them. Whisker turned his attention to Jezaneth, his grin shrinking into a small, unreadable smile. Jezaneth's abyssal gaze narrowed to slits, her hand trembling as she gripped her spear tighter. She had poured more power into her attack, yet the shield hadn't yielded. Her instincts roared in warning. Without hesitation, she retreated, reappearing at a safe distance. Her icy glare fixated on Whisker. He's strong. Jezaneth swept her spear to the side, the motion sending shockwaves rippling outward, carving fissures into the ground. Her eyes scrutinized Whisker like a predator sizing up prey. Silence reigned. Whisker broke it with a hum, his head tilting as though in thought. Hama, you're supposed to be the great blood queen, terror of humanity, destroyer of lands, bringer of chaos. His smile widened. But damn, I've gotta admit, you're beautiful. How about we stop this madness and go have some fun instead? The silence that followed was deafening. The very air seemed to turn crimson as a bloodlust so thick it could be tasted descended on the battlefield. The sky darkened, and the world seemed to tremble under the weight of her fury. Jezaneth's voice came low, each word dripping with venom. You humans have desecrated our lands, slaughtered our kind, and reduced our legacy to ashes. There will be no peace. No truce. No compromise. This ends only with human blood soaking the earth and your kind eradicated from existence. As she spoke, her aura surged, swelling like a tidal wave. Blood pooled around her feet, rising in tendrils, twisting and coalescing into another army of crimson constructs. Their sheer numbers blotted out the horizon, their oppressive presence suffocating the battlefield. Whisker let out a low whistle, his grin returning. Damn, you've got enough blood for a river, yet you still want more. Greedy, aren't you? He scratched the back of his head. A pretty lady like you shouldn't be here, raging on a battlefield. You should be treated like fine porcelain, not smashing spears around like some brute. The paragons, watching from the sidelines, stared in utter disbelief. Was he truly speaking to the Blood Queen Jezaneth this way? They were completely baffled. A chilling wind swept over the battlefield, silencing even the whispers of the battle. Jezaneth's gaze locked onto Whisker, her lips unmoving, her expression unreadable. Then the air around her vibrated violently as her body brimmed with unrestrained power. Her spear trembled in her grasp as abyssal black blood streamed from her form, converging into a radiant, otherworldly armor. The very earth shuddered beneath her might as her gaze glowed with an intense, suffocating black. Her voice was a whisper, yet it carried like a thunderclap. I will kill you. The blood constructs moved as one, surging forward in a tide of crimson. Jezaneth moved, her form blurring into motion with impossible speed. But the chaos was only beginning. From the corner of their eyes, the paragons of humanity saw streaks of red slicing through the sky, roaring toward the battlefield. Their faces hardened as the realization hit. The Grand Elders of the Vampiros race had arrived. The atmosphere was heavy. No, heavy couldn't begin to describe the current atmosphere. The borders between the human and Vampiros domains, which had usually been calm and quiet, had turned into the complete opposite. Complete and utter chaos had descended upon the entire region. The wall marking the borders of both domains had crumbled and turned to dust, like a sandcastle on a beach. The apex of humanity, a 17-year-old figure that every single one of the human paragons had agreed to support and protect with their lives, was currently battling a Grand Elder of the Vampiros race, a being centuries older than him. But this wasn't even the mind-boggling part. The mind-boggling part was that he was winning. Not just winning, he was dominating the battle. While it was a scene that sent waves of pride through the human paragons, unfortunately, none of them could stop to watch the magnificent scene unfold. The paragons, figures blurred, appearing like streaks of light that illuminated the battlefield with their blinding radiance. They zipped past the ranks of millions of blood constructs that dotted the sky, leaving behind carnage and destruction in their wake. Their numbers fell, thousands disintegrated in a single second. And yet, despite the speed at which they were destroying them, more constructs still formed, screaming toward the human domain like harbingers of cataclysm. She's smart, Oberon thought calmly as he engraved multiple runes in the air at impossible speeds, his arms appearing like blurs of wind. She chose to target the human domain. While the Blood Queen's power was incredibly potent in its own right, the ability to summon constructs with powers in the Grandmaster rank was an extraordinary skill, one that was extremely valuable in battle. However, in a battle of paragons, it was next to useless. Grandmaster ranks, even those at the peak, were still akin to ants before paragons. The paragons could mow them down, regardless of how long it took, without breaking a sweat. The Blood Queen knew this, which was why she hadn't targeted the paragons in the first place. Her words, "Blood will be repaid with blood," echoed in Oberon's mind. She hadn't targeted them, she had targeted the human domain directly. Currently, the paragons were spread out in all directions along the border, stopping the blood constructs from reaching the human domain. Their hands were full. Jezaneth had done this to keep them occupied while she dealt with Atticus. But, unfortunately for her, Whisker had appeared, stopping that plan. This left the paragons free to focus on their task of guarding the human domain. However, Oberon knew it wasn't over. Somehow, he knew this was only the beginning. The sound of the atmosphere tearing reverberated across the battlefield, and the gazes of the paragons darkened, their eyes darting toward different directions. It wasn't just coming from one place. From all directions, streaks of crimson tore through the air, heading toward the border with impossible speed. Oh, what now? Luminous's voice boomed, frustration burning through his radiant figure as he stopped midair. His entire body blazed with golden brilliance, siphoning energy directly from the sun. His gaze never wavered from the crimson streaks rapidly approaching the battlefield, though the subtle clenching of his hands revealed just how dire the current situation was. No words were exchanged between the human paragons. They didn't need to. The power radiating from the approaching figures said it all. Paragons. 7 of them. Oberon's expansive gaze scanned the horizon, his thoughts churning. 7 of them. 9 of us. It's not enough. To any observer, the humans clearly outnumbered the vampiros. But the paragons knew better. These weren't ordinary enemies. From their terrifying speed to their oppressive auras, these could only be the vampiros, Grand Elders. And against them, even paragons of humanity would struggle to survive. Oberon's mind raced, scenarios flashing through his head like a lightning storm. In moments, his decision crystallized, and his voice rang out without hesitation. We have no choice. Leave the Blood Army to him. We'll face them together. The other paragons froze mid-movement, each turning to face a different direction. Their expressions sharpened, their auras crackling with power. It was an unspoken rule. In any crisis, Oberon's judgment was law. As if they were invisible, the millions of blood constructs surged past the human paragons, their shrill cries echoing across the battlefield as they shot toward the human domain at supersonic speeds. Magnus's figure shone like a storm god incarnate, lightning roaring around him. His gaze was locked on the horizon, though he occasionally darted glances toward Atticus's battle, ready to intervene if necessary. One by one, the paragons unleashed their auras. They hovered midair with solemn gazes. These were grand elders of the Vampiros race. Any misstep, any hesitation, and it could cost them their lives. They didn't have to wait long. The streaks of crimson light converged on the battlefield with a thunderous crash, and the Grand Elder's presence descended like a physical weight. Their crimson eyes burned with bloodlust as they took in the scene before them, their blood swirling around their forms like living armor. Their expressions shifted. Shock rippled through their ranks. They saw everything. Their queen, Jezaneth, stood opposite a blue-haired man radiating complete confidence, his body poised for battle. The sight of her blood construct surging toward the human domain, leaving her to fight alone. But it was the final sight that left them speechless. A fellow Grand Elder, a being of equal standing to them, was being battered relentlessly by a mere 17-year-old boy. Grand Elder Yorwin's face was bloodied, his once proud form reduced to a pitiful state. What in the heavens is going on? Before they could process the chaos, the battlefield erupted. Jezaneth and Whisker collided. The impact sent a shockwave tearing through the air, so fierce it cracked the sky itself. The ground quaked violently, fissures splitting the battlefield as dust and debris exploded outward in chaotic torrents. The light from their clash was blinding, forcing even the Grand Elders to shield their eyes. Then they clashed again. The two figures blurred, their blows igniting the battlefield with every collision. Craters formed where they struck, the air vibrating with energy as their battle spilled into the sky. Whisker's voice rang out, casual despite the chaos. Come on, beautiful. Why are you so angry? I only want to give you the world. Am I not handsome enough? Jezaneth's only response was the relentless fury of her spear, her strikes growing faster and more ferocious. The Grand Elders could only watch in shock. Who was this man that dared to match their queen? The Blood Queen Jezaneth. The air suddenly shifted. Their gazes dropped to the ground, where the human paragons floated with their unleashed auras, their eyes blazing with battle intent. It took a second. As the realization of the situation hit, they saw red. The humans had grown bold. Too bold. The Grand Elders' auras erupted, blood swirling violently around them as they shot forward with blinding speed. Their bloodlust blanketed the battlefield, suffocating and oppressive. As the Vampiros' elders moved, their blood control tightened around the human paragons. The paragons felt it, an oppressive force weighing on their blood. This had always been the major reason why, compared to the Vampiros, humans were still considered inferior. Unlike Atticus with his will, the humans, even paragons, still had no way to completely counter the Vampiros' blood control. While paragons had a modicum of resistance, it still affected them, slowing their movements. Regardless, the paragons of humanity unleashed their full power, the battlefield igniting with raw chaos. But before they could erupt, from above, a voice suddenly rang out, calm and casual. Whiskers. You all look tense. Need a hand. A palpable wave of blue energy surged downward, blanketing the battlefield before converging on the human paragons. Their gazes widened in disbelief. Thissa its will. They instantly realized. Whisker had extended his will, shielding them from the Vampiros' blood control. The weight resting on them vanished. Their bodies felt free, unrestrained. Oberon's thoughts raced. With Thissa. But he didn't have time to finish. Thunder roared, and Magnus moved. Lightning crackled as his spear tore through the air, blinding in its speed. The Vampiros' elder had no time to react. His eyes widened as Magnus's spear collided with devastating force, the shockwave splitting the earth as the elder was thrown backward, utterly overwhelmed. Before he could recover, Magnus closed the gap with lightning speed. His movements were fluid and brutal, his attacks relentless. The elder's expression twisted in shock as Magnus's fist crashed into his chest like a cataclysm, sending him hurtling through the air. He tore through the battlefield, the force of the blow leaving a blazing trail in his wake. The other elders froze momentarily, stunned. A human paragon had bested one of their own. Before they could act, the other human paragons moved. Luminous's laughter echoed across the battlefield as he drew a hammer wreathed in solar flames. I will burn you all to ashes. He roared, his form turning crimson as scorching heat radiated from his body. He charged forward, blazing. Seraphina's body glowed with an intense purple as her spirit burst forth, taking on a massive, ethereal form. The beast roared, its eyes locking onto the nearest elder. Aurelius's tattoos blazed to life, a feral beast materializing beside him. Their eyes turned savage as they leapt into battle together. The other paragons followed suit, their fast and relentless movements catching the elders off guard. Without their blood control slowing down the human paragons, it was as though they were fighting on an even playing field. Paragons had always been paragons, and without the inherent advantage that the superior race held over the lower race, it came down to skill and battle strength. The human paragons were relentless, raining different attacks on the Grand Elders. As leaders of the human domain and geniuses in their own right, they were akin to the Grand Elders, the truly strong of the human domain. Each of them wore small spikes as they battled. No matter how old they were, they had always dreamed of besting a superior race in battle. Until now, none of them had been able to fight so freely against a vampiros. Despite the chaos engulfing the battlefield, they couldn't help but feel a hint of excitement. The shock that rippled through the Grand Elders was profound. Never in their lifetimes had they imagined that humans, beings they considered little more than ants, could fight them like this. But their shock didn't last long. The only reason they had been initially overwhelmed was that they had suddenly lost control over the humans' blood. Once they assessed the situation, a wave of blood erupted from their bodies, forming radiant weapons and armor. They were veterans of the battlefield, and something like this wasn't enough to shake them. Their auras exploded as their bloodlust intensified, their forms screaming toward the human paragons with feral gazes. The clashes were thunderous and intense, with multiple battles occurring in rapid succession. Within moments, the human paragons found themselves being pushed back by the vampiros' elders. The blood-forged weapons of the elders were superior, and their overwhelming control of blood fueled their every move and attack. They attacked like predators, striking with brutal efficiency. As the battle raged on, the human domain began to face its own crisis. Since the people had felt the tremors of the battle all the way from the border, they had already anticipated the worst possibility, the battle reaching Sector 10. Chaos engulfed the streets. The people of Sector 10 screamed, scattering in every direction, desperate to escape the growing threat. Cries of fear and confusion reverberated through the domain as the masses flooded toward the borders, trying to cross into Sector 9. As the chaos reached its peak, a man running behind a crowd of people suddenly noticed a shadow blotting out the sun. He turned to see what had blocked the sky, and his face froze instantly, filled with sheer terror. He couldn't speak, his eyes locked on the horror that had appeared above. The person beside him frowned. "What are you looking at?" he demanded, turning to see for himself. His breath stopped. Countless silhouettes blocked the sun, dotting the sky like dark stars. High above, the Aegis shield was swarmed with black armored constructs. A sea of them hovered above, standing atop the translucent barrier like harbingers of doom. Their weapons gleamed menacingly, their sheer numbers uncountable. Soon enough, more people turned their gazes to the skies, and as they saw the scene, each one froze in place, unable to move. The shield held for now, but the sight was horrifying. The Aegis shield allowed the people to see the other side clearly. And what they saw shattered their hope, an endless tide of black armored constructs. Panic spread like wildfire, fear surging through the masses. Many clung to hope, believing the shield would hold, while others had begun running with even more fervor. Suddenly, multiple explosions rocked the sector. One after another, blasts erupted at different points, sending shockwaves rippling through the area. The people wondered what had happened. However, those near the Aegis shield's nodes had their eyes widen in horror. Crowds had suddenly swarmed the nodes, destroying each of them. In the next instant, the Aegis shield flickered. Then it deactivated. The sector was exposed. The world froze. Then, the armored constructs swarmed in like a tidal wave, their weapons blazing. Panic erupted. People screamed, their fear driving them into a frenzy as they scrambled to flee. Battles erupted across the sector as warriors and sentinel guardians sprang into action. Clashes filled the streets, explosions shaking the ground as they fought to hold back the flood. But it was overwhelming. While this chaos unfolded, a streak of golden light tore through the air. It sped toward the Aegis shield surrounding the academy in Sector 1. The shield shimmered as a small hole opened, just wide enough to allow the light to pass through. It streaked across the academy grounds, stopping high in the air before a man hovering cross-legged in the sky. His expression was unmoved, His aura calm. Crimson light radiated faintly from his figure, pulsing like a heartbeat. The golden light floated before him, glowing brighter as he opened his eyes. With a steady hand, he reached out and grasped it. The light dissolved into him, and countless streams of information flowed into his mind, images and details flashing fast. He absorbed it all. In the next instant, his eyes opened again, a bright crimson glow radiating from them. His aura changed, his figure blurring as he appeared just outside the Aegis shield encompassing Sector 1. Each calm, measured step echoed across the area. The crimson glow surrounding his massive form began to rise, growing brighter and more intense with each stride. His presence was overwhelming. With each step, his body began to grow. His muscles swelled, his frame expanding. The air around him shifted. Alive. His lips parted. Berserk form. Fury. As Eric Stormrider's deep voice reverberated, his battle intent surged, a primal, savage energy that sent shockwaves through the air. His hair elongated, flowing behind him in a crimson cascade that seemed almost alive, writhing with the same power that fueled him. The ground quaked as he reached for the massive broadsword on his back. The moment his grip tightened, the world seemed to pause. A deafening silence. He moved. A streak of red burst forward, the ground beneath him shattering, exploding in a storm of debris. His speed was unimaginable for his size, his form a crimson blur that tore through the air like a raging beast. He entered the golden pathway that linked the sectors together, moving at impossible speed. The wind howled in his wake, and in seconds, he reached the skies above Sector 10, a black silhouette blotting the sun. A hurricane of power rippled across the battlefield as he unsheathed his massive broadsword, sweeping it to the side. His crimson eyes locked onto the black armored constructs rampaging in the city, his bloodlust erupting. It blanketed the entire sector, so thick that the people of Sector 10 and the Blood Army abruptly froze. No hesitation. No warning. Eric moved. A streak of red, impossibly fast. He vanished. He descended on the battlefield like a comet, his massive broadsword sweeping through the black armored constructs with devastating force. Slice. Smash. Cleave. Each movement was precise, bestial. Despite his enormous size, he moved with grace, weaving between the fleeing citizens and cutting down the constructs in a relentless blur of crimson light. The constructs fell, one after another. The people of Sector 10 watched, stunned into silence, their terror momentarily forgotten. Not a single structure fell. Not a single civilian was harmed. He was a storm, controlled, devastating, and unstoppable. The battlefield turned red with shattered constructs and blinding flashes of Eric's blade. He was everywhere. In seconds, he had circled the entire sector, his broadsword cleaving through waves of the Blood Army. He alone guarded the human domain. Meanwhile, as the human domain fought for survival, their apex was fighting a battle of his own. Atticus's purple eyes flickered rapidly, his form a blur as he clashed with Yorwin. Their weapons met with deafening force, sending sparks flying through the air. Every strike was faster than the last, their movements barely visible to the eye. Atticus blurred, his katana slicing through Yorwin's form, splitting him in two, only for Yorwin's figure to liquefy and reappear whole in another spot in a burst of blood. Atticus's purple eyes sharpened. So that's it. Just as Ozeroth had advised, he was currently using his spiritual eyes. Although Atticus was still in the first fold of his spirit element, it still revealed the truth he needed. He had cut down Yorwin multiple times, but no matter how many times he did, the latter simply reformed. It was so insane that Atticus had wanted to call it immortality. But he knew that was absurd. If their power was so overpowered, then the Vampiros race wouldn't have a lifespan, at least not a lifespan that short. While humans, particularly paragons, had been known to live just over 300 years, most Vampiros could live up to 400 or 500 years. But this was mainly because of their blood powers. The entire situation had been absurd. However, as he gazed with his spiritual eyes, he saw everything. It was the blood. Each drop of his blood contains his life force. If even a single drop remains, he won't die. Yorwin had spread drops of his blood all over the battlefield. Because of the chaos, the area was utterly unpredictable, making it easier for his blood to go unnoticed. But with his spiritual eyes, Atticus saw it, the threads. They stretched from different parts of the battlefield, each one converging on Yorwin's figure, who had just reformed. The spiritual eyes revealed the truth of all things, not only that but also their weaknesses. Atticus didn't even need to think to reach his conclusions. The different locations where the threads streamed from were each tied to Yorwin's life force. And to kill him for good, Atticus had to obliterate every last trace of his blood. As Atticus reached this conclusion, his mind felt clear. Never again. His eyes flashed with a cold glint. He hated it, that feeling. He never wanted to feel it again. The last time he had battled with Blackgate, the latter had escaped. The feeling of letting an enemy escape was infuriating, one he would never feel again. If anyone dared bare their fangs against him, he would eradicate them from existence. No matter what. Atticus's gaze sharpened, his aura shifting. Then, everything slowed. The chaos, the earth-shattering booms echoing from the battles raging around him. Yorwin's supersonic movements. Everything slowed to a crawl as Atticus pushed his perception to its full throttle, seeing the world with a clarity he had never experienced before. The raging battle between the human paragons and Grand Elders seemed to pause as their heads turned sharply to the side, landing on Atticus. Somehow, they could feel it. Something was coming. The world resumed. Atticus moved. A streak of speed, his katana flashing like bolts of azure and purple lightning. Each strike of his blade tore through the battlefield, obliterating the scattered droplets of Yorwin's blood. Slash. Flash. Destroy. Yorwin's gaze narrowed, his crimson eyes turning to pinpricks. A flicker of awareness lit his expression as fury gave way to realization. He couldn't see Atticus's movements, but he could feel it. The blood. His blood. It was being destroyed. He's destroying them. Panic gripped him. Yorwin tried to move, to act, but it was too late. Atticus appeared in front of him in a blur of speed. Azure and purple streaks trailed behind him, zigzagging across the battlefield like the chaotic paths of a lightning storm. His eyes, burning with a cold mix of purple and azure, locked onto Yorwin. Yorwin's breath froze. He felt it, the grip of death. Cold, merciless. Unlike before, there was no escape. His scattered life force, the blood that had kept him reforming, had been destroyed. This time, it was final. Yorwin's face twisted. The anger, the pride, the defiance, all of it evaporated in the face of death. All that remained was fear. Utter, soul-wrenching fear. The battlefield froze. The human paragons and Vampiros elders alike widened their eyes, their gazes locked on Atticus and Yorwin. Atticus's voice was a whisper, yet it carried like thunder. Endless blade. His form blurred. No afterimages. No hesitation. Only speed. His hands moved faster than the eye could follow, unleashing an unending torrent of slashes. Blade after blade. Slash after slash. Each strike was precise. Ruthless. The azure and purple slashes radiated destructive force, shredding flesh and bone with ease. Yorwin's body dissolved piece by piece, his form reduced to nothing but shredded fragments. His blood evaporated. His flesh disintegrated. His existence unraveled under the onslaught. When it ended, there was nothing left. Not a drop of blood. Not a shred of flesh. Every trace of Yorwin was obliterated. Silence. Atticus floated high in the air, unmoving. Calm. Not a bead of sweat on his face. Not a single ripple in his aura. It took seconds for the gravity of what had happened to settle in. The human paragons stared with shocked expressions. The Vampiros elders stood frozen. And then it hit them. A child had killed a paragon. The weight of those words was planetary. It crushed the air, leaving many unable to breathe. But the silence didn't last. It soon happened. The realization dawned on the Vampiros elders. Atticus had killed a Vampiros elder. A human. He had Darada. He had to die. All 7 elders moved in unison. Streaks of crimson tore through the sky, converging on Atticus, their bloodlust erupting like a dam breaking. Their radiant crimson armor glowed like molten blood, their weapons blazing as they closed the distance. The human paragons, eyes widened. They surged forward, each of them desperate to intercept. But they were too late. The 7 elders appeared from all sides, their weapons raised, their overwhelming auras crushing down on the battlefield like a tidal wave. Magnus's heart pounded in his chest as dread gripped him. Atticus might have been able to match an elder, but all 7 at once was a completely different case. But despite everything, Atticus was calm. Utterly unmoved. The oppressive aura of the 7 elders weighed on him, but his expression didn't change. His mind was sharp, running at incredible speed. His perception extended outward, mapping every detail, every movement, every possibility. He saw it. Their movements. The present. And of the future. His grip on his katana tightened. His voice was low, but the words rolled like thunder. Sundering storm. The world shook. In Eldoralf, it was rare, if not impossible, that a paragon had been killed. Paragons were world-class resources. People whose worth was immeasurable. They were living weapons, worshipped like kings. A paragon's rampage was enough to cause irreparable devastation, flattening cities and destroying the lives of millions. Because of this, battles between paragons were almost unheard of. Both parties were aware of the consequences. They knew what would happen if they were allowed to rampage. And because they rarely fought, they rarely ever died in battle, at least not by the hands of the planet's inhabitants. However, all of these facts had just been shattered into bits and pieces. A paragon had died, and it hadn't been just any paragon, it had been a paragon of a superior race. One of the truly strong. The loss to Eldoralf as a whole was immeasurable. As the last remnants of Yorwin's existence were shredded from reality, all the Grand Elders of the Vampiros race saw red. They flashed forward, streaks of crimson converging on Atticus from all conceivable angles. Their bodies radiated a bloodlust so thick it felt as though the battlefield had been submerged in a sea of blood. Their weapons glowed with a newfound intensity. Their armor radiated an intense crimson as they thrust, sending multiple crimson weapons slicing through the air toward Atticus. No words were needed. Their intent was clear. They wanted to shred him into pieces. Magnus and the paragons of humanity raced toward Atticus, desperate to intercept, but it was clear they weren't going to make it. Despite this, Atticus's face was calm. His expression was so unmoved it didn't appear as though he was mere moments away from being torn apart. His senses were heightened to such an extent that, even before they moved, he had already felt their intent. His perception worked at full throttle, the world unfolding like a flawless blueprint in his mind. Every movement, every strike, their future actions, he saw it all. The crimson weapons closed in. Atticus's mouth parted. Sundering storm. When Atticus had first gained enlightenment and used the fourth art of the katana inside the katana's realm, he had done so with only mana. When he used it a second time against Eldarish in the other plane, it was also with only mana. Both times, his power had been restricted. Yet, even so, the fourth art had been so overwhelming that he had defeated both opponents and caused devastating destruction in the process. But now, the situation was different. Atticus wasn't facing any such restrictions. His mana, his spiritual energy, they were free, unrestrained, immense. He had thought about it, envisioned it. What would the fourth art look like if he synchronized his mana and spiritual energy together? And in all the scenarios that played out in his mind, only excitement surged through his body. It would be titanic. Suddenly, the air shifted. Azure and purple energy surged from his core and head, converging in his chest. Mana and spiritual energy swirled together, spinning with unimaginable momentum. They synchronized. The pressure rose, a thunderous hum vibrating through the battlefield. Thena. Boom. The energy exploded outward. A storm of azure and purple erupted from Atticus, surging outward like an eruption. The force was cataclysmic, the storm slamming into the elders with immense weight. The Vampiros' elders' eyes widened in utter shock. Their instincts screamed as time seemed to slow. They wasted no time. They raised their weapons and braced themselves, crimson energy erupting around their forms as they shielded themselves. But it wasn't enough. The storm hit them like a collapsing star. The sheer weight of it sent them hurtling in different directions, their bodies crashing into the ground and tearing massive trenches as they skidded. The human paragons froze. What the hell was that power? For a moment, it was as though all movement ceased. The storm expanded. It surged across the battlefield, encompassing kilometers. From above, it looked as though a natural disaster had torn through the area, a vortex of azure and purple consuming everything in its path. The Vampiros' elders were stunned. They had been caught off guard by everything, struggling to comprehend the implications. This power he had been holding back all this time. And yet, he killed a fucking Vampiros' Grand Elder. Their shock was planetary in magnitude. Just how powerful could this child possibly be? Despite being flung across the battlefield, their crimson eyes narrowed in unison. The storm still raged around them, blocking their sight, but they were predators. They didn't rely on sight alone. Intent, smell, instincts. Their senses sharpened to a razor's edge. Atticus was only one person. They were 7. There was no other choice. He would come for one of them, and when he did, they would end it. No matter what. A 17-year-old paragon. He had surpassed every apex of even the superior races. He was too dangerous to leave alive. It was as though they shared the same thought. Their crimson eyes glowed within the storm, akin to predators. They waited for their prey. Whoosh. He's here. One of the elders' eyes glinted with excitement as the air parted in front of him. Atticus appeared in a flash. They would end this. But then, utter shock. All 7 elders' eyes widened. Their gazes trembled as they realized the truth. Atticus wasn't alone. He was supposed to be one person. But now there were 7 of him. 7 identical figures screamed toward them, katanas raised, their azure and purple eyes blazing. The elders' thoughts resounded in unison. Orolithians. But Atticus had no hesitation. All 7 forms moved in perfect unison. Their katanas rose and fell in a single, seamless motion, birthing arcs of azure and purple energy that screamed through the air toward the elders. The elders' expressions changed violently. Their weapons shot up to block. Clang. The impact was deafening. A colossal shockwave ripped through the storm, shaking the battlefield to its core. But then, they felt it, another shock. Their powers. They were weak. Moderate at best. Confusion and dread surged through the elders' hearts. Their crimson eyes darted through the storm, searching for answers. For the first time in centuries, they felt it, a strange sensation gripping them. Here, in this swirling azure and purple storm, they were no longer the predators. They were prey. Their eyes froze as they finally saw it. 2 glowing orbs, one azure and the other purple, pierced through the haze above them. Atticus. Their gazes trembled. It had been a diversion. But there was no time to react. Atticus moved. His body blurred into a streak of blue and purple, shattering the air as he passed. The elders' armors, once their pride, split like paper under the force of his strike. In the next instant, they felt it. Their heads separated from their necks. Time seemed to freeze as their severed heads floated in the air, their crimson eyes trembling with disbelief. They all focused on one thing, Atticus. Earlier, the Grand Elders had each been shocked when they saw him battling Yorwin. He had treated the Grand Elder as though he were a child. As though he were nothing. They refused to believe he was capable of such a feat. To them, something had to be wrong with Yorwin. But now, 7 of them had attacked him together. 7 Grand Elders of the Vampiros race. 7 of the strongest beings on the planet. Yet, they had been bested. By a fucking child. It was inconceivable, a situation that made each elder question reality itself. It hadn't been Yorwin. Nothing had been wrong with him. Everything had been all him. The humans had birthed a monster. A monster in human skin. To think Yorwin had faced such a being Alonia. The Grand Elders shuddered. But they weren't the only ones. The human paragons wore expressions of utter disbelief. They had been struggling to battle a single Grand Elder, and yet Atticus had overwhelmed 7 in one go. Their shock was apparent. But this was the battlefield. There was no time for hesitation. Thunder rumbled. A streak of lightning tore through the atmosphere, forming into the radiant figure of Magnus, who appeared in front of a beheaded elder in a flash. The Grand Elders had been beheaded, but it was well known, paragons were not so easy to kill. Magnus's hands shot backward before surging forward, hurling a lightning spear that roared through the air like a spear of judgment. It hit. A blinding flash of white light ignited as lightning cracked around the elder, electrocuting every inch of him. Pain engulfed the elder, who liquefied and reappeared in another location in a burst of blood, his gaze feral. The battlefield stilled. The Grand Elders' gazes narrowed. The human paragons' gazes narrowed. The world slowed. Atticus and Magnus moved. Chaos erupted. A streak of azure and purple. A streak of lightning. Magnus blurred forward, his lightning spear screaming through the air, tearing apart sound and light as it sought the reforming elder. The strike connected. A deafening explosion erupted, lighting up the battlefield like a second sun. The force tore apart the ground, creating a crater that seemed to stretch endlessly. The elder liquefied again, his form reappearing in a burst of blood across the battlefield. Before he could recover, Atticus was there. A streak of azure and purple ripped through the battlefield, so fast it seemed as though space itself struggled to keep up. Atticus's katana met the elder's blood-red spear midair. Clang. The collision birthed a shockwave so powerful that it distorted reality itself. The sky rippled like water, the clouds above twisting unnaturally. Before the elder could think, Magnus was already there. His fist crackled with lightning as it descended from above, aiming to crush the elder. The elder dodged, but the force of Magnus's strike fractured the land, sending jagged spikes of earth shooting upward. In the next second, another elder joined the fray, his crimson blade swinging toward Atticus. But Atticus's figure dissolved, the attack dispersing his afterimage. He had already moved. His katana flashed, severing the elder's head in one smooth motion. Atticus and Magnus' gazes collided mid-air. No words were said, but the intensity of their gazes spoke volumes. Their gazes separated. They moved. Boom, boom, boom. Multiple collisions erupted all across the battlefield as the human paragons and grand elders clashed. Each clash felt like a star detonating. The battlefield devolved into chaos. The Vampiro's grand elders unleashed their full power, their crimson haze thickening and creating an atmosphere so oppressive it felt as though the battlefield was drenched in blood. But the humans weren't undone. Aside from Whisker's will, which enveloped the human paragons like an unyielding shield, there was Atticus. His crimson will bled across the battlefield like a second storm, settling on each human paragon and fortifying their resistance. The suffocating haze became bearable. Their breathing steadied. Their strength surged. Atticus blurred across the battlefield, his katana cutting arcs of azure and purple through the haze. He worked in tandem with the other paragons, slashing, slashing, slashing. Their combined might defied the natural order. Laws bent and crumbled. The ground trembled, fissures racing across the battlefield. The air screamed, vibrating violently under the unrelenting force, streaks of crimson, azure, and lightning tearing through it like jagged scars. The Grand Elders, despite their ferocity, found themselves overwhelmed. The human strikes came like an unrelenting storm, each one building upon the last, denying the elders even a moment to recover. The battle raged, akin to a chaotic war zone where an attack could scream in from anywhere. Humanity was winning, and despite the thrill that currently consumed them, not a single one of the paragons failed to recognize the cause of their advantage. It wasn't the strength of the human paragons, it was their coordination. And it was all brought together by one person, Atticus. He was everywhere, streaking across the battlefield, rapidly destroying the drops of blood infused with the elders' life force before they could spread them. Anytime an elder was caught off guard, he was there. Anytime a human paragon was overwhelmed, he was there. He moved with purpose, as though he knew their actions before they happened. The human paragons recognized the new abilities he was utilizing, but they kept their thoughts focused. Now wasn't the time for questions. The battle reached its peak, and the expressions of the elders shifted in waves. Anger, shock, caution, and finally, a hint of fear began creeping in. Atticus's speed was unreal, and at the pace he was destroying the drops of blood infused with their life force, it was obvious their deaths were inevitable. As the fear settled deeper within them, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. An overwhelming aura descended upon the battlefield, causing every movement to abruptly cease. All heads turned upward as the sky cracked open. A brilliant tear split the heavens, revealing a figure plummeting toward the battlefield like a falling star. The descent was impossibly fast, the sheer force of the being's presence dragging the atmosphere in its wake. Boom! The earth shattered as the figure crashed into the ground with the force of a meteor, sending shockwaves that tore through the land and creating a thick, choking shroud around the crater. The battlefield was silent, every gaze locked on the epicenter of destruction. The dust began to settle, but before anyone could see through the haze, another figure appeared. Slowly, casually, he hovered downward. A massive grin adorned his face, his sharp crimson eyes amused. He floated just above the crater, arms crossed, his blue hair flowing wildly as if caught in a storm. Whisker. The shock that surged through those watching was palpable. The Blood Queen Jezanetha had lost. The Blood Queen Jezanetha had lost. The wave of shock that spread throughout the onlookers was immense. It wasn't only the Grand Elders, even the human paragons were shell-shocked. To think that goofy man was that strong. The battle between the human paragons and the Grand Elders had paused, waves of emotion settling in. Neither party knew just what to do next. They had been battling with the intent to kill earlier, but now the situation had changed. Both Whisker and Jezaneth were beings capable of changing the dynamics of the battle. Should either of them intervene now, their side would claim victory. And from the current scene, it wasn't difficult to tell who the victor was. Only Atticus had a smile on his face as he stared at the scene. At this point, He didn't even know how to feel about the beast anymore. While he had been battling Eldritch, he had wanted to teach Whisker a lesson, but now that he had come to help Hema, he simply shook his head as he, along with all the others, focused on Whisker. It was a tremendous feat. Striking down the Blood Queen Jezaneth. It was the kind of achievement that would engrave one's name into the history books. Yet, as the blue-haired man hovered just above the epicenter of the impact, he appeared so casual and peaceful it seemed as though he was taking a leisurely stroll. He smiled as he fixed his gaze downward. The haze began to clear. There, in the middle of a crater so vast and deep it was akin to a scar carved by the gods themselves, knelt the figure of a woman who radiated a coldness so intense that the air around her seemed frozen. Streams of blood-like energy pulsed from the impact site, radiating with deadly intensity. She knelt on one knee. Her once pristine armor was battered, smeared with blackened blood, and cracks spread across its surface like fractured glass. Her abyssal black eyes pierced through the distance, locking directly onto Whisker as he hovered in the air. Her entire body vibrated. Not with power. No, this was something else. It was from the overwhelming surge of rage coursing through her. Jezaneth was angry. She was seething. The humiliation. The embarrassment. This was an event she would never forget for the rest of her life. A human trash had Darada. Her gaze burned with a rage so intense it was almost visible. She didn't care to think about how a human could be that strong. She didn't care to wonder how a child was beating the strongest paragons of her race. That expression, the casual, carefree expression on Whisker's face. The way he gazed down at her, staring as though she were beneath him. At this moment, the only thing the Blood Queen Jezaneth cared about was obliterating that expression from existence. Before she could finish, Whisker suddenly cut her off, his smile undisturbed as he tilted his head slightly, as though scrutinizing her. Even covered in blood and bruises, you're still hot, Jezzy. The silence that gripped the area was deafening. So was the shock. Was this really happening? Did he really just give the Blood Queen Jezaneth a nickname? Whisker's smile widened as he shamelessly continued. Gotta admit, I've got a thing for women who make my heart race. Look, let's skip the whole blood feud thing and just have some fun. I promise you the world. Heck, as a start, you can call me Pounce, he finished with a wink. This beast has a talent for pushing people's buttons, Ozeroth muttered in Atticus's head. Let's just be happy we're not on the receiving end. Atticus tried hard to hold back his laughter as he responded. Ozeroth scoffed. No one dares treat the great Ozeroth with such disrespect. I would have gone to the ends of the universe to kill him. He's stronger than you, Atticus replied nonchalantly. That's only because I'm bonded with you. Doesn't change the fact, Atticus said with an amused shrug. Ozeroth went silent for a moment before muttering under his breath, annoying little brat. It was clear he wasn't enjoying the idea of Whisker being stronger than him. Atticus simply shook his head and refocused on the unfolding scene. Jezaneth audibly exhaled. Her body had stopped trembling, and surprisingly, the blood-red energy emanating from the crater had also ceased. But this wasn't because her anger had disappeared. In fact, it had only intensified. Jezaneth's rage had reached such an intensity that she no longer showed it in her expression. Her face was placid, her abyssal black eyes shockingly calm as they locked onto Whisker. Slowly, she rose from her kneeling position, the cracks in her abyssal black blood armor repairing themselves. The atmosphere became unnaturally still. It wasn't cold. It wasn't hot. Just as still. All eyes were on her, waiting to see what she would do next. Jezaneth was known as a no-nonsense ruler, someone who had gone on slaughters and rampages for far less. But it was obvious the vampiros were losing. What would her next move be? Her lips parted, her voice carrying across the battlefield. You humans have forgotten your place. She didn't shout. She didn't need to. Every word was effortless, yet it reverberated deep into the hearts of everyone. The still air began to change, its weight rising. I promise you, I will turn your arrogance into screams, your defiance into rivers of blood. I will tear apart everything you hold dear and ensure your suffering is eternal. Her words carried a weight of their own, hanging in the air and suffocating the battlefield. The stillness broke. The air quaked. The ground trembled. The sky darkened as her aura erupted outward in a cataclysmic surge. Boom. Her abyssal black energy exploded, flooding the entire battlefield. The black aura surged outward, painting the sky black and staining the land with its oppressive glow. It was suffocating, primal, overwhelming. Every breath became a struggle. Her voice, now louder, boomed across the battlefield. Grand elders of the Vampiros race. The earth shook. The skies echoed her call. The blood-red energy surrounding the Vampiros elders erupted violently. Their crimson auras flared, swirling around their bodies like living storms. Their expressions hardened, their gazes locking on Jezaneth with absolute reverence. They awaited the word of their queen. Jezaneth's voice carried authority so absolute it seemed to reverberate through existence itself. From this moment on, the expressions of Atticus and the human paragons changed violently. Thissa. They didn't know how to react to this. Ever since the battle began between Atticus and Yorwin, Atticus, along with the human paragons, had known deep down where it would lead. This wasn't a battle between nobodies, it was a battle between paragons of each race. It was an event as serious as its consequences, a battle that could only end with one victor. And given the already tense relationship between the different races, it was clear there was no way in hell the losing side would let it go, especially when that side believed themselves to be superior. Scenes flashed in their minds. For Atticus, he was already thinking of ways to protect his family. But for the human paragons, who had experienced it before, they saw the inevitable, carnage and bloodshed on an unimaginable scale. There was only one path forward: war. Jezaneth's voice rumbled as she spoke, the entire scene still. I, Jezaneth Bloodveil, declare. Jezaneth abruptly froze, her head tilting slightly to the side as though she had just heard something absurd. Her expression flickered, shifting from shock to bafflement, and then to uncontained anger. Jezaneth clenched her fist so tightly that the abyssal black armor around her arm shattered. Her teeth ground against each other so harshly that, had her mouth been open, sparks would have been visible. She took in a deep breath and exhaled heavily, repeating the action a few more times. The onlookers stared at Jezaneth in confusion. But none of their bafflement matched that of the Vampiros elders. They were stunned. Just what was happening? After a moment, Jezaneth opened her eyes, removing her gaze from the battlefield and turning toward the elders. We're retreating. Shock. That was the only emotion the elders felt. It was so intense they wondered if they had misheard her. But Jezaneth didn't seem to care about how they felt. Without another word, she turned and shot into the skies, a streak of abyssal black, disappearing from the scene. The elders' gazes sharpened. What was going on? They turned their focus to the monster of a child, Atticus. Their thoughts churned. Their queen had called for a retreat, but were they really supposed to leave this child alive? His danger to the future of their race was immeasurable. His rise was certain, and today, they had made an enemy of him. Leaving him alive was reckless. Yet Atticus returned their stares, his aura calm, his katana trembling slightly in its hilt. His blazing gaze held a clear message. Come for your deaths. The human paragons unleashed their battle intent as well, ready to clash at a moment's notice. As the tension reached its peak, Whisker's voice broke the silence. If your mother has already tucked her tail and run, I suggest her children do the same. I'd hate to have to discipline a bunch of unruly kids today. The elders' expressions darkened at the blatant disrespect, not only to them but also to their queen. Yet none of them spoke. They had noticed the shift. When they turned their focus back to Whisker, their hearts skipped a beat. He had lost his smile. The carefree aura that had surrounded him moments ago was gone, replaced by a cold, placid gaze. His patience was visibly thin, and his intent was undeniable. The Grand Elders clenched their fists in frustration. But they had no choice. They turned into streaks of crimson, vanishing into the horizon. The battlefield descended into silence as the humans turned toward Whisker. His mood had clearly soured, but none of them knew why. Looks like he found out about him. Whisker's cold eyes lingered on the spot where Jezaneth had disappeared. Then Whisker turned and gave Atticus a long, deep look. After a moment, he sighed, his expression briefly unreadable. But then, as if flipping a switch, his cheerful smile suddenly returned. See ya, kid, he said with exaggerated enthusiasm, waving cheerfully at Atticus and the other paragons. And just like that, he vanished. What just happened? Atticus's thoughts churned at lightning speed. The look Whisker had just given Hema Jezaneth's abrupt retreat to both were strange. He had been fully expecting a declaration of war, and instead, she had chosen to leave without another word. It didn't make sense. He replayed every single movement Jezaneth had made. He had seen her changes in expression, the frustration that flashed across her face, and most importantly, the reluctant, almost defeated look in her eyes. She's being ordered, Ozeroth remarked with certainty. I think so too, Atticus replied, his mind racing. Her actions point to it. Buddha. That was the crux of the problem. Atticus couldn't imagine it. Who on this planet could order the Blood Queen Jezeneth? And especially in a situation this critical. As he pondered, a streak of lightning shot toward him, and Magnus appeared in a burst of crackling energy. The worry on Magnus's face was palpable. Are you okay? Magnus asked. The last time Atticus had used a Paragon-level power, he had fainted and been unconscious for a month. Magnus had no intention of letting something similar happen again. Atticus smiled faintly. I'm fine. Everything is normal, he reassured him with a nod. Magnus scrutinized him closely, his eyes flickering over every detail as if searching for any signs of discomfort. Suddenly, Thorn Alvarian's voice chimed in from the side. I don't think normal has any business being in a sentence that describes you, Thorn said dryly as he approached, visibly exhausted from the battle. He stopped a few paces away, his tone more serious as he added, at this point, we all just really want to know, what the hell are you? The human paragons began to converge around Atticus, their gazes filled with a wave of different emotions. Atticus smiled faintly again. I'm just a 17-year-old boy. The human paragons almost scoffed in unison. Despite the exhaustion and the toll the battle had taken on them, chuckles began to spread among the group. It started small but quickly grew until all the paragons, even Magnus, were laughing. It wasn't just amusement, it was the release of tension, the catharsis of surviving something that should have been impossible. They had won. Against a superior fucking race. They laughed harder, the sound carrying over the scarred battlefield. Despite their weariness, none of them could suppress the rush of pride and exhilaration surging through them. Finally, as the laughter faded and the weight of what they had achieved began to settle in, Atticus broke the silence with the question that was on everyone's mind. What now? What now? At Atticus's abrupt question, the clearing fell silent. That single question lingered heavily in the air, occupying every mind present. The thrill of battling a superior race and winning began to dissipate as the gravity of their situation started to settle. The monster kid is right. Aren't we all toast now? Luminous suddenly broke the silence. Stop calling him a monster, Serafina remarked sharply, turning toward Atticus. Are you sure you're okay, sweetie? Atticus stared at her for a moment. The pause was brief, but for beings of their power level, it was significant. After the incident in the Starhaven sector, Atticus hadn't spoken to Serafina. He still didn't know how to navigate the entire Spirit King situation. Still, Serafina had been nothing but kind to him. Atticus gave her a reassuring smile and nodded. I'm fine. Then what the hell am I supposed to call him? Luminous protested loudly. He's more than 8 times younger than us, and he's already this powerful. His outburst earned him a furious glare from Octavius Resonera. Stop screaming, Octavius growled. Come on, bunny ears. You can't be that sensitive after the battle we just fought. I didn't see you telling the elders to try and kill us more quietly. Luminous shot back, his tone sharp as their auras began to rise, locking gazes like 2 clashing storms. The other paragons sighed in unison. Even after fighting together against an external threat, the Resonera and Stellaris bloodlines just couldn't get along. As the tension thickened, a calm voice interrupted the scene. We can save this for later. We have more pressing matters to attend to, Oberon stated firmly. The group turned to him, noting the serious expression etched on his face. Let's assess the damage caused and discuss the precautions we need to take against the vampiros. Their queen may have retreated for now, but for all we know, she's preparing her forces to retaliate, Oberon continued. The atmosphere grew solemn. The euphoria of their victory evaporated, replaced by the harsh realization of the world they lived in. Jezeneth wouldn't let this humiliation go unanswered. And beyond that, the vampiros might not be their only concern moving forward. One by one, they nodded in agreement with Oberon. Without another word, the paragons turned toward the human domain, vanishing as streaks of light on the horizon. What's wrong? Magnus asked, noticing Atticus had suddenly paused, his gaze fixed in the distance. For a moment, Atticus didn't reply, staring silently. Finally, he shook his head. It's nothing. Magnus scrutinized him briefly but said nothing further. Together, they vanished into streaks of light, heading toward the human domain. Far from the cataclysmic battlefield, high in the sky, a seemingly empty space rippled, and two figures materialized. The first was an aged woman, her crimson eyes burning with an intense bloodlust. Her entire body trembled, radiating an uncontained fury. She was the paragon tasked with keeping the Vampiro's apex safe, and she had watched everything, from Jezeneth's battle to the Grand Elder's defeat. Seeing the leaders of her race treated in such a manner enraged her beyond words. If not for her duty to stay with Lorray, she would have joined the battle herself. While the aged woman seethed with anger, the second figure, Lorray, wore a wide smile. She seemed entirely indifferent to her guardian's fury. He still sensed us despite the distance, she thought, her heartbeat quickening. Lorray didn't care that her grandmother had been humiliated. She didn't care that her race had lost to the humans. Her focus was singular, Atticus, as he streaked away into the horizon. He was interesting. Beyond interesting. In her past life, Lorray's existence had been suffocating. Endless responsibilities and countless titles had made her life hellish. She had power and authority, but she had lacked freedom, the one thing she desired most. All she had ever wanted was to live free, unburdened by politics and endless vigilance. She had chased that life in her past, only for it to end in betrayal. Now, her eyes gleamed as she watched Atticus disappear. She could still remember. She had always been drawn to interesting things, things she couldn't understand. Because of this sense of obsessive curiosity, she had been drawn to a warrior under her. This ended with her getting her heart stabbed from behind. As she was given a second chance and reincarnated into Eldorolf, she wanted nothing but to live the life she had craved in her past life, but her circumstances made it difficult. And now, here she was again, feeling the same thing she had felt in the past as she stared at Atticus. Her heart was beating fast, a wave of different feelings surging through her. Lorray was scared, and at the same time, she felt excited. The past betrayal still haunted her, yet her curiosity was currently overwhelming it. I have to get back, she shook her head, regaining her senses. Let's see what grandmother plans on doing. Jezeneth's actions were baffling even to her. She wanted to understand what was going through her mind. We're leaving. Her command snapped the guardian out of her anger, and without hesitation, they vanished from the area, heading back towards the Vampiro's fortress. After leaving the scene of the battle, Atticus hadn't immediately headed towards the human domain. He, along with Magnus and Octavius, stopped by Fort Echohelm, or rather, what remained of the once imposing fortress. The damage had been so severe that, if not for knowing there was a fortress there before, none of them would have believed it had ever existed. The mountain had fractured, and large chunks of it had been obliterated due to the battle. Yet, as they arrived at the scene, both Atticus's and Octavius's gazes flashed. The former could see and feel, with his spiritual eyes and senses, that there were lifeforms underground, while the latter could hear them. Atticus focused on the earth element, bringing out the people underground in the next second. An intense, blinding light flooded the eyes of Candance and the warriors of Fort Echohelm as they reached the surface. They all felt it before their eyes could adjust. Three figures with a presence so overwhelming that their bodies refused to move hovered in the air. Paragons. The word resounded in Candance's head. It was an aura impossible to mistake, the kind that made them want to bow and worship. A chill gripped the entire group. But in the next second, they each exhaled as a wave of relief washed over them. There was no bloodthirsty aura. No feeling of being watched by a predator. It wasn't vampiros. They had hidden underground because of the force of the battle. If not for their quick thinking, they would all have perished from the sheer destruction unleashed above. As the eyes of Candance and the warriors adjusted, their gazes landed on the figures. Then, their knees shot downward in unison, hitting the ground with force as they bowed and greeted with reverence. We greet the Paragons. None of them uttered any other greeting. They had seen three individuals in the skies, two Paragons they each knew well, along with someone who was supposed to be a child. However, the sheer aura radiating from him eclipsed even the other two. As far as they knew, there were three Paragons in the sky. Raise your heads. The battle is over. Head over to our base in Sector 10 and await further instructions. Octavius took charge of the situation. Fort Echohelm was run by the Resonera family, so it wasn't a surprising scene. Yes, Master Octavius. Candance and the other members of the fort answered in unison. Octavius nodded and, just as he was about to turn and leave, a cold voice cut through the air. You. Everyone froze. A chill engulfed the entire area, so thick that even Magnus couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he stared at Atticus. Their eyes followed Atticus's gaze and landed on the figure of an aged man. The instant Candace saw who it was, his gaze trembled. Vina. They had left the fort, weapons blazing, with the intention of supporting their apex, but they had walked into a trap instead. Candace's mind had been working intensely as they battled for their lives, and he had come up with a speculation that had made his heart rate spike. Vyn was a traitor. As every gaze in the area focused on Vyn, the aged man recoiled in shock, as though he was baffled as to why Atticus was calling him. He shook his head and quickly bowed. Yes, Apex Atticus. You're a vampiros. Atticus's voice was blunt, direct, and simple, but it sent a wave of shock through everyone present, including Vyn. The chill in the air intensified. Octavius frowned. What are you talking about? He said, staring at Atticus. Because the fort was an important and strategic stronghold of the Resonera, Octavius was aware of everyone stationed there. Vyn had been present for decades, and he was bound by a mana contract. It was inconceivable that the latter could betray them. Which meant he was an imposter. It was another thought Octavius quickly discarded. He was a paragon, and he couldn't detect anything strange about Vyn. The expression of the man in question appeared shocked and baffled. However, inwardly, his heart was utterly calm. Vyn had suspected that Atticus knew about him from the very beginning, and while he didn't know how, he was sure of his methods. It couldn't be uncovered. He had covered his tracks well and was completely sure Atticus's statement couldn't be proven. The confusion was shared by all as they waited for Atticus to explain, including Vyn. However, Vyn had miscalculated something, the sort of person Atticus was. From the very beginning, Atticus hadn't planned on proving anything. He had never been a planner. It was a waste of his time and energy, especially when it wasn't needed. The only reason he declared those words was because he wanted them to know what he intended to do. Whether anyone believed him or not was none of his concern. With a flicker of Atticus's gaze, Vin's figure shot upwards at incredible speed in the next instant. His entire body felt immobilized, and before he could even process what was happening, he appeared in front of Atticus, held by the neck. Vin's still heart began beating fast. He wouldn't. He tried to convince himself that Atticus couldn't just kill him. But as he met Atticus's placid gaze, his eyes trembled. Wait. But Atticus didn't wait. He applied pressure and Thena. Crack. The brutal sound of bones snapping resounded in the area. The people watched, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Had he just like that, Apex Atticus? What is the meaning of this? Octavius demanded, his frown transforming into a cold expression as the air around him shifted. Vyn had been a member of the Resonera family. Even if Atticus's claims were correct, he had no right to kill him. The proper action would have been to leave it to the Resonera family to handle. However, beyond killing him, Atticus hadn't even bothered to prove his claims. He had done as he wished without regard. Atticus didn't seem to hear Octavius. Or rather, he didn't care. He let go of Vin's corpse as his gaze flicked, and more people were dragged up from the gathered crowd. Their heads snapped before they could even react. The people started panicking, each wanting to stand, but they couldn't move an inch under Atticus's overwhelming pressure. He's also there. Candace had been about to speak when his eyes fell on the corpse of the scout that Vyn had brought to them earlier. His gaze narrowed. Maybe Atticus was right, but Octavius had no such thoughts. His aura exploded, blanketing the entire area like a suffocating shroud. He stared at Atticus with an icy expression, and just as he was about to act, Magnus's voice stopped him in his tracks. Calm down, Octavius. Look. Octavius paused, his anger still boiling beneath the surface. However, he glanced towards where Magnus had pointed, and his eyes instantly widened. There, on the ground, were the corpses of the people Atticus had just killed. They were supposed to be humans, members of the Resonera family. Instead, the figures of crimson-eyed bodies littered the space. Octavius's gaze trembled as his body froze. Vampiros. It wasn't just him. The forms of Candace and the others close to the bodies shot back in utter shock. Their shock was immense. The Vampiros race had been living under their noses all this time. And their disguises had been enough to fool even paragons. The thought sent waves of disbelief through their ranks. But Atticus didn't give them time to process. He still didn't look at Octavius and instead turned to Magnus and spoke. I'm sure there are other spies in the other fortresses. We should pay them each a visit. I'm sure there are other spies in the other fortresses. We should pay them each a visit. At Atticus's words, no one but Magnus reacted, nodding his head in agreement. The others were far too shell-shocked and stunned to say anything. They knew it was an inevitability. Considering the fact that the border was the closest to the Vampiro's domain, it was almost certain that spies would be present. In fact, the human domain had been actively trying to infiltrate spies into the Vampiro's fortresses as well. But unfortunately, trying to insert a spy into a place where people could practically smell falsehood proved to be incredibly difficult. The humans had also tried to prevent such infiltration by enacting strict mana contracts on all warriors of the fortress. Yet, despite their efforts, the Vampiros had found a way around it, creating imposters. Even as they watched the pile of what was supposed to be human bodies shift and change into Vampiros warriors, none of them could fully comprehend how it had been possible. Even if they hadn't seen it themselves, what about a paragon? How had a paragon not noticed? But their paragon, Octavius, was just as shocked and baffled as they were. Moments ago, he had been ready to attack Atticus for killing his people, and now he was grappling with a reality he was struggling to comprehend. As he heard Atticus's words, his eyes shot toward him. Other fortresses? There might be more Spiessa. It might not even be Vampiros, but who was to say the other races didn't have their own methods of infiltrating their ranks? The mere thought made him shudder. Atticus didn't address Octavius. As soon as he got Magnus's approval, the two turned and shot toward the horizon. Octavius hovered there for a moment before shaking his head and following behind them. He had to see this through. After leaving the mountaintop of Fort Echohelm, the next fortress they visited was another stronghold bordering the domain of a superior race, the Nebulon stronghold. The Nebulon family were the overlords of Sector 10, and it was where their forces were concentrated. By far, they had the largest and most imposing fortress compared to others, with numerous warriors stationed there. Their fortress bordered the Lucendi domain, a superior race with the innate ability to manipulate perception. Due to the Lucendi's dangerous abilities, the other Tier 1 families had decided it was best to assign the Nebulon family to guard that part of the sector. While their powers were not entirely comparable, they bore some similarities, with both dealing in some way with illusions. But as Atticus and Magnus reached the fortress and gathered the warriors, it became evident who the superior side truly was. The warriors of the Nebulon fortress were shaken. Though their stronghold was distant from Fort Echohelm, the tremors of the battle had still reached them. They had seen the mushroom clouds. They had fought the hordes of blackened blood constructs that had attacked the human domain. They had survived hell. The fortress itself was wrecked, with the warriors desperately trying to restore order. However, their focus instantly shifted the moment they felt the overwhelming auras appear in the sky. None of them needed to be told. In the next second, they gathered themselves in the center of the fortress. Zephyrian Nebulon approached Atticus and Magnus in the air, his expression filled with curiosity. Is there a problem? He asked, his gaze fixed on Atticus. Somehow, he knew the reason for their visit was because of him. We just uncovered Vampiros imposters in the Resonera fortress and would like to do the same here, Atticus explained. Zephyrian's eyes narrowed. Spies? It sounded unbelievable. Yet, despite how absurd it seemed, he felt compelled to listen to Atticus. After witnessing what the boy had done, he couldn't imagine a scenario where Atticus would lie. The arrival of Octavius only solidified his point. The large-eared paragon gave the Nebulon paragon a serious nod. They turned toward Atticus, who had already begun scrutinizing the gathered crowd, not bothering to ask Zephyrian for approval in the first place. Zephyrian joined in, spreading his perception over the entire fortress. There are people hiding underground, he noted grimly. Both Atticus's and Zephyrian's eyes flashed in unison. With a wave of his arms, the earth parted, and multiple figures shot out from the ground, immobilized by Atticus. Zephyrian's gaze narrowed. He could instantly see it. They appeared to be Nebulons, however, they were utilizing powerful techniques to trick the perceptions of everyone present. They're all Grandmaster plus ranks, he realized. The spies numbered 4, and each of them was immensely powerful. To think the Lucendi would resort to using people of such status as spies. Because Grandmaster Plus ranks of the Lucendi were practically the most powerful individuals in their fortress, their camouflage had gone unnoticed. Zephyrian himself hardly ever visited the Nebulon fortress, despite knowing the people stationed there. The only reason he was present now was because all paragons were trying to assess the situations at the borders. But they would have been caught eventually. It was only a matter of time. He had only just spread his perception around the fortress. If he had done so earlier, he would have discovered everything Atticus had just uncovered. However, after Atticus snapped the necks of the Lucendi spies, Zephyrian's brows furrowed as Atticus went ahead and pulled more warriors from the crowd. He was baffled because, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense anything wrong with them. Apex crack. Just as he was about to speak up, Atticus snapped each of their necks without hesitation. Zephyrian froze, his gaze narrowing into pinpricks. What was going on? He turned to Magnus and Octavius, only to see both of them unmoved by the scene. As the bodies fell to the ground, a wave of unrest gripped the gathered warriors, all of whom wondered what was happening. The Lucendi spies that Atticus had found earlier, once they were immobilized, their technique had shattered, revealing their true nature to everyone present. However, even after killing this new set of people, they still appeared to be Nebulon warriors. What was going on? This thought echoed in Zephyrian's mind as well. However, unlike Octavius, he remained patient. And after a few moments, the forms of the bodies began to change. The gazes of everyone trembled as an intense chill gripped their bodies. Thissa, the Demensaria, the Nebulon fortress bordered the Lucendi domain. This was an irrefutable fact. So it was completely logical that any spies infiltrating the Nebulon fortress would come from the Lucendi. In fact, any problem or threat should arise only from the Lucendi. However, that perception had just been shattered. The Demensari, a race that wasn't even close to the human domain in the first place, had infiltrated their borders. It was hard to believe, and if not for the unmistakable sight of their bodies in front of them, they would have dismissed it as a lie. The gazes of Magnus, Octavius, and Zephyrian narrowed in unison. For the former two, they had just realized that the situation was more dire than they had thought. It wasn't only the Vampiros but also the Demensari. Have they formed an alliance? Octavius's sudden question caused Zephyrian's gaze to sharpen. He was still trying to understand how he had missed something like this. What do you mean? Zephyrian asked. We just discovered Vampiros imposters at my fortress, and from what I can tell, they seem to be using the same methods, Octavius explained. Just like the Vampiros imposters, the Demensari also appeared to be using the same technique. What do you think? Both Octavius and Zephyrian turned toward Magnus, who had just spoken. The latter decided to ask Atticus directly rather than ponder over something they didn't understand. Atticus had been the one who discovered everything in the first place. They each saw what Magnus was attempting to do and also focused on Atticus, waiting for his response. At Magnus's words, Atticus was brought out of his thoughts. He turned to see the trio staring at him. He pondered for a moment before speaking. I would like to visit each fortress first to confirm my assumption. I think I have something. Magnus nodded. Then that's what we'll do. At Magnus's words, the group set out, moving from fortress to fortress and uncovering spies. Each of the spies was killed without hesitation. However, at each fortress, they categorized the spies into two groups. The first group included spies that each of the paragons could sense and instantly identify as members of the race bordering the said fortress. The second group included the imposters. In each fortress, they uncovered multiple imposters, and each time, they were either Vampiros or Demensari, sometimes both. The paragons of humanity had been stationed at their respective fortresses and were present to receive Atticus and the others as they arrived. In every instance, the paragons were left shocked beyond belief. Each paragon also followed Atticus to the next fortress, and soon enough, every paragon was aware of the situation. Eventually, they arrived at the last fortress, the Ravenstein fortress that bordered the Aeonians. No spies from the Aeonians were discovered. However, even the Vampiros and Demensari had their reach in this fortress. The Ravensteins were surprised to see their paragon and apex. They raged when they discovered that imposters had been hiding among them, going as far as attacking and turning the dead bodies of the imposters into ashes. Afterward, when all the paragons were gathered together, they turned toward Atticus, even Oberon, awaiting his conclusion. Deep within the vampiro's domain, in the depths of the Blood Queen's castle, the sharp sound of heels striking the floor echoed across the silent hall. It was utterly dark, yet Jezeneth didn't seem to mind. Her piercing gaze shone through the darkness as she walked forward. The hall was filled with a bloodlust so intense that a chilling coldness gripped the entire space. Despite the little time that had passed, Jezeneth's anger hadn't waned. In fact, it only seemed to increase as the moments went by. She wanted nothing more than to gather the vampiro's forces and unleash carnage upon the human domain. Why did he stop me? Jezeneth raged. However, as she reached a normal-looking door, she paused and took a deep breath before exhaling. Repeating this a few more times, Jezeneth calmed her emotions, and her gaze turned serious. Then, she opened the door and entered. Despite being deep underground, a wave of fresh air hit her as though she had just stepped into a forest. The smell of nature assaulted her nose. The room she entered, if one could even call it that, was dark. Utterly dark. The only light came from her faintly glowing gaze and the sight of a softly glowing peak in the distance. Jezeneth didn't hesitate and moved forward. The air wasn't oppressive, nor was it heavy. Surprisingly, it felt peaceful. Happy, even. Soon, Jezeneth reached the base of a flight of stairs that led to the glowing peak. There, the source of the faint light became clear. Plants. A garden filled with glowing plants. And within this garden was the figure of a man who seemed utterly engrossed in tending to it. She fell to one knee and bowed, remaining silent. Waiting. Time passed. Seconds stretched into minutes, the only sound being the soft snip of scissors cutting through the air. The man was meticulous and precise, taking his time as he trimmed overgrown parts and watered each plant as though they were his children. He was happy, and so, the atmosphere was happy. Eventually, he finished, carefully cleaning his tools and setting them aside. Despite Jezeneth kneeling before him, he didn't seem to be in a hurry. Afterward, the man gazed at his garden with satisfaction, a small smile gracing his lips. Then, he took off his apron and hung it neatly on a rack at the side. Finally, he turned. As his gaze landed on Jezeneth, his smile vanished, replaced by a placid expression. And as though it were natural, the atmosphere shifted. The happiness faded, replaced by a profound stillness. The man's steps echoed as he calmly descended the stairs, and as though the space itself was waiting for him, the area began to brighten. Light spilled out, growing in intensity until it illuminated the entire space. It was so bright it felt as though a second sun had appeared. The light shone down, revealing the man's appearance. His blue hair caught the light like dark sapphire, each strand shimmering as though liquid in its luster. His compact frame moved with an unhurried grace that imposed itself upon the world. His face was sharp and flawless, as though carved by divine hands. But as his crimson eyes landed on Jezeneth, his lips curved into a slow smile. But that smile did not reach his crimson eyes. Jezeneth, he said, his voice serene. You're here. You're here. The man's voice sounded gentle, like ripples in a lake. But a shudder spread across Jezeneth's body as she heard it. Her expression remained serious as she bowed lower. Yes. You called. A brief silence gripped the space as the man simply stared at Jezeneth, his small smile unmoving. He tilted his head slightly to the side. That's correct. I called. His steps echoed across the space as he continued descending the flight of stairs, unhurried. Jezeneth. The atmosphere turned heavier. Jezeneth's eyes sharpened, and she subtly clenched her fists. Yes. Do you know why plants grow as they do? He asked. His tone sounded more curious than reprimanding. He continued without waiting for a response. A why some twist toward the sun, while others crawl across the earth, seeking darkness. He brought out a dead leaf from his sleeve with a deft motion. It is not their will that shapes them, but the hand that tends to them. A gardener. He glanced at her then, his crimson eyes as sharp as razors. They bend to care, to patience, to guidance. With time, a gardener can make them bloom in ways nature never intended. Perfect symmetry, unnatural strength, and unyielding beauty that defies their wild origins. But sentient beings. He reached the bottom of the stairs, standing just a few meters away from her, his presence suddenly more suffocating, like vines threatening to close in around her. They are not so easily shaped. He crushed the dead leaf in his hands, its form turning into small crumbs that scattered in the air. Jezeneth. Even the wildest trees can be pruned, given enough time and effort. He turned his gaze back to her, as though she were property. And I will give you that time. Come. Jezeneth's gaze trembled. She took a second to gather her composure, but she knew she couldn't waste any more time. She rose from her kneeling position, and as she was about to move, she froze as the man's voice reverberated once more. Crawl. Jezeneth's eyes shot up to meet his, causing her whole body to freeze. He had a smile on his face, but his crimson eyes did not smile. They looked like twin infernos that pierced through her whole being. Jezeneth gritted her teeth before lowering herself to the ground. She got on all fours and started crawling. Her whole existence screamed in defiance. It was humiliating. But she held it in. With gritted teeth, she reached directly in front of the man and turned her head up to look at him. The man gazed down at her, unmoved. Kiss, he said, extending his right leg forward. Jezeneth lowered her gaze and saw the dirt-covered black boots. He wore the shoes of a gardener, and they were completely muddy from tending to his garden. But it was obvious he had no intention of cleaning them. Jezeneth listened, shakily lowering her head, and placed a kiss on the leg. Good. The man nodded in satisfaction, a gentle smile appearing on his face. His smile lingered as he took a step back, forcing Jezeneth to remain on her knees. The atmosphere softened, but the menace behind his crimson eyes remained. Do you feel it, Jezeneth? He asked, his tone almost tender. This is not humiliation. This is transformation. Every act of submission is a step towards something greater. Jezeneth's nails dug into the floor to keep herself steady. She refused to answer, but her silence was answer enough. The man chuckled softly, the sound low and resonant. Defiance still burns within you. Good. It is not the weak who bend but the strong. You will be stronger for this, Jezeneth. In time. He turned away, moving toward a table on the far side of the room. On it lay a single, peculiar plant encased in glass. Its petals glowed faintly with a sickly green hue, pulsing like a heartbeat. The man removed the glass dome, and the plant shivered as though alive. Do you know what this is? He asked, though his back remained to her. It is called the Vanari bloom. A rare flower, but utterly useless on its own. It survives by leeching off others, by consuming what is not its own. A parasite. He turned his head slightly, glancing at her. As much as it pains me to admit, much like me. Jezeneth's eyes flared as she turned toward him, but she didn't speak. Her lineage had served this being for generations. It was a secret known only to those of her bloodline, the direct lineage. As soon as she became a paragon and took control of the family's affairs, she had been initiated into the secret and forced to serve him ever since. The man rarely summoned her, and even now, she had no idea what his ultimate goal was. But it seemed as though that was about to change. Though he appeared humanoid, Jezeneth knew deep down that he wasn't human. In fact, she was certain he wasn't of any race known in Eldorolf. She bottled up her humiliation and listened. Jezeneth, I will tell you a story. The man turned fully toward her, the Vanari bloom glowing faintly in his hand, as though responding to the twisted excitement in his voice. He placed the glass dome back over the bloom, his fingers lingering on it briefly before stepping closer to her. You know, of course, of the Eldorians and the Mugruel. Their story of betrayal, the division of the cores, and the fall of Eldorolf. He paused, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. This time, it reached his eyes. But what you do not know is the reason behind it all. Let me enlighten you. He stepped even closer, his presence suffocating, the glow of the Vanari bloom casting faint shadows across his face. Above this plane, in a world far more advanced and far crueler than even Eldorolf, there exists a lineage of rulers. A single bloodline that stood above all. They ruled through fear, through power, through dominance. And at the head of this lineage was a ruler, sick, twisted, and endlessly creative in his games. The man's smile grew wider, and the atmosphere grew heavier with every word he spoke. This ruler, in his infinite boredom, devised a game. You see, he had many offspring, and choosing an heir was uninspiring. So he sent Yusa. He paused for the briefest moment, his voice faltering, before letting out a soft chuckle and correcting himself. He sent them to the lower worlds. It was not a quest for survival, nor a journey of self-discovery. No, the goal was far simpler. To take over as many worlds as possible. To conquer. The man began pacing now, his hands clasped behind his back as though relishing the memories. The offspring were stripped of their full powers, forced to play this game within the constraints of the lower worlds. It was no longer just about brute force, it became a game of strategy, manipulation, and intelligence. For me, it was perfect. His steps slowed as his gaze fell on Jezeneth once again. I took over many worlds. Dozens, in fact. I enjoyed playing the little game. But then I found Somethinga fascinating. Eldorolf. A world at the pinnacle of the lower planes. A world so advanced, so powerful, that with our limited power, brute force alone could not conquer it. It became my pet project. A challenge unlike any other. I realized, he continued, that to take over Eldorolf, I would need to destabilize it from within. So, I did what I do best. I planted seeds of doubt, whispered promises into eager ears, and the Mugrula, he laughed. Ah, the Mugrul. They turned on the Eldorians with such ferocity. It was delightful to watch. A world crumbling from within, its power shattered into 19 cores. A masterpiece. His laughter faded, and his tone turned cold and low, the air itself seeming to chill. But then something unexpected happened. When everything settled, the cores were gone. Not with the Mugrul, not scattered among the conquerors, simply vanished. And Ea, his crimson eyes burned as the atmosphere responded to his anger. I hate loose ends. The man straightened, his smile returning, but this time it felt maniacal. So, I waited. Centuries passed, but I am nothing if not patient. And now, Jezeneth, the cores have returned. And I will have them. Every single one. He stepped closer, his presence oppressive. Which brings me to the matter of the human child. Tell me, Jezeneth, tell me everything about him. Jezeneth swallowed hard. She took her time, seconds to digest everything she had just heard. It was too much. Jezeneth had been told about the history of Eldorolf by her mother long before she had reached the paragon rank. It had been a mind-blowing revelation, and she had always wondered just how her mother knew. But now, it was quite obvious that the information had come from this man. And now, this same man had revealed even more shocking truths. He had come from a higher plane. He was here to take over Eldorolf. Her gaze flickered. The Zorvansa, the alien race that had suddenly attacked them. Their advanced technology and overwhelming strength. Eldorolf was supposed to be at the peak of the lower worlds, and yet they were losing to the Zorvans. Could this be the reason why? Her mind raced with such intensity it felt blinding. But suddenly, Jezeneth felt it. The shift in the atmosphere. Crushing. Her form jolted downward, straining as she tried to stop her body from being flattened to the floor. Her eyes shakily faced up, landing on the man who silently stared at her with his piercing crimson gaze, expressionless. He would not repeat himself. She gritted her teeth and started speaking. Hea is an animalia. Jezeneth tried to hold back her anger as she spoke about Atticus. From the first time she saw him at the Apex competition to their subsequent encounters, and finally to today's event where he killed a Grand Elder of the Vampiros race. It was brief, but I saw him using the power of the Orlithians, Jezeneth finished, narrating everything. The hall fell silent. A smile appeared on the man's face. Good, he said, very good. It seems this little game has become far more interesting. He clasped his hands behind his back, his thoughts spilling aloud. To think he had been able to absorb a core in such a short time, an anomaly indeed. A curiosity, but one that must be studied, nurtured, and he paused, his smile widening, a broken if necessary. Turning away from Jezeneth, he gazed into the distance as though watching unseen pieces on an invisible board shift and realign. A faint spark of excitement flickered in his eyes, barely restrained. The Dimensari have 7 cores, and you, his eyes briefly flickered back to her, sharp and knowing. You possess 2. Now, this child has 2 as well. That makes 11. He tapped a finger lightly against his chin, speaking as though mulling over an exquisite puzzle. The remaining cores are with the surviving apexes of the different races. They are scattered and coveted, each one of them, desperate to claim the rest. He chuckled, low and rumbling. Such predictable greed. They won't unify on their own. Someone should have helped them. He turned sharply, his crimson gaze locking onto Jezeneth with the weight of a predator sizing up its prey. Jezeneth, he said, it's time to start a new game. Jezeneth froze. She didn't like the sound of that. Listen carefully, As the man spoke, Jezeneth's eyes widened more and more, until it seemed a mystery how they hadn't popped out of their sockets. After he finished, the man began laughing, low and controlled. He settled into the chair by the table, tapping his finger ever so slowly. Now, tell me about the man who interrupted your fight, he said. Jezeneth's eyes briefly flickered with anger as she recalled the amused expression on Whisker's face. She clenched her fists. That human Trasha. Her gaze sharpened in the next instant as she turned to look at the man. Red eyes, blue hair. Those features could be found anywhere, especially in a world with diverse bloodlines like Eldorolf. She had never seen this man fight and had no idea what his power was. However, as the image of Whisker flashed in her mind and the feeling she had when battling him surged through her, she couldn't help but draw similarities between them. The man smiled, a knowing smile, but said nothing. With gritted teeth, Jezeneth narrated everything she knew about Whisker, from their first meeting at the Dimensari domain to today's battle. The only sound was the steady tapping of fingers on the table as the man stared into the void. Whisker, huh, he murmured. He smiled, a wide, maddening smile. It looks like my lovely brother is here. After visiting each of the human fortress borders surrounding the human domain, all the Tier 1 human paragons gathered together. They hovered in the air, awaiting Atticus' words. I suggest we take this somewhere secure. The gazes of the paragons flickered in unison. I concur, Oberon added. Discussing their plans in the open skies was nothing short of foolish. However, leaving the Vampiro's borders unguarded was another mistake the human paragons had no intention of making. They headed back to the peak where Fort Echohelm once stood. As they arrived, Oberon hovered forward, his hands a blur as he engraved words into the air. The runes lit up with a golden glow before shooting downward, encompassing the entire mountain. In the next instant, translucent structures began forming, solidifying until the image of an expansive citadel took shape. Atticus watched silently as the citadel materialized. It resembled the Enigmulk citadel, simple in structure, yet covered in flickering runes that made its security abundantly clear. The citadel was tall and imposing, standing high above the border, overlooking everything. Oberon nodded to the others as it finished forming, and a golden glow expanded from him, enveloping the entire group. In the next second, Atticus found himself seated on one of the circular thrones within the citadel. Interesting. He observed his surroundings. Although Atticus had anticipated different reactions to his sudden rise in power, he was somewhat relieved to see that the other paragons were accepting reality without resistance. Of course, Ozeroth's voice echoed in his mind. Power is everything. When you have it, others have no choice but to bow before you. Not everyone, Atticus countered. Some would rather die than bow. Atticus' remark sounded pointed, but Ozeroth seemed not to catch the implication. TCH. Ozeroth scoffed. Point them in my direction, and I will show them what it means to have absolute power. Get a mirror. Ozeroth, who had been about to speak, paused. What do you mean, Bond? The Spirit King was stronger than you, right? Why didn't you bow? That's different. The Spirit King is evil incarnate. He doesn't deserve the bow of the great Ozeroth. Of course, of course. Atticus tuned out Ozeroth's ranting and instead focused on the hall. One detail stood out to him. He was seated on a large throne. Not just any throne, but one at the highest elevation in the hall. The same row where the paragons of humanity were seated. The meaning was clear, they saw him as an equal. All eyes were on him, the hall falling into an oppressive silence. Atticus maintained his calm demeanor as he began addressing the paragons. After visiting each fortress, I concluded that the Vampiros and Dimensari impostors are using the same technique. A ripple passed through the paragons as they shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Their minds spun, dreading the implications of the Vampiros and Dimensari working together. They had just earned the ire of the former. If the latter also involved themselves in this matter, then their downfall was assured. Are you suggesting they're working together, or have they simply stumbled upon the same method? Oberon suddenly asked. Atticus shook his head. I don't know if they're colluding or not, but the technique is identical. He let that sink in before continuing. What do you all know about mana signatures? The hall froze. The human paragons exchanged narrowed gazes. Mana signatures weren't often discussed, not because they were unimportant, but because their control over them was so insignificant that they couldn't be bothered with them. Dealing with mana signatures was incredibly difficult and a monumental endeavor. Even paragons like them had only managed to replicate them for barriers or enchantments, certainly not alter them. But that wasn't even the most shocking part. If they understood Atticus correctly, he was referring to the mana signatures of living beings. Even barriers required immense effort, and for them, replicating or altering the mana signature of a living being was an impossibility. It was Thorn who finally broke the silence. A mana signature is what defines us. It is what makes a race what they are. What gives us our powers, he explained. Atticus nodded. Exactly. And that is the technique they're using. They have found a way to change their mana signatures to that of humans. This time, there were no whispers, just pure, stunned silence. The implications were terrifying. A vampiros or demensari could be posing as a human, and none of them would have any idea. It was inconceivable. That's impossible. A mana signature is tied to one's very existence. It's not something you can just change. Octavius' voice was loud, as though he was hoping Atticus was wrong. Because if he was right, they were screwed. He continued before Atticus could respond. Even if this were true, how did you detect them? If what you say is correct, even we could not sense the difference. Atticus remained impassive. He had expected this question. Because I have something unique to me, spiritual energy. But Seraphia, it's unique to my spirit, Atticus interrupted, cutting off Octavius before he could finish speaking. It was obvious the latter was about to point out that Seraphina also possessed spiritual energy yet hadn't noticed anything. As the human paragons turned to Seraphina, she nodded, confirming the possibility of his words. The abilities of spirits vary, and it could be anything. I believe him, she said. A heavy silence followed as the weight of the situation settled over the room. A solution. The paragons turned to Magnus, who had just spoken. His expression was serious. The man hardly ever spoke in meetings, but it was clear the silence of the paragons was frustrating him. They should be searching for a solution, not brooding. Magnus is right, Oberon said. We should be searching for solutions to this crisis rather than wasting time. The expressions of the other paragons hardened before they nodded in agreement. What do you think? Oberon turned to Atticus and asked. All eyes focused on him once again. The only solution here would be searching for a way to differentiate the imposters, Atticus explained. I concur, Oberon agreed before his hands blurred in the air, engraving words that formed into a golden orb that floated toward Atticus. Atticus's gaze met Oberon's, and the latter nodded reassuringly. It's a way to pass information. Despite Oberon's words, Atticus still scrutinized the orb. Finding nothing wrong with it, he touched it and absorbed its information. Atticus processed the knowledge in less than a second, his expression remaining unreadable. His gaze flicked toward Oberon, who was already watching him. It could work, Atticus finally spoke. Oberon nodded. Naturally. There's no direct counter to their technique. No detection method that works universally. No immediate way to strip them of their disguise. Which is why we don't try to detect them, Oberon interjected. Instead, we establish something that cannot be faked. Atticus nodded slightly, comprehending the information. A foundational identity. One that binds a person to their true mana signature, forcing them to prove their allegiance before receiving it. Oberon's fingers blurred, golden symbols briefly forming and vanishing in the air. I call it the true mark. A seal directly tethered to its owner's natural mana signature. It is unchangeable, unreplicable. If they try to mimic it, they fail. If they tamper with it, it disintegrates. If the person dies, it fades. Atticus nodded. He truly is the smartest in the human domain. In mere seconds, Oberon had not only identified the problem but also devised a comprehensive solution, one that even included its implementation. Oberon continued. We begin at the top. The leaders first, paragons, generals, and high-ranking officials. Each will sign a mana contract, proving their authenticity. Only after passing this will they receive the true mark. And from there, they do the same with their subordinates, spreading the mark through layers of verification, all the way down the chain of command until the entire human domain is covered. Atticus considered the plan in silence before finally speaking. Anyone without a true mark will be exposed immediately. It won't matter how well they've disguised themselves, their very absence from the system will be proof enough. Exactly. A low hum of murmuring filled the hall as some of the other paragons tried to keep up with their cryptic exchange. Finally, a voice cut through. All right, Luminous groaned. How about you two start speaking in ways that the rest of us lesser minds can comprehend? Oberon barely spared him a glance. If you didn't understand, you should listen harder. Luminous narrowed his eyes. Or you could explain it properly instead of trying to impress each other. Oberon chuckled. It's simple. We create a mark that only true humans can receive. No fakes, no alterations. If you don't have one, you're an enemy. If an imposter tries to mimic it, the mark doesn't respond, and anyone without a mark will be immediately exposed whenever they step near someone who has one. Luminous rolled his eyes but nodded. See, was that so hard? Oberon didn't respond, instead turning toward Garvin Emberforge, who had been sitting silently. The difficulty is in making sure it works. He created another orb of golden light and sent it toward Garvin, who quickly absorbed it. After a second, Garvin nodded. It's possible. The paragons each let out a subtle sigh of relief. However, the heaviness in the room didn't settle, it only seemed to intensify. I believe it's time to address the elephant in the room. They all turned toward Zephyrian, who had just spoken. His eyes observed Atticus with curiosity. You used the power of the Orlithians in the last battle, an extinct race. How is that possible? The tension in the room grew. This had been a major issue on the minds of the human paragons. But for most, they didn't know how to approach it. During the last meeting with Atticus, it had been clear that the child cared little about respecting elders. And that had been when he was weaker than them. Now, he was at their level. With him, they had to tread carefully. The silence stretched before Atticus finally broke it. I gained this power at the border. His gaze was impassive, but there was a subtle coldness in his tone. I joined one of the scouts, fought, and killed Vampiro's grandmasters that ambushed me. A small ripple of shock appeared across the paragons' expressions. To think the Vampiros had specifically targeted Atticus, it confirmed that they had started this war. While I was roaming, I found a circular stone. It took me somewhere else that I couldn't recognize. The room remained deathly silent. There, I met a man who gave me a core. When I absorbed it, I gained this power. His explanation was blunt, deliberately vague. Thorn's brow furrowed. Who was this man? I don't know him. He didn't say anything. Thorn pressed. Atticus's expression didn't change. No. Silence. The answer was unsettling. A man appearing from nowhere, offering something of immense power, then vanishing without a trace. It felt wrong. They all knew it. But it was obvious that Atticus had no interest in indulging their unease. He had given them all they needed to know, nothing more. This was one of the perks of power. The paragons sent glances to Magnus, hoping he might be able to change Atticus' mind. However, Magnus's face held only one expression as he looked at Atticus: pride. A smile was on his hard face. Before, Atticus had relied on him to address them. But now, he was doing it all on his own. Seeing that the matter was more or less concluded, Oberon shifted the topic. Now, let's discuss how we proceed. A solemn expression appeared on each of the paragons' faces. The Vampiros were feared for a reason, and they were not the type to let today's events slide. It was very odd that their queen retreated, Thorn said. But more importantly, I believe there is a more pressing matter at hand. Thorn turned toward Atticus, his expression sharp. The other races had dismissed the rumors as fake news before, but now, word will spread. Our apex is a paragona, Octavius finished grimly. Yes, Thorn nodded. And you know what that entails. Oberon's gaze sharpened. He has to sign a mana contract binding him to the Alliance. Atticus's expression turned cold. Ever since the Zorvans descended and began attacking Eldoralf, after suffering incredible losses, each race on the planet banded together to form a singular alliance to fight back against them. The alliance consisted of truly powerful individuals from all the different races. However, due to the extreme tension caused by the earlier wars, the distrust between them was palpable. None of them trusted each other. Despite having no choice but to form the alliance, internal conflicts were common. Some chose sabotage, others resorted to outright betrayal. Because of this, the heads of the alliance reached a consensus: mana contracts. The leaders of each race were mandated, to sign a mana contract. The term leaders wasn't limited to the singular rulers of their respective races but extended to their powerhouses, those with the power to cause irreparable change. In simple terms, paragons. Every paragon is required to sign a contract, Thorn said, looking directly at Atticus, whose demeanor had turned cold. I don't think that applies to the monster child, Luminous suddenly chimed in from the side. He scrutinized Atticus before speaking. The aura of his mana core is Grandmastera. Do you really think that changes anything? Thorn countered. I agree with Thorn, Octavius added, his sharp eyes also turning to Atticus. Your mana core is at Grandmaster rank, but the aura you radiate is unmistakably Paragon rank. Let's not even mention the fact that you killed a Grand Elder of the Vampiros race and fought against 7 others. I can assure you, the other races won't care about the rank of your mana core, Octavius explained. Thorn nodded. The purpose of the rule in the first place is to bind those with enough power to cause irreparable damage to the Alliance. What will you do? The hall fell silent, and even Magnus stared at Atticus, curious to see his response. When Atticus' eyes met his, Magnus gave him a reassuring nod. He had no intention of interfering with his decision. He would stand by him regardless. I think you should do it. Octavius broke the silence, causing Atticus to turn his cold gaze toward him. Octavius didn't shy away, meeting Atticus' gaze with narrowed eyes. You are in a position where your actions affect us, along with the human domain as a whole. You are our apex. Refusing to do this would give the superior races justification to target us and bring us down. No one objected to Octavius' words. His claims were partly right. If Atticus refused, the superior races would target the human domain. The Paragon had spoken with authority and reason. But reason didn't mean truth. So, Atticus spoke up after a moment, causing Octavius' gaze to narrow. He had just explained that the entire human domain would be targeted. What did he mean? So, Octavius' gaze sharpened. You heard what I said, Apex Atticus. If you refuse, the superior races will see it as justification to bring us down. Since when do I owe any of you anything? Atticus didn't mince his words. The human paragons clearly misunderstood something, and he was hell-bent on straightening it out. The sheer bluntness of his statement sent a ripple through the room. Some of the paragons furrowed their eyebrows. Octavius' expression darkened slightly, but Atticus didn't give him room to speak. Let's get something straight. His voice was quiet, but powerful. I never asked any of you for anything. Not your support, not your recognition, not your so-called faith in me. Every gift, every favor, every alliance you offered, it was your choice. Not mine. And I don't remember agreeing to any debt in return. The paragons glanced at each other, but no one spoke. I am not humanity's shield. I am not your savior. If I fight, it will be because I want to, not because you think I should. So stop making it seem as if I'm somehow in your debt. His gaze narrowed. I am not. The human paragons were speechless. They had each chosen to give their unwavering support to Atticus. They had showered him with gifts, artifacts, and resources, all in the hope that he would feel obligated to protect the human domain in the future. But they had each failed to do something important, receive his acknowledgement of the arrangement. They hadn't even asked him. Atticus was right. They had made the decision on their own. He didn't ask, nor did he make any promises or agreements with them. If you want my help, Atticus finally continued, his tone as cold as ever, then ask. But don't stand there pretending I'm bound to you by some unspoken rule. The only people I owe any sort of debt to are my family. Not you. At this point, Octavius' expression had turned completely dark, an intense frown on his face. Atticus' words were the truth, but somehow his mind refused to accept them. He hated the way Atticus had just addressed them. A child of yesterday was now speaking like a king. As his lips parted to speak, Oberon interjected. I agree with what you said. Oberon's tone sounded apologetic. And I must apologize on behalf of the others. That was never our intention. We're all here because we want the same thing, the survival of the human race. And while I mean no harm, your family is a part of that too. Atticus remained silent, letting Oberon continue. As for the matter of the mana contract, we will not force you to sign it, not that we could even if we wanted to. Oberon tried to make a joke, but no one in the room was laughing. Admitting they were weaker than a child damaged their pride. He cleared his throat. But we hope that you will find a solution that won't result in the downfall of the human domain. Atticus simply nodded at Oberon's words. Oberon smiled. Good. Now, as for the Vampiros race and the subsequent inevitables, I've come up with appropriate plans of action for every possible scenario. The room listened intently as Oberon began speaking. Despite each of them being paragons, the meeting lasted for quite some time. During it, the humans of Sector 10 had begun recovering. Due to the abruptness of Jezeneth's retreat, the entire Darkened Blood construct army had dissolved, turning into darkened blood that flooded the streets of Sector 10. Eric Stormrider had managed to hold back the Blood Army on his own, drastically reducing the number of casualties. As soon as he confirmed that the coast was clear, he returned to the academy without wasting any time. This left the people of Sector 10 to recover. Cries of pain and loss filled the streets. After the meeting, the Paragons had each concluded various matters. As they stepped out of the citadel at the border, the others waited while Magnus went to the Ravenstein fortress and brought Earth elementalists to temporarily replace the wall that had crumbled during the battle. Atticus would have been a better option, but none of the Paragons asked him due to the earlier tense situation. The Paragons oversaw the creation of the wall, not leaving until it was fully rebuilt. Once it was completed, Oberon turned to the others. I propose we each take turns guarding this border for now. I will leave a rune here that will allow us to instantly teleport in case of any attack. After engraving the rune, Oberon handed each of them artifacts designed to alert them and teleport them to this location if necessary. With that, Luminous surprisingly volunteered to take the first watch, leaving Atticus and the other Paragons to return to their respective sectors. At the skies above the Ravenstein estate. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine, Grandpa, Atticus responded to Magnus' concerned question with a warm smile. But Magnus didn't look convinced. It was clear he wanted more answers about the incident at the border. Atticus had insisted on going alone, rejecting Magnus' offer to accompany him. And now, not only had he grown in power, but his appearance had changed. Atticus could see Magnus' concern, but he truly was fine. The power he had gained felt natural, with next to no drawbacks. However, even he couldn't help but worry about how he would explain everything to Anastasia, especially his change in appearance. He didn't have to wait long, as the conversation was taking place above the skies of the estate. As two overwhelming auras blanketed the Ravenstein estate, it was as though every warrior and guard froze, turning their gazes toward the sky. One was an aura they knew all too well. The other was also familiar, but the sheer implications of it being real were frightening. As Atticus and Magnus landed gently in front of the main mansion, the door burst open as Avalon and Anastasia came running out. Their gazes were filled with shock as they stared at Atticus. For a moment, they both forgot that Magnus was even standing there. Atticus, what is this? Anastasia froze in front of him, unable to believe her eyes. But Avalon wasn't faring any better. Atticus had left the estate at Grandmaster plus rank strength just days ago, and now he was a paragon. It felt like a dream. But despite his change in appearance, they were certain of one thing: it was Atticus. Atticus chuckled dryly, raising a hand to scratch his head. I had a fortunate encounter, he said. That was all he could think of. Why don't you share the blessings, kid? Let us all have fortunate encounters too, Nathan remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. He approached the group, along with other Ravensteins who had felt the familiar aura. Atticus suddenly found himself surrounded from all sides, with eyes filled with bafflement and disbelief boring into him. How do I handle this situation? Atticus thought to himself, confused. You're awfully quiet, he mentally remarked to Ozeroth. It was odd that the spirit hadn't said anything. Stop being a baby. It's only natural for people of our greatness to be worshipped. Atticus could feel Ozeroth's excitement over being the center of attention. He sighed, and just as he was about to speak, a deep voice snapped the crowd out of their reverie. That's enough. It's been a long day. Allow him to rest. Magnus didn't wait for a response, whisking Atticus away. None could react as the two of them disappeared, turning into streaks of light. Atticus appeared in front of his room. Thank you, he said, turning to give Magnus an appreciative look. Magnus responded with a nod and a smile. Get some rest. When you're well rested, come find me. I'll show you to your new training room. Atticus' eyes lit up at Magnus' words. Now that he had Paragon-level strength, he needed a training space that could withstand his power. He nodded in thanks, and as Magnus disappeared, Atticus entered his room and fell onto his bed. He did not sleep. Somehow, Atticus didn't feel tired. His body brimmed with energy, as though he was surging with constant adrenaline. And seeing as he had nothing better to do, Atticus decided to check his status. Status, he called. An holographic interface appeared in front of his face. Character profile. Name. Atticus Ravenstein. Age. 17. Gender. Male. Race. Human Othranian hybrid. Attributes. Strength. 1102 a 1341. Agility, 1130 a 1370. Endurance, 1170 a 1410. Vitality, 1300 a 1600. Intelligence, 250 a 500. Perception, 210 a 405. Charm, 420 a 601. Will, 150 a 320. Level, asterisk asterisk Grandmaster, new. Talent, asterisk asterisk mythical. Bloodline, asterisk asterisk primordial elemental bloodline. Elements, level 4. Fire, 54 a 65%. Water, 43 a 59%. Air, 40 a 59%. Earth, 39 a 56%. Light, 39 a 57%. Lightning, 50 a 62%. Ice, 41 a 51%. Spirit element, 3 a 10%. Space, 10 a 15%. New. Level 3. Darkness, 99.9%. Level 2. None. Dash. Level 1. None. Locked bloodlines. Blood element 34% new. A. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Vorpal nova. Sundering storm. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Grandmaster plus greater than paragon. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Grandmaster plus. Ethereal cloak potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Grandmaster greater than Grandmaster plus. Collective potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Dimensional loop. Advanced. Greater than advanced plus. Predatory perception. Advanced. Greater than advanced plus. Immunity buildup. Advanced. Greater than advanced plus. Slow decay. Advanced greater than advanced plus. Pain resistance. Advanced. Greater than advanced plus. Aura masking. Advanced. Greater than advanced plus. Revenant's touch. Advanced. Greater than advanced plus. Metabolic boost. Advanced. Greater than advanced plus. Nullification field. Advanced greater than advanced plus. Auralithian's abilities. Echo manipulation. Ability to summon a temporary echo of yourself or an ally for assistance. Current mastery. Paragon. Temporal glimpse. Replay the last 1 second of an event to observe or correct actions. Current mastery. Paragon. Dimensional phasing. Ability to shift partially into the echo realm, making you intangible to physical attacks but vulnerable to mana-based or spiritual strikes. Current mastery. Paragon. Memory weaving. Weave fragments of memories from the echo realm into objects, weapons, or even people. This will allow you to store knowledge, emotions, or even abilities for others to access. Locked. Echo bind. Bind the echoes of others, living or dead, to yourself, using these fragments to gain insights, borrow abilities, or even summon spectral allies. Locked. Atticus gazed at his stats in bafflement. Wow, it was the only word that came to his mind at that moment. I didn't think it was that insane. Because of the dire situation outside the space, Atticus had been in a hurry to leave and battle Yorwin. Due to that, he hadn't been able to check his status. The changes were immense. This happened because I bonded with one core. To Atticus, it was baffling. Sure, he had expected a power-up, but this was far too immense. Don't expect this boost from every core bond. This might be a one-time thing. Even Ozeroth was surprised by the changes. But he had watched Atticus battle Yorwin and the Grand Elders. To him, the current numbers simply reflected that show of power. What do you mean? Atticus instantly asked. Check your race, Ozeroth simply instructed. Atticus did as he was told and turned to his race, seeing human Orlithian hybrid boldly written. Somehow, his mind worked before he even asked it to. But that wasn't what shocked him. It was the speed. It was a speed he had never experienced before, akin to lightning striking before thunder could roar. In one instant, he saw the status. In the next, his mind went through millions of possibilities and settled on one. My body underwent a change. Atticus hadn't just thought about it, he had scrutinized himself to confirm his assumption. Everything had been processed at a speed that left him utterly baffled. So this is how a paragon feels. He clenched his fist in front of him, the air vibrating from his power. Ungrateful bond. Atticus heard Ozeroth clicking his tongue in his mind, snapping him out of his thoughts. Ah, yes, thank you, he replied, and although he received no answer, he could tell the pride the spirit felt at being able to help. Ignoring the confused spirit, Atticus focused on his assumption. What he had just figured out was significant, and he believed it to be true. His race had originally been human, and to become a true Eldorian, he needed to gather 18 different cores. However, when he bonded with the first core, the transformation had been drastic, granting him a significant boost. But the reason this first core had such an overwhelming effect was because his body had undergone a fundamental change, a metamorphosis to accommodate the remaining cores. His very biology had begun restructuring itself, not just to contain the energy but to unify it into something entirely new. Rather than being a simple accumulation of power, this was the first step in evolving into an Eldorian. The shift in his race designation to human Orlithian hybrid confirmed it. From this point onward, each additional core wouldn't grant a sudden burst of strength but would instead refine his transformation, pushing him closer to his ultimate form. At this point, Atticus didn't mind that. It didn't mean he wouldn't get stronger, rather, his control over his powers and abilities would become more refined. Taking his gaze away from his race, Atticus focused back on his status. He had been worried about his stats being stuck at 999, and now that they had each crossed the 1300s, he couldn't help but feel shell-shocked. Currently, this number reflected the power surging through his body. And he could feel every single point. As his gaze reached his intelligence, perception, and will stats, another surge of excitement shot through Atticus. They had basically doubled. I should look into the different applications of will. Maybe it's time to advance my rune engraving skills. His will had reached such an incredible level that Atticus couldn't help but think about its applications. The first time he met Whisker, the beast had been able to impose his emotions onto the world. Atticus had been able to do something similar, but on a much smaller scale. Before the Apex competition, he had been able to influence the Apex candidates, inducing fear within them. But now, he was certain it could be used for something even more profound. Afterward, Atticus' eyes lowered to his elements. They hadn't changed much, which was expected, considering he hadn't used them to advance in the first place. However, as his eyes reached his locked element, they froze. Blood Elementa. Atticus was so shocked that he muttered it aloud. To anyone else, it would be something trivial. The ability to control blood like the vampiros wasn't new. In fact, should Atticus continue toward his goal, he would eventually obtain the vampiros' core and, in essence, their power. But to Atticus, this was different. Blood element. Element. It wasn't a singular ability, nor even a technique. It was the ability to manipulate blood in its entirety. Just like how he could control the elements, he would be able to control blood, regardless of its origin. I'm excited. A wide grin appeared on Atticus' face. The future was looking bright. He couldn't wait. Atticus' eyes scanned downward, noting that his mastery over various abilities had increased. Then, his gaze settled on the new additions, his Orlithian abilities. Atticus only had one word for them. Broken. The ability to form a clone. The ability to see 1 second into the future. The ability to become invulnerable to physical attacks. Anthena. His gaze widened. Locked. Atticus almost pulled his hair out. There were 2 abilities that were currently locked. For him, the first 3 had already been broken. But the last 2. They had to be insane. Atticus shook his head vigorously. There was no helping it. They were locked, so it was better not to waste time debating over what he couldn't change. Seeing as he had gone through all the major changes, Atticus closed his status screen and took in a deep breath. It's only going to get harder. I know. He heard Ozeroth's voice, and with an unchanged expression, he responded calmly. The vampiros were up to something. The other races would react to his sudden power boost and make demands. The eyes of the entire planet would soon be on him. Yet, Atticus was calm. He would face whatever comes. And he would be the ultimate victor. Atticus exhaled and entered a deep meditation. Time passed. Soon, he felt a presence approaching his door. Atticus smiled as, after a few moments, Avalon and Anastasia walked into the room. Their expressions were wary. Hey Atticus, are you sure you're okay? Anastasia ran toward Atticus, who was sitting on the bed, and quickly placed a palm on his forehead. Her eyes were filled with genuine worry. Atticus sighed. I already told you, Mom. I'm completely fine. There are no drawbacks, he trailed off, lowering his voice. This time. He felt a bit embarrassed. If he didn't have a history of fainting after every power-up, maybe his parents wouldn't be this worried. He sighed audibly as Anastasia continued checking him to make sure, then turned toward Avalon. Even he was staring at Atticus with a serious expression. It was obvious he was taking this matter very seriously. If there's anything happening, you can tell us, Avalon said, his tone firm as he placed a palm on Atticus' shoulder. Even after Atticus reassured them once more that nothing was wrong, Avalon's expression only became more concerned. Atticus was used to Anastasia worrying, but this was the first time he had seen Avalon like this. But Avalon couldn't be blamed. He had trained and lived on the path of power for decades, and there was one undeniable truth. There is no shortcut to power. A sudden and very significant boost in strength, like the one Atticus had just achieved, simply couldn't be normal. There had to be consequences. But only Atticus knew that there were none. The boost he had gained was due to his years of effort, building the foundation that led him to this point. The air in the room abruptly shifted as Atticus flooded the space. He was serious. And so, the atmosphere became serious. Avalon and Anastasia paused, turning to look at Atticus. I'm not hiding anything, he said. His voice was steady. Currently, I am perfectly fine. There are no drawbacks, nor are there any consequences to this power. I am fine. The room fell silent, and both Avalon and Anastasia could feel the weight of his words. They released a short sigh before glancing at each other, then nodding in resignation. All right. But neither of them left. They both sat beside him on the bed, their eyes fixed on him. They said nothing, but their expressions said everything. It was obvious what they wanted. Atticus sighed. They wanted him to explain everything that had happened. However, he had no plans of divulging everything. He had no idea how they would react if they knew what he was truly up to. So, he told them exactly what he told the human paragons. He left out many details. They pushed back against some of his explanations, pressing for more, but after a while, he managed to get them off his back. After staying with him for some time, they finally left, leaving Atticus alone. You shouldn't lie to your parents, kid. Ozeroth's voice was more serious than usual. Atticus sighed. I know. He knew it was wrong. But he would only feel more guilty knowing he had made Anastasia even more worried than usual. Still, they raised you. Don't repay them with lies. It's cowardly. Atticus fell silent. It was obvious this mattered a great deal to Ozeroth. He slumped back onto his bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Atticus had no idea when he fell asleep, but when he woke up, he felt the same. No fatigue, no discomfort, only that his energy reserves had peaked. They had been drained due to the earlier battle. Afterward, he took a bath and stood in front of a mirror. And that was when it truly hit him. Damn, I'm tall. While his facial features hadn't changed much, Atticus had undergone some obvious changes. He now stood at 7 feet tall, his white hair had grown longer, flowing like silk rather than normal hair. His eyes were mismatched, one glowing azure, the other purple. And his charma, it overwhelmed the room, so potent that he could feel it. He felt like a super magnet. Yodid. Atticus suddenly called out. His shadow extended, and Yodid materialized, bowing before him. Master, he greeted, his voice calm and steadfast. The hesitation, the uncertainty he had once held was gone. Before, he had felt inadequate when Atticus was still at Grandmaster rank, thinking himself useless as a protector. But now, after seeing Atticus train and grow at an unbelievable rate, after watching him battle and kill Paragonsa, he had accepted reality. There was no comparison. Atticus was simply on another level. How are you? I'm fine, Master. How can I be of service? Atticus observed Yodid for a moment before nodding. He has accepted it. Good. I want information. Inform Dario. I want to know what everyone is saying and thinking, the tiered families, the common people, and especially the other races. As you wish. Yodid disappeared into the shadows, moving to fulfill Atticus' command. Atticus. Thoughts churned. There will be many pieces moving now. I need to be ready for all of them. He left his room, stepping out of the mansion. His form blurred, appearing in front of the building that housed Magnus' training room. Atticus' gaze sharpened. Another building. The land where the training room stood was expansive, originally holding only one structure. But now, there was a second, equally enormous building, one even larger than Magnus. That'll be your new training room. Magnus landed beside Atticus. Due to Magnus' words, for a moment, Atticus had been too excited to acknowledge him. When he realized, he scratched his head. I'm sorry, Grandpa, he said. You built one this fast? Magnus shook his head. No, Oberon and Garvin built it. The Emberforge Paragon. Atticus understood Oberon, but Garvin was a nice surprise. He nodded before stepping inside. It's bigger on the inside. The inside was pristine white, and Atticus could see multiple jutted platforms at the edges. Instead of just one, like in the Ravenstein Advanced Training Room, there were many. I'll be able to continuously spawn opponents during training. Atticus had already begun planning his training sessions. I can't wait to see the data this training room has. The previous training rooms had already been impressive, but if Oberon and Garvin had personally made this Onia, he couldn't imagine what to expect. Seeing that Atticus was already engrossed, Magnus nodded and quietly left. Time passed with Atticus enjoying every aspect of his new training room. Then, suddenly, his gaze snapped upward. He had just felt a powerful presence right outside. Who? He didn't recognize it. It wasn't Magnus, nor any paragon he had met before. Atticus' figure blipped, appearing outside the building. His eyes sharpened as they landed on a man clad in a tight-fitting uniform. The Sentinel Guardians. The Sentinel Guardians. Atticus' gaze was sharp as he stared at the man hovering high in the sky. He was clad in a tight, firm-fitting uniform, clearly designed for mobility, a blue, traditional long coat reaching just below his knees, with silver linings along the collar and cuffs. The uniform of the Sentinel Guardians was not unfamiliar to Atticus. If he were to be honest, he had hardly interacted with them, but that didn't change the fact that he had seen them multiple times, especially during his outings before heading to the academy. Beyond that, he had also learned about them during his time at the academy. They were known as the police force of the human domain. At least, that was the public perception. But the Tier 1 families knew better. Their true purpose was to keep the other Tier 1 families in check. The power gap between the Tier 1 families and the lesser families was immense, and to prevent them from rampaging unchecked, the Sentinel Guardians were created. Due to the gravity of their duty, it was only natural that their leader held significant power, a paragon. At the academy, Atticus had learned just who that paragon was. Vexarius Dracos. The name echoed in his mind as he studied the man before him. A towering, muscular figure with a wild mane of unkempt black hair. His amber eyes were wide and intense, gazing down at Atticus as if trying to see through his very existence. The air around him appeared distorted, as though the sheer intensity of his presence warped reality itself. It wasn't heat, it was rage, barely restrained, quivering in anticipation of violence. His massive gauntlets, wrapped tightly around his arms, trembled, like a caged beast on the verge of breaking free. Atticus' gaze hardened. He's exactly like they said. During the meeting after the battle with the Vampiros, Oberon had mentioned Vexarius Dracos. The human domain was in crisis, and they needed every warrior and resource at their disposal. Yet, at the mere mention of his name, the mood in the room had soured. Discomfort, distaste, unease. Atticus had only learned why during his journey back to the human domain from Magnus. It had happened before he was even born. Vexarius Dracos was a man who could be described in 3 words. Proud, impatient, ruthless. His patience was as fragile as a thread, and his respect for authority was non-existent. He did not tolerate crime, nor did he distinguish between minor offenses and major ones. The moment he cited an offender, they were as good as crushed. This trait had led to endless conflicts between the Sentinel Guardians and the Tier 1 families, creating a rift that only deepened with every brutal enforcement. Until one day, the dam broke. Vexarius Dracos fought the Stellaris Paragon, Luminous. The battle shattered entire regions. The destruction was so immense that the Tier 1 families came together and judged him. The verdict: exile. For decades, the Sentinel Guardians had been without a paragon. And now, he was back. He hovered over the Ravenstein estate, his gaze fixed on Atticus, unreadable and intense. The air felt thick, oppressive, filled with something crushing. His lips parted, and his rough, battle-worn voice rumbled through the estate like thunder. So you're the one. The child who tore through the Nexus. The one who left the human domain in flames. Who caused thousands of deaths so without care. His words carried across the estate like an unrelenting storm, each syllable heavy. His gauntlets clenched, and a shockwave rippled outward, the very air trembling under his force. If it were up to me, you'd be bound in chains and locked away for the rest of your miserable. What do you want? Atticus' voice cut through his words. A direct interruption. Vexarius' wide gaze narrowed dangerously. His head tilted slightly, as if trying to convince himself that a 17-year-old hadn't just interrupted him. But Atticus didn't seem to care. The atmospheric pressure had surged, yet he stood unmoved, straight-backed, his aura unnervingly calm. He continued, his voice cold. You are in Ravenstein territory. State your business. A moment of silence. A shift in the air. Then, Vex chuckled. Slow, steady, but wrong. The kind of laugh that held no mirth, only contempt. His grin stretched wide, but instead of easing the tension, the very fabric of space seemed to vibrate more intensely. You think because you got lucky and grabbed a little power, you're something. His voice was like a growl, his fists flexing, his gauntlets groaning under the force of his grip. Listen, kid, I am Vexarius Dracos. I am the law, the police of the human domain. I go wherever the fuck I want. The air turned oppressive. A pressure unlike before, as if the world itself was being crushed under his wrath. His fists tightened. His lips curled into a sneer. Seems like it's high time you got some spankia. I'm sorry. My bad. Atticus interrupted again. Vexarius' chuckle stopped. The air stilled. Atticus' expression remained impassive as he continued. I didn't make my intent clear. Let me rephrase. And then, the world shifted. A wave of killing intent erupted from Atticus. It bled into the Ravenstein estate like a flood. Every single person in the estate froze in their tracks, their bodies stiffening, their instincts screaming at them to run. A single moment, suffocating, crippling. The air around Atticus froze, but his voice remained as cold as steel. You are trespassing in Ravenstein territory. State your business, or face my blade. His fingers rested on the hilt of his katana. The bloodlust thickened. For the first time in decades, Vexarius Dracos hesitated. His amber eyes widened. Disbelief flashed through them. He was feeling danger. How? Why? His body reacted. A shockwave exploded from him in a violent burst. Red molten veins snaked across his skin, glowing through his flesh like magma ready to erupt. His gauntlets trembled. His fury surged. Everything be damned. He would teach this brat a lesson. Just as he was about to move, thunder rumbled. The air suddenly crackled. Electrified. A voice reverberated through the estate. Deep. Thick. Commanding. Vexarius. The sky split. Lightning danced. And a figure appeared in front of Vex, effortlessly floating in the sky. Magnus Ravenstein. His presence alone was a command. An unspoken declaration of authority. Leave.